to try to clear the angle. Smoke down, but now Dash expired. This becomes all the riskier for Texture to try to hold this position.
He's going to back out on a timer, but here's the thing. T1, they have the choice to rotate back if they want it, right? They drew out the null command, so you know the retake's going to be weaker than originally planned on A. So you've got a couple options. You're hearing the door being closed as well. Not in a position to rotate, but they do have mid control.
Orb's taken. Saya, he's got a showstopper. So they decide to go ahead and pull the trigger on that one in this round. So there's the flash. First shot sent out. They do interrupt that one. The timing as knives come here from Texture. He's able to find Rossi. Looks for the more Meteor. Takes down the enemy Raze. Pink's coming through. Meteor getting caught there as Texture still within his own hands, trying to close it out. Cannot. As Izu and Execute will be left standing. They will once again deny Gen G from stringing together 2 rounds consecutively. It's just the 1 pound so far.
Yeah, and that's with an amazing 3K from the IGL himself. Those are the only 3 kills Munchkin's gotten so far. I mean, that about sums up this map so far, maybe even this match. But overall, this Execute onto the site, they almost play it as if they had a Sage, right? They save both smokes, and it's just going to be used just to cut up the map in half, make sure that they just have a single line of sight towards market that they have to worry about. Makes things a lot easier despite the flying jet. And now it's a fast hit, Munchkin.
Oh, great.
Does he do it again?
Finds one, jump in the corner. He does manage to crawl down fast enough to find Rossi. Extra, however, replies with 2 kills of his own. Munchkin, Lock here, both going to be taken down. So just waits, playing patiently. There's the reveal. Karon noted. It's still able to find 1 before falling. Keeping things at this 2v2. Gen G now have to reaggress their way into the site. Spike planted. The Thrash back in play already. Carbay's been having a hell of a day so far.
Yeah, and they realize that they're not over by Alley. So now Crosshair's trained.
And on the angle, Texture, trying to go for something a little bit cheekier. And just ends up falling the double face around the corner as Meteor will get picked off. 6-1 now. T1, scrappy, but still winning the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they're still holding the advantage every time as well. And like you said, a big part of it is those ult rotations coming through. I mean, the showstopper earlier helps clear out the entrance into the site. This time it's going to be the Neural Theft now into the Thrash. That gives them knowledge that it has to be a wraparound, or at least it's very likely.
And they fired up.
No, not singing anymore. He knows it's close.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Close to being over. Just about halfway there on this map. Already the first one in their back pocket. T1 gotta be feeling good about their odds right now. Texture thinking about going to the peak, does so, finds the punish there. On to Rossi. Scarpe gets a bit of damage. Working his way across. Solid early pick found here for Gen G.
The 0 point from afar, that's good support. That makes it a little trickier for T1 to figure out exactly how many might be on B. Obviously, time has passed, so they can't really account for anything. They'll be able to keep Izu planted there. I wonder if they use that to their advantage for a lurk.
Is he out? Texture clipped by that. Smoke there to cut off Boba as flashback entry. Not checking that left-hand side. Side player, an easy target. Gets taken down, Extra dead as well, but now Carpe looks to break over the side a bit, but Meteor will be able to say no. Finds the last 2 players. Gen G will get themselves a 2nd round win on the board.
And this was what the first round, quite frankly, that we saw Gen G play to their strengths, right? With their default, with the ability to go for these lineup supports with the Sova and KO, make things a little trickier for T1 to read, right? How many people are exactly in there? Because we look at T1's comp, you have the 0 point, but that's the only way you're getting really hard information. Obviously, Dizzy a little bit easier to navigate around as the opponents. So, forces T1 to have to go for contact a bit more. I think Execute does his best by pressuring mid, but Gen G, they're able to keep the spread nice and even. But it all starts with that op.
This time, yeah, noting it nice and early. Still wanting to push into the site, though, as spray through. Decent damage. No, not really even any found. Looked like he had the lineup, but just can't quite get those connections. Texture, however, will make that shot connect on the Saya player as, well, he does fall. The rest of the team are able to just go ahead and mow them down as they try to push out here onto the site. As that is going to be the first consecutive round wins here for Gen G. They have been whittling away because the rounds haven't been clean for T1 at that bang. So Cash not in the greatest position.
Of course, he has to dash into danger a bit more, but Meteor's there to trade. And Gen.G, much earlier adaptations than we saw over on Ascent in that first map. So they're in a better position to try to stabilize, and then they'll be able to take the initiative on the attack. Now T1 trying to pick up the tempo again, but this time on the A side. And Gen.G, they're just going to leave it open. I mean, they see the no command. They're just keeping everybody far away. As long as they don't make that same mistake, which is trying to fill it with 1 or 2 people again, they should be okay.
There's Fury from Lockheed to try to intercept here and slow things up. Meteor able to find Excurate. Neural Theft now invested. There's a reveal. Izu going to be noted up on top of the box. Meteor creeps in, avoids that paranoia. Just stays tucked behind the boxes. Swing out. Rossi not ready for this position. Very radiant. Meteor comes away with the kills. The cleanup off the back of that will be swift. Flawless here from Gen.G. 3 rounds consecutively. Seemingly, this theme is being generated. They're starting to warm up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're going positive. That's not something we could have said in the first half on Ascent. So they're feeling a lot better, but the positioning is better. The reads are good. The Hunter's Fury, I love it. Being preemptively used at range so he's not in danger of being swarmed by that KO, and that allows Meteor to now get planted in, right? If you do something like that, fine. Filling it back with 1 person, I like it because you've already eliminated 1 angle. You know, one of the earlier rounds, it didn't look as clean, but now they forced out the timeout finally from T1.
First one of the series. First of the map. T1 wanting as many advantages here on this attacker side as they can possibly get. Being up to 6, already a decent position, but wanting to find quite a bit more.
Obviously 2 rounds in a row, going for the speedy hits, 1 side at a time. Kind of just going for a bit of a Hail Mary at that point. So T1, the adjustments has to be a bit more unique. Something they can do, obviously, with the util they have, with the composition they have, is try to scout out that Cypher a bit earlier. Try to force that util out of place, make sure that the default is disrupted. Because right now, I don't know if T1 would have identified this from their own POVs, but it's been a very evenly spread out 2-1-2 at the start of every round for Gen.G in the past couple.
Gen.G going to be fine cash-wise these final rounds. T1 needing to try to find some stability for that fourth and final of the half.
Want the push out from Gen.G. I love the adaptation off the timeout.
It's similar to what we saw in that last round, to be honest. They just heard, I think, a lot more presence over at A that really encouraged this, but similar fan out, taking some space here. Just trying to get as much information as they possibly can. 3 ults available at the moment here for the side of T1. Extra just 2 away from that next neural theft. So, a lot of tools for them to work with.
The biggest thing about this is the Thrash and the null command aren't going to find as much value, right? I mean, sure, Meteor is in range of a null command, so he might have to back out and let go, but that cam is used for the retake for sure on that elbow position. Even getting an early read with that drone.
Shock start to clear it out. Texture now playing forward. Dizzy sent, no command used. Shot goes in. Rossi going to be put down on the floor. Lockheed finding 1. Now going to be blinded up by the paranoia. Tries to backpedal. The res comes through, but Texture managing to find Izu. Can't quite set an aim to find another. Kills found, but suddenly, as the dust settles, it is just Excurate left standing versus 3. Gen.G want to try to take away the value from those timeouts, and they have. And are now within touching distance, 5 to 6. As they look to have an evened up half.
So Gen.G, this is a slight adjustment from their old style, right? Rather than over-rotating based on information and utility, they try to get a read in, and if it's not a rush, then you have to be stacking, but they had already taken B main control. You can see on the mini-map here on their own player cams that Munchkin's holding onto it deep in. Seem like A is the heavier stack, but Gen.G, they'll just go for a slow creep to clear. Texture lingering in this position is potentially worrisome, though, as he does have the Phantom, but he's starting to back away rather than advance forward into the site. Actually heard the toggle there on that camera, knowing that he's not going to catch a big lurk timing. Let's just go ahead and slowly drift back. Meteor, though, all the way forward, but it's 3 players getting ready to swing here into that defender spawn, but he still comes up with 2, and all he's giving over is a ghost. The most ideal scenario, Munchkin, that Guardian, always true. Excurate now. Spotted, forced away. He's just trying to get in a position to die to the spike and prove to be difficult. Lockheed will get dropped, but
Those are just the pistol members taken down now on the side of Gen G. This is where damage, real damage could be dealt if they're able to get rid of some of these rifles, but as Karen does fall down to 20, he still will remain standing as Gen G close out the anti-eco.
I mean, a very clean round. The only thing Gen G could have wished more is that the kills went over to someone else that would have had an impact ultimate, but otherwise, you only dropped the 2 pistols. Still able to carry over the 3 rifles. Now you buy up 2 more.
वाह
So you're
बोलवाने
matching
हालत में
rifle for
जाके
rifle
तुम-
into the buy
वाला
round.
बोलने का एक तो
Huge
बोल
2K for Meteor. Now you can
Random
see
to basic.
the calm aim returning to some of these players like Meteor and Munchkin.
Nice.
That means nice.
It does, in 2 different tones as well. Really made it known.
Made the Force Meteor back away. Tripwire as well, taken down.
Yeah, but that's a lot of investment. I mean, you know that's 2-3 people over by the B side. It should be a fast hit onto A.
Already working their way around through elbow now. Izu look to try to hold this. Paranoia at the ready, but it's waiting for any kind of information, any kind of noise that gets made.
Yeah, and the no noise is so good from Gen G. They don't want to take the risk of someone popping out of that smoke. They're now already in position to catch it off guard.
Side player, depending on his approach, might actually be able to get the interception there onto Meteor as he creeps his way up the mid. In the meantime, though, Izu able to find texture, takes one down, Fragment does clear out Execute, but Carpe finds Lakia. Things look a little bit decent for him, but Karen, the man's full blind. He's backpedaling with a Bulldog, and he just guns down 2.
And now he's got backup. They're all around the site. Izu finally clears him, but I don't know. Oh,
Saya getting that catch. Leaves it now to Munchkin, but he's been the clutch king for the team. The hold coming through, and Munchkin says, I'm an excellent fisherman. I'm going to get you out of that smoke. Takes him down, and Gen G. They convert, and they now are very firmly in the lead.
wow. I mean, that spray with the Bulldog, like you said, backpedaling as well, and he just holds it. Eyes up on the minimap.
He's
Make
not
sure
even
he's
surprised.
Yeah, I mean,
There's no reaction from Karen. He's just like, yeah, the job's not done. Round's still going.
I mean, there's something about Karon that's always been, you know, somewhat charming for a lot of people. And the fact that, yeah, I mean, he doesn't seem like a rookie at all, right? He seems like he's been playing for years. He's had so many clutches under his belt. But it's only his first year in VCT, let alone even in Challengers. He's never made it to the main stage. Went through the qualifiers once, didn't get very far.
Full sheriff investment here from T1, a showstopper if they can start working things to their advantage. As the suppression does come through, spotting out 2. Flash in, let's just go ahead and force them away.
Trying to keep the far angle as well. Make sure that you keep your weapons advantage. It is just 5 shirts on the other side. However, showstopper online, so T1 are able to get a numbers advantage. Wouldn't put it past him.
Excurate trying to creep forward, does end up falling, and that's going to draw an immense amount of attention here. Everybody from T1 now starting to shift, but so too is T1. Spike is being brought back across as Extra gets himself into a deep position, but then does fall, and that says, okay, nope, shift the Spike right back over to A. Meteor's in deep enough, clears the way. The weapon can be recovered.
Yeah, you are just going to have to give up that Phantom. You're already taking that risk when you planted the you know, the jet in there, or the texture. There is only one of them. But overall, I mean, sure, you give a weapon over, but Gen G, they were playing for absolute guarantee that they could get the Spike down and still have a numbers advantage. Now, you still have Lakia far back, watching for the flank, because you know that you have the weapons advantage over here on the front.
वो गोल गोल करके आते हैं ना एकदम डेस्कटॉप के ऊपर वो नहीं आ रहा कैसे करते हैं वो नहीं पता देखना पड़ेगा
कौन सा गोल गोल वाला
वही जो नोटिफिकेशन शायद पता नहीं क्या बोल शॉर्ट कुछ नहीं
बोलना बताता हूँ
अरे वो मिनिमाइज करने के बाद गेम के अंदर खेलते हैं ना तो शो करता है ना
हाँ
वो कैसे होता है
हाँ मुझे पता है वो वाला मैं बताता हूँ स्ट्रीम के बाद
तो गया पे देखो
I mean, not too far behind is T1 in that regard. Collectively about 4 charges, and they would have all 5 ults available to themselves. But right now, I mean, they need a bone, and Gen G, they're not throwing them one.
See if the Thrash comes out early, but not in a position to do so from Carpe. So the thing is T1, they've been waiting, assuming that with a composition like this, that you're going to use util early to signify where you are. And in the first couple rounds of this half, Gen G has it. And in the last one, they used it, but they still went for a fake over to B. So T1 just doesn't have any information to get the read on what is Gen.G's tendencies right now here on the Sunset. And now they just go back to cutting audio. I mean, this makes it so difficult for T1 to have the right reactions.
सर्विसेज मारो आवाज आवे छे मेरा वॉइस आ रहा है
आ रहा है
ये बोल रही है वॉइस नहीं आ रहा है किसी का
डिवाइस का ये माइक ऑन है ना सब कुछ कोई ना है कौन ये नैन्सी दोस्त
हाँ
Fury's still going to cross. Izu taken out before the TP can come through. Toggle on the cam, swing up the corner. Media trying to clear out Carpe. Drag across. Carpe's going to be a little bit snappier there, but as I say that, the last two players from T1 will fall. Gen.G now 10 in a row. It's 11 in 6.
And this is the Gen.G that everyone around the world
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
Look at the timing there for Meteor.
क्या
The
किसमें
fact that you have someone so
जानते
reliable
हैं ये
on the
टीम्स को
lure,
अभी
sure
तो
he eventually goes down,
कैसे बताऊंगा
but then everyone else, the angles they're holding, it's perfect. And quite frankly, I mean, Texture seeing a lot.
भाई लाइट चली गई थी अभी बीच में पता है फिर से स्टार्ट करना पड़ा इससे
I think actually stepped through it again before Gen.G finally clears it. But it doesn't matter. I mean, he uses everything in his arsenal to stay alive. That's what mattered here for Gen.G.
मेरे को देखना है अंदर कैमरे में
नहीं अभी नहीं
लाइव पे
नहीं देखना मैं ऐसे ठीक है
मेरा मुंह दिखेगा देखना है लाइव पे
ऐसे ठीक है
Yeah, I like that he doesn't try to go for a pinch either. Like
हाई
you
देखियो एक बार
until you're absolutely certain that all attention has to be drawn because no one was taken out. The main force was too strong. And if he does go down at that point, of course his teammates still ready
नहीं आओ तो
to
यार
swarm into market. So T1, I mean, the most information they have right now is
लैपटॉप को बम लगा के फोड़ देने बोल दीजिए
it's been
ठीक
cut
हो
every
जाएगा
time that
सारे
Gen.G's been successful except for that one fake over to B. So ideally, you would want to get early information. You would want to push out, but unfortunately, you don't have the weaponry to do so. You even have a Thrash and a Showstopper to do it, but that seems like an overinvestment without the weaponry to back it up.
Well, basically from this point, there's no such thing as an overinvestment. You want this 2-0. You have to start running it back right now. One more round win, Gen.G will at least be guaranteed that overtime. 2-0.
2-0
You need to throw everything in the kitchen sink at Gen.G to try to come up with these wins.
So Gen.G this time just using a little bit of early info, but in positions that can't really give the read, right? It's all centered somewhere around bottom mid. Just clearing out main control, just waiting to see, does T1 have information or not? So the only thing that T1 really has is a main with that one way, and Gen.G knows that. They can still play with time a little bit. They can still cut audio. They can still fish for more reactions.
Trying to lead the way. Saya just sat within the smoke now. Spotted. Let's look to reposition. Just wrapping back around over in towards mid. X-Grid with a fantastic headshot though. Does take down Texture. The neural theft now being sent out. Things revealed. Thrash coming through. X-Grid snappy with it. Finds himself another shot as the Tame comes in. Munchkin able to find one. A Showstopper into the corner. Will take him out. And now it is all on Meteor. Previously noted over in mid. Wraps around now into B main. In a 1v4. I believe the noise was just made there as he did jump. Swing around into the back. Does find the first. Can he do what Mind Freak has done before him in this very same position? Seems like the answer is going to be no. Thrash once again going to be sent. 9 seconds now left. Meteor says, well, at least I could try to play to take some weapons out of your hands, I suppose. He won't even be able to do that. Saya will find it. It's going to be a thrifty for T1 to break this monstrous win streak from Gen.G.
Yeah, and a crucial round to do it on because map point not given over just yet for Gen.G. So you use everything in your arsenal. It all starts with a clean peek out from Obscured, but then the backup's immediate. The Thrash to make sure that you're clearing one side, Obscured still peeking around the other. And sure, Meteor gets tagged, but they just don't worry about him. They say if we can clear out this force, then we have the numbers advantage against just one guy. T1 knows how to set their eyes, and now the operator in Saya's hand. This was an absolute thorn for Gen.G on Ascent. See if they can get by it this time.
Texture goes way forward. So there's the swing out. Saya player in the angle, getting the kill. Texture taken down. Null Command invested here. As Rossi just looks to save them off, and that will reroute Gen G for now.
Oh, the positioning's a little too good for McScurrit. Yeah, that's hard to read for Meteor. Doesn't exactly check both sides either. So that's a shutdown. McScurrit now, he's still got the trips to work off of when it gets cleared.
The other one's over in market. There's no approach from Gen G on that side.
Chat पे हाई लिखे एक बार.
Not spotting much there. Xcure does manage to find Lockett before getting taken down. So overall, still not too bad here for T1, giving the man advantage.
ये क्या ये stream चालू की है? ठीक नहीं रहा इसका ये stream.
Considering going all the way around, because that would be an absolute curveball.
There's the footsteps. There's Izu. He's gonna get caught. Hands down, but Carpe counter swing in the market does manage to find him over in mid. Now Munchkin. He's been so damn clutch. But surely this is too much to ask of him. The 1v3 as the wingman leads the charge, gets cleared out. They confirm his position over in main. One flash available here from Ross and the paint chills as well. They can just split the difference. Seeing the Mosh being invested here. He still holds his ground. Baits out the off shot. Pop flash coming through. Pulls back up the angle, but the punish not going to be found. Now the fragment in, but not deep enough. But as he tries to get himself an angle, Rossi will be able to find the headshot. Narrow margins, but T1, they hold on.
Oh, I absolutely held my breath when he survived that mosh. I mean, I thought that might have been another crazy 3K in the making. But this time, good catch from the operator and a good adjustment from Xcurrit as well to hold that flank. They just empty mid, or they just empty B for a retake. T1 starting to get the better read. Rather than trying to play a widespread default like Gen G did, they understand if Gen G's going to constantly cut audio, try to play the numbers game, they also just start to bank on one side of the map.
Camera on करके off कर दिया.
This time it might just be the Dizzy and then the whole the operator as well.
फोटो कैसे लगाते हैं?
यहाँ
पे फोटो कैसे लगाते हैं अपने प्रोफाइल?
हाँ तो अपनी प्रोफाइल पे जा, राइट क्लिक कर, ऊपर क्लिक कर, राइट क्लिक नहीं, और व्यू प्रोफाइल, एडिट प्रोफाइल, दिख रहा है तो है पेंसिल वाला.
एडिट यूजर प्रोफाइल, हाँ हाँ मिल गया.
चेंज कर ले.
Attempted to retake here from T1, trying to deny Gen G from getting themselves up to match point. The null command starts things off from Munchkin. Carpe, Munchkin down. Spamming across, finds one, but Meteor holding here at elbow. Strikes down Izu. Looks for a little bit more, and it finds it. Gives him an advantage here as Lakia, Josiah player, unawares on the approach. Recon at the ready, Dizzy over the top, the defuse. Being started, Texture dashing his way in, trying to catch some with util in hand, and he will.
Oh,
Texture gives his life to find the 2K on the back end as Gen G. They will get themselves now up to map point.
A much more comfortable position, but not quite over just yet. Obviously T1, they close the gap all the way up to 4. So Gen G can't rest on their laurels. Meteor now 20 and 14 though. Absolutely impactful on that lurk. It's been ever so precious for Gen G. Even here, really crucial 2K.
Oh my.
Because you always got to account for that wingman, right? I mean, they're not going to have to risk one person going down in a fight. They'll always be able to match the numbers on the side of T1.
Well, they watch the Zeta game. They know to count the wingman. It's now T1 trying to get aggressive outside of A, leaving Xcurrit, the IGL, alone here on this B side of the map. Cage sent. One pop now. Let's try to slow up the approach. The rest of the team now getting their way out over towards mid.
This is a very stressful position for Xcurrit because he's trying to hold on to Bobo, but he has to worry about market as well.
And he needs to come away with a kill to try to get this neural theft out. That's the big thing, but he has to wait for the rest of the squad. Lakia watching behind. Cypher Cam as well as a trapwire there to play off of as well.
Yeah, they're very forward too, so Lakia should have an advantage.
4 point spots one, Dizzy over the top, Meteor in the meantime able to find Xcurrit. The neural theft not going to be coming into play here in this round. The rest of T1 now needing to try to clutch us out. Like it pulls back, there's a reveal, swings out, Carpe strikes him down, evens the odds as Isu strikes at market. Even in a 3v3. Full flash there on a Munchkin, tucks back into the corner, but as he re-peeks, finds side player stranded and all alone. Carpe and Rossi now the last one standing, now it's just Carpe, the former IGL. He cannot get it done. 3 members left standing, 13-8. Gen G reply with a map win of their own. They take us the distance, they take us the breeze.
Oh, Gen G looking so much better, and they absolutely proved what they prepped with that composition, right? On defense, in that second quarter, They go for a lot of that long-range support defaults, and on the attack, they start to cut the audio once again and throws T1 for an absolute loop as they've never had to face this team with that composition. But we'll throw it over to their desk to break down the action further before we return with a map 3.
Well, we did talk about Gen.G potentially coming in at cold, but now it seems like they're all warmed up, especially since all of that coordination that we saw on Sunset. That was what we were looking for. Even in map 1, this could be them for the series.
Yeah, no doubt. This looked like once they got their heads on straight, they started playing for trades a bit more. They were changing up how they were messing with the executes of T1, things like that. Like, really just completely changed the dynamic of this. Obviously, they ran 9 rounds together or whatever in a row it was, 10 rounds. So clearly they found their stride. T1 just was struggling to find answers. It is challenging on this map, especially on the attacker's side sometimes, to get stuff done. So yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed with what they did. I liked the comp change. I like keeping Munchkin on the KO. He's really, really confident on that agent. You can see it on the Ascent. You can see it here. So everything looking like we're trending in Gen.G's direction now.
Yeah, some of it did just come down to, you know, aim diff sometimes. I mean, Gen.G were playing really, really well after it got the 6-1 against them, right? As you mentioned, after that, you can see at the bottom that giant win streak of 10 rounds in a row was really the difference maker in this one. And then 14-7 first kills is pretty huge as well. Just in general, I think T1 kind of got lost a little bit halfway through. Maybe they got a little bit ahead of themselves when they were beginning to dominate at the beginning of the map, and they said, okay, we're better than these guys. We're going to beat them down. We're going to take the 2-0. We're going to impress everybody. We're going to get the big upset. And then Gen.G were like, we're Gen.G. We're going to wake up and we're going to play our game. And they looked much better here on the ending, you know, 2/3 of this map. So it's kind of scary now for T1 because Gen.G definitely looked like they're finally back in form.
I feel like T1, you know, after some point, we lost a lot of the coordination that we saw in the first map. There were a lot of very big individual plays. You know, you saw Extrid with the lurks. He would, you know, usually get, you know, maybe 2 kills or something, but it wasn't enough to really overcome the teamwork that Gen.G was putting in, especially, you know, when they would go all in together. I felt that that was what was missing towards the later half of the map. Yeah, I fully agree, and I think it didn't seem like they were really able to like set up Saya player successfully. He was really struggling on this map, whereas Texture was thriving on the Jet. A big part of that is obviously getting the op into Texture's hands as well, whereas you didn't really get to see much of that with Saya player. So things like that can make a big difference, but you're absolutely right. It was a coordination dip for sure. There was some really good individual moments from Gen.G as well, but the way they were playing off of each other, everybody was kind of, you know, peeking, there'd be somebody else there, you know, you'd see them double jump peek to break an op angle of Saya players, things like that were happening that were really well thought out. It seems like this happens a lot where players just kind of like, they're like, oh yeah, this is our game plan, let's get back to it and let's get back into this match. And it just boils down to the comfort level for Gen.G, right? Now we know that, you know, this team, again, did kickoff, did Masters Madrid. They've been having a lot of practice. And, of course, they've come in, you know, with a lot of preparation behind them. For T1, though, coming off of, like, less than 24 hours to prepare for this match. And then, you know, there is the IGL change as well. As Data mentioned earlier, this could be something that they're still adapting because there's so many layers to unpack. So understandably, when the pressure gets, you know, intense, when they're trying to close out a series, it's understandable that maybe they'll fall back just a little bit. But, like, you know, you see, for example, how many, you know, crucial kills Munchkin got because, like, he was so effective with utility. That kind of thing wouldn't be effective if the team wasn't working so well together.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin having a huge map. Meteor also with the 7 first kills. So, again, Gen.G, it really did feel like they just kind of woke up halfway through and their coordination was fantastic. So, really got to hand it to them. This is going to be scary going into Breeze, I think, for T1. They had it, and now it feels like they kind of lost it towards the end. They were starting to build back some rounds, but not quite enough.
Yeah, it didn't really seem like it was enough. I don't think there were enough spike plants on B, for example. That was something that was
yeah,
like,
viewers.
Yeah. This was
yeah,
not going so good for
it was
us,
like,
Mika.
you know, by round 5, we were like, yeah,
no,
yeah,
it's just over.
No, it's over. It's over. It's just B for Valorant at this point, but it is not B for victory.
B for bad.
So we're gonna go over to our B for board over here, and I'm just gonna go ahead and put myself down in gold over here. Me and Victoria are over here. We're chilling. We're chilling.
The viewers, they got it right.
The viewers did get it right, so they're gonna join you here very briefly on Diamond. They're gonna move over to Ascendant.
No, I go down.
Oh, you moved down. Oh my God, that's right.
Yeah,
no. It was your
Yeah.
meta.
Yeah.
It was your meta. That's right.
Maybe you can bump my head on the ceiling again.
Question mark?
Again?
What happens? We still don't have an answer here. Steve, help me out.
I feel like no matter
this is
what,
twice already.
I think no matter what, you get the prize.
He can go around. He can do it.
On up too much, yeah.
I don't know. Well,
I'd be in like gold at this point. Like
Yeah,
if they
I
started
know, if
at
you
the
did it
bottom,
again.
yeah.
You don't have like 2 laps or something. But yes, this is how where game stands at the moment. How's the view like from up there, Mr. Radiant?
It's pretty good. You
Yeah?
know, I'm
You like
actually trying to win, unlike some of some of our other analysts.
I don't know what you mean.
And
He has his own meta.
Yeah,
he has his own meta.
It kind of works.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still
It
above
works that
gold.
one
I'm still
time.
above 50%. So.
Yes. Yeah. Gold is like, I feel like the threshold
Yeah.
for like, you know, sucking and
Yeah.
dominating at this point.
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. But as the answer was, by the way, it was 9 times on A, and we had just 5 times on B. I mean, we saw how effective the defense was.
Yeah.
For example, it was so difficult to get onto B, especially since, like, you know, you would have players like Karen there with a 3K. What are you gonna do? When you know, it's just clear numbers advantage at that point. I feel like there might be moments like that on Breeze. In favor of Genji, especially since, you know, we had data over here a while ago. He mentioned that T1 does struggle on Breeze, especially in their practices.
Well, everybody struggles on Breeze against Gen G in,
Oh,
some,
yeah.
in some way or another. I mean, you saw it the last time they played, right? Like, they're so good at making sure that you can't get onto site on their defender's side. Like, generally, Breeze is a fairly attacker-sided favored map in some ways, but Genji is so good, especially Karon at the point of defense on that A site. He does so good with his stars. He's so good about changing up where and when and how he's pushing and things like that, when he's popping his smokes, when he's using the grab wells. Like, he's gotten, like, at the beginning it was really rough for him, I felt like, at the beginning of this year with the Astra, but now he's gotten really comfortable with it. He can play for himself really, really nicely. And then you've got Texture once he gets an op. He's all over the place. Meteor on the B site with the Cypher. So it's going to take another good piece of homework and planning here for T1. And with that short turnaround, again, it's going to be challenging for sure. And they got to be tired too. They have to be tired.
I think after T1 fell on Sunset, I've kind of, you know, we kept saying on paper it's really close, especially after T1 took that first map. But now that Genji, you know, they take Sunset, we weren't quite sure what to expect from them on that map. They looked fantastic eventually, and T1 have kind of fallen by the wayside. Genji already looked great on Breeze, as you mentioned. They kind of dominated RRQ on that map, and then eventually went on to lose the series. But at least they won on Breeze, and it was quite one-sided as well. So should be very confident on this map, and I would definitely favor Genji going into this one, but maybe the coaches can get T1 riled up again and bring them back to the form we saw at the first map, and maybe we have a close one, but if not, I think Genji just take it.
It's a possibility, but I would I would definitely favor the energy that Genji has right now, momentum-wise, and like, you know, the vibes as well. Even though T1 have repeatedly said that like the vibes are a lot better on the side of T1, and that's why, like, for example, if you're going for those hero plays, those op plays, right, for Texture, that confidence is so important. And you go over to Saya player who says that, like, okay, he's been vibing really well with X-Rit, that's probably gonna give him a lot of confidence here. So I'm wondering how they're able to adjust that. How do they adjust their mental to give Saya player, everybody else on T1, all that confidence to be able to take this? It's gonna be really tough.
Get him the op as soon as possible. Like,
Yeah.
that's really, I think, the best way to get Saya player fired up is to just get him that op, give him that freedom and that ability to do what he's got to do. You know, of course, you want to help him with some utility and things like that, or, you know, do some bait and switches with your other teammates. But definitely, I think this is one of those maps that, especially with these two teams, can really come down to op play and who's going to be able to get to it sooner and keep it in their hands longer.
It's interesting to note, by the way, in this series, all 4 members of our 1,000 Kill Club are participating. So it's you can just tell the caliber of the players that we have here, especially as we are going to head into Agent Select right now on Breeze, our final map for the series. And of course, the winner of this goes to Masters Shanghai. And there's a lot riding on this, especially since Genji, they want to continue their streak over on making it to these big international tournaments. So what are we expecting here, Valdez?
Well, I want to know, do we see double Astra or just one or
Yoru?
none? You know, as you were talking about before, there is the one.
There you go.
And it is just on the side of Genji, as we talked about. Karin and his Astra looking great. We also see the Yoru coming out from Meteor. I think they didn't play the Yoru the last time they played the Astra, but trying to mix it up a bit perhaps.
I think
इसका
it's
stream
going
भी
to come
नहीं
down
show
to
कर
like
रहा है
X-Curate on that harbor. He can look a little shaky sometimes. He kind of goes for some big hero plays with cascades and things like that, and that could cost T1 some kind of big rounds. So I need to see a little bit more discipline out of him with that. That's going to be the really big difference, right, is those two controllers. So how is he going to be able to use that extra advantage, that extra kind of space that you can create with the harbor walls compared to the Astra, which is a little bit more reactive in nature.
And you see a lot of teams now favoring the Yoru as a kind of a sentinel / controller as well, right? That's why you have Meteor on there. That's why you have Izu on there as well. So it's going to be really exciting as we step into Breeze. What could be a very, very exciting map indeed. Genji
शेयर
versus
नहीं
T1
है
Masters.
क्या हो रहा होगा
William,
उसके
Williams,
अंदर
over to you guys.
Thank you very much,
क्या
Mika.
पता
Here
समझ
we
ही नहीं आ
go.
रहा है ये
Game
डिस्कॉर्ड के
3
बारे
to
में
see
नहीं
which
पता
of these
उसको
teams is keeping themselves in the upper bracket. Which of these teams is getting their flights booked
डिस्कॉर्ड को
for
रीइंस्टॉल
Master
करने
Shanghai.
बोल
Which one is going to have to fight through that lower bracket?
Yeah, if you lose, you're going to have to obviously fight through, continue on the grueling schedule, but with elimination looming over you. That's the real threat, and obviously no comfort of that ticket to Masters. So we'll see. I'm glad Paper then mentioned the big differences here. Astra being able to be a lot more reactive, but also global presence. That's the big one, as T1 now look to just death ball towards A.
Pulse check there by Meteor. As the wall coming up. Shock dart at the ready from Lakia, waiting. Here's anything, but Karon already able to find a first kill. I think just spraying through the wall, comes up with one. Reveal does come down off the ping. Izu able to find Meteor there at back sight. They will go ahead and flush out the rest of the players here from Gen G. Munchkin and Texture now making their way across. Players low here on the side of T1. They could even up the odds pretty quickly, but a lot of angles to try to check.
Yeah, the positions are so far forward for T1. It's going to be hard, but Texture starts with 2.
Okay. Texture cleaning up the low HP members. The dash across is not ready for Carpet there. Back pyramid. Takes him down. Wall coming in. Munchkin well aware of Extra's position, but just can't quite line up the headshot. Does get taken down. It's going to be T1 regaining the pistol round win count lead. 3-2 in that regard as they start Breeze off once again.
So T1, I think, should be happy to start on the attack as well, right? Harbor being able to just kind of push through, be a bit more proactive. Again, that's where you shine compared to that Astra. And we'll see how they can continue to manage that. My eyes are on the Euros as well. I mean, Izu, he's always been the absolute highlight for T1 to carry them through those victories on this Breeze.
This has been an immense, he's had an immense amount of impact on this map in particular. In the last couple of series from T1, Izu showing that form once
नहीं
again.
ऐसे ही पढ़ाई कर रहा हूँ
I think had a bit of a soft start, pulling out the Yoru for the first time
करना है
out Breeze.
पढ़ाई
कौन सा पढ़ेगा
Also been very impactful.
अभी तो थोड़े ऐसे HTML कर रहा था टाइम पास के लिए
Have the upper hand here at the end of it all. As for now, it's just full silence on the side of T1. Saya player.
जो भी आया भाई लाइव सब्सक्राइब करके जाना.
And they are absolutely in position to check all the close corners, right? And worst case, Saya can open up that door.
मेरा आवाज क्या गेम के अंदर भी जा रहा है तेरे स्ट्रीम में
हाँ जा रहा होगा.
Spots one, they clear it fast enough that nobody else is spotted.
कोई ना.
They're still going to be suspicious about this. Karan sets up that wall, pushes forward, does get a decent amount of damage across and locks it away off the back of that, finding a kill Texture. Sheriff in hand, gonna get one, can't quite resist the aim to try to find the second, but now Lakia puts down Extrate, right swing coming through Ross.
मैं सज्जन मानूं तो पेरिल पटेल मेरे को यहाँ पे जबरदस्ती बिठा कर रखा है
भाई कोई था नहीं तो क्या डीसी पर कहीं ना लाइव जो ले डीसी पर ना आए तो वही लाइव में चैट कर ही सके थे.
Suffer some heavy losses.
Yeah, that was much scrappier than they wanted it to be, and it's all thanks to the big pings coming out from Lakia.
बहुत टाइम में मजा नहीं बहुत टाइम मजा बहुत टाइम अच्छी टाइम मजा
Texture then able to provide the backup. But of course, the weaponry at the end of the day, a little too weak for T1, or for Gen G rather, to close things out.
I don't give a fuck.
I mean, hey,
the way that he's playing.
Yeah. You gotta do whatever you can do.
The बहुत टाइम 25 स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं.
Maybe one.
क्यों क्या होना है ना सच्ची बात नहीं.
Couple stars set up here. T1 once again.
तारो डीसी चेक करिए हमारा.
Noise as Carpe grabs the orb.
रात रे.
Nebula popped. Aaron as he go fishing once again. It's the second one. Some drone starts chasing forward. Is he going to try timing it here with the wall? We'll have to wait and see, but for now, Lockett does shut down side player Carbon with that share. Able to come up with one. Couple tags here as Meteor tries to hold that back line. One kill, but ultimately it's going to be Texture and Munchkin standing as Rossi now on a linger through mid.
Barely missing each other, so Rossi has an opportunity.
Chips in the night. Texture in the meantime jumping around on it. That's the gun barrel spotted. Rossi now in the position of one. Make some noise. Swing out. The headshot found.
And he expects to lurk as well. Now, he's going to be wrong on the rotation timing, but wonder if that internal clock is working for Rossi today.
भाई क्या मारा है देखा?
Spike still stuck.
नहीं
तू तो क्या देखेगा? तू तो पढ़ाई कर रहा है. सिस्टी को आदमी से उसको बुला था नैन्सी को.
Checking every single angle. 28 seconds. Spike picked up. So with another quick check, wants to look around, but nothing spotted. It's now suspicious one shot. Tap on the spike. The creep around the back. Stabilized the aim. Munchkin barely able to come up with it, but finds the kill all the same to get Gen G their first round win here on Breeze.
Rossi's just been so crisp for most of the day today. I mean, that shot all the way to the back against Texture. Just insane. Now, this is something that T1's been doing, both in the pistol and here on the bonus round, is that they slow creep in, and then they try to dig deep in between the pyramids to make sure that they continuously have a crossfire towards the back of the site. Now that they've actually fully spotted it without the chaos, curious to see what Gen G's adjustments might be when they go for these holds.
Let's see what that round, how brutal it was, what that has done for Gen G. Multiple sheriffs here in play as Texture has to back away. Blade Storm at the ready, but it's going to be noted spot here. The next one tries to go right, Liquid Side player finds the headshot.
नाइट बोट वाला
ओके
एक वो है क्या बोलते हैं उसको कि हाँ ऑटोमेटिक को सब डाल देता है लिंक और हाँ
वैलोरेंट के अंदर
हाँ यूट्यूब के अंदर
यूट्यूब
लाइव चैट पे
वैलोरेंट के अंदर कुछ करने मत जा एक्सपेरिमेंट वो बैन पड़ जाएगा
ना वैलो की बात नहीं कर रहा है वो उसका तो पता है यूट्यूब की बात कर रहा हूँ नाइट बोट होता है ऐसा कुछ समथिंग तो सर्च मार के देख
नाइट बोट
नाइट बोट होता है क्या कुछ तो होता है पता नहीं भाई क्या मारा है
chat bot that allows you to automate your live stream chat moderation and
हाँ मॉड करता है स्ट्रीम को नैन्सी तुझे भी पता है ना
The pendulum swings. T1 now.
पता हो ना हो तेरे को पता हो मजे करो
Worry about this approach here in a mid. Rossi is just on the opposite side of the wall, but Excurrent
भूख लगी है मन तो
to recreate some of that magic.
खाना
The Guardian comes up with two.
और का
Huge
पास
picks found.
जा खा गया
Forward here in
आज
the
तो वो
elbow.
है ना मैंने फास्ट नहीं किया बट आज वो है 11 क्या बोलते हैं
Comes up. There's the reckoning now.
कुछ
Invested
तो है
over
आज
on the site. Nothing being noted. Rossi in such
ओ भाई
position. Comes up with two, and Munchkin got the other three.
कैंपर
Yeah, he just lets them pass and then he wraps right around the high tide. They don't expect a thing.
The spike is now right out in front of main. Right at
नैन्सी
the
कुछ
archway. Right
भेजेगी
on top of
ऑनलाइन
that
ऑर्डर
Altor.
करेगी
Rifle picked up for Saya. You're hoping that just the double team works, but this
Again,
map is so
हाँ.
wide that you're
आज
not always going to
11
be
है,
confident about
ये
the advantage you have on the swings.
Munchkin does have
आज
a
11
multitude of angles that he has to check. Cannons, beach, as well as just elbow and main. They could approach from
मम्मी
every
ने बताया
single
करे
angle.
यार ऐसा आपने थोड़ी करवाना छोकरियों को करवाना है
Assessing around, but now
नैन्सी ये करे
Ooh,
ऐसा
able to find one.
Oh my!
नैन्सी ती करे क्या 11
Cannot get the ace clutch. Rossi will once again pick up a 3K. Reestablish a lead here for T1.
Holy, almost an ace clutch there for
Offline है।
Munchkin.
कोई बात
Absolutely
वो नहीं
monstrous.
वो चैट में बात कर रही
नहीं नहीं
See,
मैं
yeah,
किसी
we'll
और का
see
बात
this.
कर
He
रहा हूँ
walks all the way to the
कौन?
edge too, so they don't really watch for it just in case someone's
दोस्त
holding close.
हाँ
What a clutch it would have been. But
नैन्सी ये
it's
करे
basically,
11
yeah,
है
back-to-back
नैन्सी
thrifties here. One for Gen G, one for T1. Now,
शिवरात्रि का उपवास
we
किया
got a
था
proper rifle round.
Yeah.
नहीं किया था शायद
Some
तो
proper Valorant.
मैंने किया था
Got the operator, of
कैसी
course,
हालत थी
in
आपकी
the
सर
texture as well.
Just Fury from Lakia.
नो ना नहीं
नॉर्मल था, कुछ भी नहीं हुआ।
नहीं हाँ ऐसे
But with
कुछ
that,
खाया नहीं था
P-Lock can now
पूरे
hold
दिन
on to
नहीं,
A main
खाया पिया
solid.
कुछ नहीं,
See if T1 has to read on
कुछ भी
that.
नहीं
कुछ भी नहीं,
Snappy on the first. Does he expect the second? Sets up for the
एकदम
clone.
कंप्लीट।
Swing in.
एकदम।
Side player ignoring that.
हाँ,
Gets the
ना
headshot.
पानी
Take down
पीना है, ना
Meteor.
खाना
Bring
खाना
it
है,
back
ना
to
भाई
44.
नैन्सी आपको करना चाहिए ये सब
Trying to
फास्ट
decently
बात
deep line
समझ
over
रहे
there
हो
by Shop.
पहले खुद
आप
कर, उसके बाद उसको बोलना।
लड़की हो आप लड़की समझ रहे हो
हाँ,
Able to find the
तू
elimination.
जैसे
Locking
मस्त
from
बहुत
the
बड़ा
half
लड़का
wall.
है।
Flash going across. He does catch the brunt of that one. Now has to backpedal. And Sen will get a nasty bit of damage there on the Carpe. Chunking him out to 70. Advantage. Defensive setup is here for T1. Drone up over the top. Into the spot there onto Izu. Now onto Locky as well.
Yeah, couldn't get the tag, so he can't get the shots through the wall.
ये फास्ट बास करना
The
चाहिए
backup's going to be pretty
नैन्सी
late. Time already not
समझ
on
रहे
their
हो
side for Gen G.
अब नहीं करते तो चलता
Wants
है
to get the reveal on him. Yep. Catches an off timing there for Izu to react.
वाह
Bullets tries to play it
Wow.
down. One side player strikes him down, finds another as Karen will fall. Now texture is going to have to drift away, allow for that spike to detonate.
ऐसे सारे
नहीं
फास्ट
नहीं
नहीं करते मैं।
ऐसे
See that
सारे
operator see if he
फास्ट
can get
नहीं
out for
करते
free,
हैं
though.
नहीं,
करने
पेरिल
चाहिए
पटेल
Should
करे,
be safe.
पेरिल
So,
पटेल
as we see,
करेगा
save
आपसे
that
सारे
operator.
फास्ट एकदम बैठे
On that
बैठे।
Hunter's Fury, you plant the
नहीं
op,
नहीं
but
नैन्सी
because
करेगी
of the
मैं क्यों
duel
करूँ
and
हरे
elbow,
हर एक
suddenly texture's not
फास्ट
safe for
करेगा,
mid.
एक भी नहीं स्किप
So
करेगा।
now
रोज
they're
ही
going to
रहता
have
है
to
ना
split
कि
2 and
करके
2.
कुछ
That
कर
makes the
लेना
hold a
उसमें
little
क्या।
bit weaker from Gen G and
भाई
T1.
इतना तो पतला हो
Were
गया
able
हूँ
to target the
कितना पतला
weaknesses, of
करेगा
course, the crispy shots.
हवा
A ton
नैन्सी
against
को पूछ
Munchkin
ले
as
मैं
well.
कितना पतला हूँ
I mean, and this is just understanding Euro players. I mean, knowing that that clone or the flash is going to come out.
भाई
you're
मेरा
ready for
वजन
it. You
घट
slip
गया है
wide
समझ
right
रहा
past
है
it.
And that is going to be
ये
the
बोलते
timeout
हैं।
called here from Gen G. Only down by 2,
मेरा
but
वेट
clearly
बहुत कम है
coaching
भाई
staff not going to be
एग्जैक्टली
satisfied
तुझे
with that.
सारे फास्ट करने चाहिए। देख
So we've seen multiple
हाँ
teams,
तू तो
obviously, even
बोलेगी
internationally, try to just target
देख
this A side, assuming that it's going to be the
अब
weak
कर
one. You
फास्ट
just
कर।
draw
भाई
out
वो
some of the
खाती
early
रहती है
extra
पूरे
utility,
दिन
try to get
इसलिए
past it,
बोलती
and you
है
think it should be weaker.
मैं खाता
Obviously,
नहीं हूँ
those
इसलिए
teams have
मेरे
been
को
punished
बोलती है
time and time again.
हाँ तो कर ना
And so
फास्ट,
now
मना किसने
T1
किया?
a bit of a
तू
different
तो जो
approach.
ज़्यादा
खाता
खाता है
They'll try
उसको
to fake
करना
that out, but
चाहिए
then pressure mid a lot more.
देख
Curious
खाने
to
को
see if
कभी
we
ना
start to
नहीं
see
करते।
some
तेरी
switch
में
ups in the defaults from Gen G. The Astra, sometimes they,
जब
in the
खाना
past, they did
आता
send
है
Karon
आने
back over
दो,
to B.
जब तक
Have a bit
पेट
of that
ले
extra
रहे
switch. You
खाते
can
जाओ,
still activate the stars over from B
उसके
as
बाद
well,
का
but still
देखा
have the
जाएगा।
number stack on that side of the map.
ये नैन्सी करेगी
And
क्योंकि
cause
वो
that
बहुत
confusion. I mean,
मोटी
that
हो गई
is
है आजकल
the benefit of having a Euro on top of Astra. You can always hide your numbers on the
खाना खा
map.
के खाते पूरे दिन खाती रहती है भाई
Kind of magic.
लाइव स्ट्रीम पे बैठे
MJ
बैठे
gonna
तू
be able to
ऐसे
work here
लड़की
after
के
the
बारे में
timeout.
बोलते
Ultimate
रहे।
out right now here for T1. That pit, if they can get into a solid
पूरे
position.
दिन टाइम
Spike
मिला नहीं है
planted.
क्या भूख
Absolutely
लगी है
come
वाह
into play. Just Fury as well from Carpe if he wants to try to open up aggressively.
हमारा जैसा बनो
Meteor in the meantime,
एक ही
though,
बार
has
खाने
is
का
ready to go
पूरे
on.
दिन में
चैट बॉक्स में ऐसा लिख देगी ना, तू एकदम शांत हो
Obviously, the
जाएगा।
pit online for both as well.
कोई ना
So they'll need to
लिखेगी
consider
तो भी
deep dig in with the
हमको
high
कहाँ
tide.
पहाड़
Now
तोड़ना
this
है
is obviously very visible, so T1 has to expect that a lot of attention's been drawn all the way out towards
Drone
mid.
कर
You're
रहा है
gonna
एक
hear the
बंदा।
drone nice and early.
Being let out spots one, but does not get the catch on the side player close. But now, yep, sends a shot over. He's got a minor connection there onto Munchkin, so he is going to be noted for the time being. As
आज तो घर पे होगी
swing
जॉब
in,
पर नहीं गई
Texture
हुई ना
finding one.
हाँ हाँ पूरे दिन
Haven't seen that jet yet.
ऑफिस
Though
में
he's
तू
likely to be
जोमेटो
lurking
कर
still around
देता है
the
ना।
vicinity.
Now they're gonna cut
भाई
noise,
तू
and
ऑफिस
Rossi's
जाते
job
है
is
वो
gonna
डब्बा
be
लेके जाती है
really
ना
important to try
तो
to
पूरे
cut
दिन
down the
खाती
confusions
रहती
a
होगी
bit.
भाई ऐसा जरूरी है
Takes out
जोमेटो ही
right
करना
away.
होता है खाने
Still
में
util they have to fight
सही
for.
बोला ना सर्वासिस
हम इस चीज के बाहर हैं, हम नहीं पहचानते आपको।
So holding close.
Sorry,
Fury
your
invested
code
Saya.
does not
Looking for the
pass.
opportunity,
Keep
finds it,
trying.
does manage to take down Meteor.
Input element should have opening tag but not a closing tag.
Munchkin's just able to take him down for free. Reveal does come in.
भाई पता है
लंच लेके नहीं जाती, ठीक है।
मैं
lose one player.
भाई
Timeout works.
भाई वहाँ पे
Close the
मिल
gap
जाता
down to
होगा
one round.
कंपनी
Yeah,
में
holding further back on both
तू है
sides.
ना
Ready
खिलाने
for the
वाला, तू
rotates as
क्यों
well,
इतना
especially
टेंशन
just
ले
with the
रहा है?
potential
भाई
ultimates coming through.
मैं नहीं हूँ
Many
मैं
trying to respect
आप
that,
हम
doesn't want to
किसी
get
को
caught
नहीं
in the
खिलाते
chaos with
खुद
Hunter's
खाते
Fury.
हैं
मैं भी
A
दिन
nice
में एक
setup.
बार ही खाती
The
हूँ।
fact that they actually end up trapping the attackers in mid, and we see this a lot
तू
of
क्या बोला?
Breeze.
तू किसी को
You think you
खिलाता
get
नहीं
mid,
है?
it's gonna
नहीं
be a lot
भाई।
easier as the attackers, but sometimes you're stuck with nowhere to
तो क्या
go, too
करता
many
है?
angles to
खुद
watch
ही खा
for.
जाता हूँ
Munchkin feeling confident. Pitts is still both online, but only Meteor having that additional drift as that counter.
hold.
भाई भूख लग जाती है मेरे को, तो अभी भी भूख लगी है, क्या करूं?
Same conditioning with that high tide as well, but this
तू
time it's
रहने
gonna
दे
be
भाई,
faster at death ball to remain.
भाई तू भूखड़ है।
Over the top, clear out. As Munchkin
छी,
trying to get the tracking there, but Saya
ऐसा तो वो प्लेयर भी नहीं खेलते हैं।
in a bad spot. Trying to pop the mask, but no, decides to swing back in,
भूखड़,
challenge
ए
the
भाई
fight.
तू
Goes
भूखड़
eventually
है।
find easier, but the man advantage is still there for T1, and now it's a
कितने
weapon
बार
recovered as well
बोलेगा
for
एक
Saya
ही
player.
चीज, क्या पता।
Just playing with
10
knives.
बार बोलूंगा
Hasn't
जब तक
drawn
वो
out,
नहीं
though, as
बोली।
he looks to go aggressive. Headshots instantly bounds. He
छी,
looks for fourth, but
क्या
can't
खेल
quite
रहे
make it
भाई?
happen. That leaves Texture,
ऐसे
however,
तो
all on
सिल्वर
his
वाले
lonesome
बंदे भी
now.
नहीं खेलते।
The pit invested.
मेरा गेम प्ले देखा है यार?
मुझे लगी है, हमें नहीं।
Getting the hit, but as it does not,
वैसे तो
Let's go
जोमेटो
ahead
कर
and pull
सकती है
away
मेरे
to
लिए,
T1.
नैन्सी,
will be
समझ गए?
allowed clean up this round.
भाई जॉब
That
करती है हमारी
operator, it's
नैन्सी, क्या
starting to
बोलता है
feel
तू?
like a burden more than a
तू
blessing
भी
right
कर,
now.
मुझे खिला, गिफ्ट दे।
Force that save
मेरे से तो
multiple times. Obviously,
मेरे
you
से
know,
तो
Cred's
12,000
not
रुपए
that
लेके
stable
रखा है, 2
either.
साल पहले अभी तक दिया नहीं है।
12 रुपये
What a
लेके,
dig in with the blade storm from Saya.
12,000 बोल
Two
रहा है।
crucial kills.
मैं
Yeah, it would've
जितना
been
मन
flashy
चाहे
enough
जीरो
to
ऐड
but it
करो,
doesn't
तुझे
matter.
क्या
You
पैसा
have
देगा
round
मेरे
win.
को।
वो भी
Keeping the lead as much
वसूल
as
रहा
you
है,
would
12
like,
रुपये
obviously, on
बोलो।
the attacking side on Breeze.
भाई
I love
थोड़ा
it, right?
10,000
Because
ट्रांसफर करियो।
right after 2 rounds in a
12
row
तू
after
मेरे
the
से
timeout,
कितने बार रिचार्ज
they'll get
करवाया
value
है?
off of it.
जियो
So
का
it's
ये
not an
वाला
immediate
टंगल
first
वाला?
timeout round
एक ही
win,
बार करवाया था,
but it does
12
prove its
रुपये का।
impact.
तो क्या हो, 12,000 दे देना, उसमें क्या है?
देख रही है सृष्टि, 12,000 देना है इसको।
तू देगा, वो नहीं।
अब भाई कमाते हो भाई, मैं तो नल्ला नल्ला हूँ।
तो मेरे को उसका पैसा नहीं चाहिए, तेरा पैसा चाहिए।
मैं उससे लेकर तेरे को दे दूंगा।
रास्ते में बेच दूंगा तेरे को। तेरे गले में जिला दूंगा 600 रुपए घंटे करके।
ऐसा तू पढ़ ले भाई, पढ़ ले। कोई ना, मैं तो अभी नैन्सी से जोमेटो करवाता हूँ।
Man, the idea was good from T1. And so we'll open up the site. They'll even use a dimensional drift, but
हम भी इंटर्नशिप ही कर रहे हैं, ठीक है।
हाँ भाई इंटर्नशिप कर रहे हैं, पर पैसे मिलते हैं हमको, पैसे नहीं मिलते हैं भाई। क्या बोलता है सर भाई, सही बोला ना मैं?
यहाँ मेरे को इंटर्नशिप नहीं मिल रहा है, तुम दोनों इंटर्नशिप करके एकदम पैसा पैसा कर रहे हो
भाई। बट मैं ऐसा बोल रहा हूँ कि इंटर्नशिप
बड़े लोग करते हैं।
इंटर्नशिप फ्री में कर रहा हूँ
कौन देता है पैसे?
भाई तुम्हारे इंटर्नशिप वाले, हमको क्या पता क्या बोलता है। नहीं
चैट बॉक्स
भाई तुम्हारा सर देता होगा, कंपनी वाले देते होंगे, और कौन देता होगा? क्या बोलता है सर भाई, सही बोला ना? भाई हमको क्या पता,
हम भी फ्री ही करते हैं।
तो किसने बोला फ्री करने को?
It just does not pay off, and now he's going to go for a hero rifle as he will have the blade storm in the next round.
हाँ नहीं तो नहीं बोला फ्री करो भाई।
Look at this territory. Yeah, I mean thrifty territory for Gen G that is way more worrisome when you're going up against
सरबासिस तू कब कर रहा है इंटर्नशिप, जल्दी बोल।
पैसा देगा? तुझे किसने बोला था? क्वेश्चन मार्क।
भाई तूने बोला था एक बार, नहीं बोला नहीं था तेरे को? तूने बोला था? पता नहीं, ऐसे बोल दिया मैंने। ये ड्रोन कहाँ कर रहे हैं? कोई है ही नहीं।
True. I guess that's the difference between Saya and me. I don't have confidence in my aim.
ये मरा, रह गया।
नहीं।
ओके ओके, अभी पता चला मेरे को।
Gate crash sent forward but has not cleared it out. Follow up snake bite to try to go ahead and stave them off, shove them into a different direction, and that has worked out. T1 drifting away now from the B site.
30 seconds.
Time is not on their side, and they had zero information on A. So they're relying a lot on Rossi to be able to also confirm how many
ये
members
मरा,
there are.
देखियो ठीक है। A 1
going out.
2 3
Just get cleared a little bit late though. Heron does get pinged. Similarly though, his texture staying, lingering. Now stuck within the cone. Dash is forward to interrupt.
क्या फ्लिप मारा है देखा किसी ने?
Now they have to try to fight their way in for the win. Good pump there from Meteor, finds the shot to the Marshall, and my God, have
भाई
they
दोनों क्या कर
all
रहे हैं?
down to Saya player to try to clutch this one out. Swing over the corner, looks for the first, can't quite confirm the kill. Wrap around the back, Lockyer dead. Classic of the right
भाई
click,
खींचू
gets the
खींचू
job
कर रहा था,
done.
ग्लासेस से
Saya
मार लेता.
clutches, denying another thrifty away from Gen G as T1 continue to stretch the lead.
That's one of those clutches where you can
कौन
see
जीतेगा?
exactly
तुम्हें क्या
how
लगता है?
Saya's mind is
जेंजी
working. The
जीतेगा,
angle he
T1
checks, he's ready
जीतेगा?
for the
लेंसी
wraparound.
है.
He goes for the jiggle
ये तो
against the
पॉइंट रहा है,
Marshall.
इसलिए
He
नहीं
has
पूछ सकता उसको.
everything calculated, and it still got close. A very good attempt. I mean, Texture, I love that he delays a little bit on the first kill, but look at this. I mean, he waits for the wraparound. If it's not there, he assumes it has to be the other side, the 180.
भाई क्या मारा है?
Saya doing wonders for T1 to stay ahead.
16-6 at the moment. As Knives now pulled out for Texture. And because of just the high impact kills, side player, I mean, he nearly has another Blade Storm online.
I mean, that might be an op in the last round of the half with the Blade Storm.
Oh, Texture trying to invest the ultimate. Hunter's Fury out from both sides here as Charon into the smoke. Let's get the flash. What he was looking for is trying to find that elimination. Texture unable to align the knives. Side player takes his head off, but Izu going to be traded out. The ping, however, coming through. It's a Charon is
अस्त्रा
isolated
का
dead.
पस्त्रा हो गया.
Easy cleanup for Rossi.
वही डीसी
Gen G
सेटअप
now.
से
The dire situation is
डिस्टॉर्लिंग
Lockyer and
नहीं
Munchkin
होगा.
now just Lockyer in a 1v3. His way down hall.
डिस्कॉर्ड सेटअप से इंस्टॉल नहीं हो रहा है डिस्कॉर्ड.
डिस्कॉर्ड इंस्टॉल नहीं हो रहा है, ऐसा बोल रहे हैं.
और डीसी का फुल फॉर्म डिस्कॉर्ड ही तो बोलेंगे ना
हाँ
नहीं अभी
वही
अभी.
हाँ वही. ए रात को करते हैं, अभी तो कैसे सीखा होते थे वो?
Yeah, just gotta go for the save. I mean,
सेटअप क्या
all
नया
things
से
considered, you're on
इंस्टॉल
the
किया या
defense side
फिर
of racing. If you
एग्जिस्टिंग
have
था
a
वही
chance to
से?
make it 4-8,
हाँ वही ना.
then I think you have to go for it.
वो ऐसा
Okay.
कर,
Whenever you
पूरा
press
ही
tab, it's not gonna feel
वो
as
कर दे,
devastating. Obviously, the momentum
डिलीट ही
very
कर
much
दे
in favor of
लैपटॉप
T1,
से
but the
डिस्कॉर्ड.
content of the
थोड़ा
match so far.
पेट्रोल ले, केरोसिन ले.
You gotta
हाँ
play
मेरा
the
फ्रेंड
defense
बोल रहा है
if
ना,
you're
ऐसा
on
कर
the
ले, ठीक
stage
है?
as Gen G
पेट्रोल
right
ले,
now.
डीजल ले और
10 ml करके और पेरिल का पिला दे, मर जाएगा, उसका लैपटॉप ले ले, हो जाएगा काम.
मुझे लगा उसका लैपटॉप जलाना है. छी, मेरा फ्रेंड बदला भाई, मेरा फ्रेंड पटली पटली बहना पा क्या बोलते हो तो
पूरा डिलीट करके न्यू किया.
हाँ ठीक है, अभी रात को देखते हैं, चल ना. ठीक है, रात को देखते हैं. अभी तो कैसे दिखाएगी आइडिया
आइडिया
Sad
अच्छा है.
operator now for Saya. I
Sally.
believe he has a rifle up by the side as well, but with the police are online, he's got
आइडिया
the
अच्छा है,
options.
कुछ भी.
So trying to make sure they can dual texture. If he's not there, should be an easy sight to hit.
मैं भाई मैं पार्टी बदल लिया मेरा फ्रेंड ही. छी,
क्या करे.
आजकल जमाना बहुत वो बिगड़ गया है, आजकल का जमाना.
हाँ एकदम बहुत बड़े जैसे तू जैसे बहुत सज्जन मानुस है.
बहुत जमाना बदल गया है भाई. फ्रेंड ही फ्रेंड काम नहीं आता है.
Saya, however, turns the sights to Arches. Lockyer dead, dashes in the backside. Rossi looking, trying to pitch.
Oh.
Karan arrives up in nest, takes him down, and now it is all on Saya player. Try to clutch this out if they want that 9-3.
Yeah, and there's no reason for them to peek, is there? Because the spike's down. They even smoke him off. I mean,
क्या
they
smoke
would
किया?
have absolute angle advantage. He'd have to wrap around, and that's
पार्टी
what
बदल
Texture's worried
देते हैं
about.
दोस्त भी भाई, लड़के को देख
Still
के.
50 seconds, though.
Playing half wall. Just tucked back, waiting to see if he just
ये
goes for
मरेगा,
that
देखिए
wide,
अभी.
wide
1,
swing. And Saya, he's
2,
inching closer towards it. 40 seconds
3.
to take his time for a shot. Goes out to confirm his position. Orb comes back up. Munchkin looks to try to lurk his way back inside. He has done so successfully. Now arriving, and will just be count on him. The swift little shot at the Guardian puts him down 4-8 at the half. Gen G still in a rough position.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great.
ना
Sure,
तू
you're
क्यों
going
बोल
on
रही है?
the
आइडिया
attacker
अच्छा है
side,
भाई,
but
तेरा लैपटॉप
5-7
छीन
is
लूंगा
where you
अगर
can say
आके.
it feels like a 50-50.
यहाँ आ
4-8,
पाएगा.
you're definitely on your back foot just a
तेरे को
tad
नहीं,
bit.
उसको बोल रहा हूँ जो
So
आइडिया
Gen G
अच्छा
are
बोल
gonna
रही
be
है ना
looking at
उसका.
this pistol with a lot more impact, whereas T1, I mean, they're not too concerned. Obviously, you would love to win the pistol.
दो
It's
लैपटॉप
not like
लेके
they're gonna
बैठूंगा,
feel too
एक
worried
में चैट
if they're not able
देखूंगा,
to
एक में
clinch this out.
वो
But with how
करूंगा,
things have been
स्विम
going,
करूंगा.
the pistols seem to be looking good for T1 so far. This fan,
T1
they're from China actually, here to cheer on T1.
मैं
They
पक्का
said they'll be
T1
waiting in
ही जीतेगा,
Shanghai, and
मुझे तो
I
ऐसा
mean,
लग
T1,
रहा है.
who would have thought with the performance, the rocky performance they had during the regular stage, that they are now just 5 rounds away from booking a ticket.
This is the T1 that was expected, the T1
Yes.
that was promised after some of the off-season showings coming into this year with the adjustments made. Took them a while to find their form. I mean, a swap of the IGL and captain. Rough, difficult, seemingly necessary changes from the team. And they might just be ready to harvest the bounty.
What in the world? Izu has a sheriff and half armor.
Oh,
So,
okay.
and util. So they are.
It's a force up from
Wow.
Excurate.
Yes, they're telling him just go for it.
Oh no, sorry, it's
No,
Rossi.
Rossi.
It's
Yeah, Rossi just buys it for him.
Excurate's holding a ghost. And he's got some util. So Rossi, yeah, putting a lot of stock here in this Yoru.
Okay. I mean,
This is
obviously.
not a strat that you see very often.
No, but if you can push out, if there's no contact on A main, he's going to start to dig deep, I feel. They're letting him just run amok on his own.
Extra similarly, though, Sheriff in hand, Excurate
भाई वो कहाँ
by
गई?
half wall. There's the dash forward. Themselves into the site. Already 3 players here, though, very quickly from T1.
Karon's ready for it.
Sent yet. Here's this. Takes
Oh,
him down.
no.
And that's going to be the Sheriff now on the floor. Excurate, however, does manage to find Meteor.
यहीं
Sure
पे
watching.
हूँ
तो नहीं
Moves up
वो
over the top of the
उसको
wall,
बोल
but
उसी का
here's
ही
the
बात
footsteps.
कर रहा हूँ यहीं पे हूँ
Dead.
चैट बॉक्स
Line up there
कहाँ
onto the
दिखता है
chest
तू
shot.
अरे सॉरी
Not find the limb is Lakia. Oh, a classic setup. Okay, well, there's to clear that first, but they know exactly what's happening. Side player, however, finding Munchkin. Dart being sent. Both of them lobbed in, but actually kind of whiffing on the mark there. Karon, however, now arriving.
ओ भाई
Guns him down
क्या
through
लाइनअप
a
भेजा है
tunnel.
देखा
A 4K
सोवा ने
for Karon here in the pistol.
तेरे को
3 to
देखना
3
चाहिए ये
on
वाला
the
मैच
series
तो
are these squads. Gen G themselves a
Okay,
very
okay.
necessary win.
भाई लाइनअप
Thank you
बहुत
for the
अच्छा था
sheriff, says
सोवा का
Karon. I mean, what an investment into Izu, and it doesn't see the light of day. I mean, this is Karon basically converting approximately 2,000 credits on his
It's
own.
all
तुम्हारी
right there,
दोस्त
versus
वैलोरेंट
Karon's
खेलती है
hands.
Oh,
नहीं।
true. You're right, actually.
That Sheriff, it did get put to use. Hurts all the more there for
Oh,
T1,
boy.
but
जो भी नया है भाई
Still
लाइक सब्सक्राइब कर
going
दियो
for the
भाई
Marshall here on that defender side.
नया खुद 2 डिवाइस से ज्वाइन है मैं एक डिवाइस तेरी दोस्त एक डिवाइस
Need to do work
मैं
with
तो
it.
एक
They
ही
wanna
डिवाइस से ज्वाइन हूँ
try to convert, 'cause
चौथा
that's a
कौन?
lot of
पता
credits
नहीं
that Karon was able to
भाई
make
चौथा
up, and
कौन
he's
है
still sticking
प्लीज
with the
कृपा
sheriff.
करके चैट में हाई लिख दो
So he can help match the buy going into the next round.
3 away from a cosmic divide as well. Solid spot to be in, especially on the attack. Start for now over at A, not spotting anything. It is just Saya player here.
जो भी
Excurate
चैट में कृपा
as
करके
well
हाई
as
लिखो
Izu, not too far off.
So this is something that Gen G, even more so than some of their other opponents that they've dealt with this composition, is going to have an easier time with, is that even the opponent has no Sentinel. So now the global presence of the Euro and the Astra give you
Camera है भाई
immensely more value on the potential lurks, while Texture is still sharp with the shot as well. Enemy Marshal down.
Izu saying, surely I can't die in Sands again, and he wants his sheriff back.
Oh no!
Forces him out of that astral form, but cannot confirm the kill. Just a classic at range. Proving to be a bit difficult. Up over the top, though. Excurate trying to find that second shot. Does put Munchkin
जो
down
भी है
low on HP.
कृपा करके हाई लिख
So a
दो
little bit more, though, is unscoped. And Texture eventually does manage to find his mark. Rossi gets cleaned up. Shock dart, though, from Carpe, finding one, evening up the odds. The Sheriff in a classic versus the 2 Marshals here of Gen G. Already decent damage dealt by T1.
ओ भाई
Look to try
कितना
win the
ऊंचा
round,
कैमरा
themselves
गया
up to
देखा
9.
ये मार्शल क्या खेल रहे हैं लोग
Statuesque here for the moment. Izu turns the sights over
ये
towards main, now
मार्शल
back
का हेडशॉट
towards
पता है ना
pyramid.
कितना
Lock
डैमेज
brief
देता
little
है
moment. Jiggles out, Texture
101
cleans up one, swing up the corner. Izu gets a headshot.
सिंगल हेडशॉट मर जाएगा
Oh boy, he says this was
भाई
mine all along.
क्या
A
मार रहा है देखा
3K as he's finally
नैन्सी
able to put that Sheriff to work. And that is going to be them stealing away the round win. An eco here for T1 as they move up to 9.
I just didn't realize it was a
भाई
long-term
खतरनाक
investment.
मारा है उसको
It absolutely pays off in the second
Oh.
round. The Sheriff recovered.
The interest that Karon
wow.
had to pay on this was astounding.
यही
Wow. I mean, Izu, and this is the thing about maps like Lotus and Breeze, especially for Izu. These are maps where even if it looks like he's having a rough day, he'll start to pull off some of the most insane moments that keeps T1 in the game. It's just something that you can't account for if you've tried to prep against them. Now Gen G trying to make sure they don't get traded. Going into the death ball, and you see them all covering each other's backs.
Cross connecting, Rossi trying to take Tuck away. Easy to take it down though as Meteor finds the opening kill here on the side.
No.
It's just going to be a clean sweep here from Gen G. Everybody just getting spotted, not given the opportunity to reply whatsoever. The cash, as bad as it is, Carpe and Execute will just hightail it towards the opposite side of the map, trying to hold on to their Vandals.
Listen, I'm not saying it's impossible, but trying to go for those off-timing peaks solo to try to get, 2K, something like that, it's always so rough against Gen G, especially if they're coming in. If you haven't seen any of the USO, and they're coming in on a set execute, and it's all 5 members, you hear multiple footsteps, you know that they have to be covering each other's backs. They will never leave an angle uncovered.
जिसको मार्शल ऑफ चला नहीं आता ना उसको तो बहुत मजा आती है।
मार्शल ऑफ और एक और जब आया ना क्या बोलते हैं इसका नाम के दो गोली देता है
उसका नाम भूल गया मैं भी।
सबसे अच्छे वैलोरेंट के मैप हैं जो पहले स्टार्टिंग में 3 या 5 थे। 5 थे ना?
पता नहीं ना 5 नहीं 6 ना 5 थे।
क्योंकि सबसे पहला नया मैप था शायद ब्रीजी था।
वो पेरिल करके भी आता था पता है मेरे नाम पे था शायद। क्या नाम था?
स्ट्रीम चल रहा है इसलिए गाली नहीं दिया।
Early high tide. It's gonna let you know that the Harbor's here on this side, and they just walk right past it. That finds no value, so he has to invest the cascade just a bit further to keep himself alive. Recon out as well. I mean, this is a lot of Muto drawn out already, and then Munchkin gets the kill on range. All's opened up.
Peeks in, finds it.
ऐसे आके चले जाते हैं भाई, ऐसा थोड़ी चलता है। पता तो चलना चाहिए कौन आता है। वाह जहाँ मारना था वहाँ पे टिपी मार दी।
Back though, Meteor will be heard.
Now that's a big audio cue. Because now you know the gate crash was fake, but also that he was on the rotate out, and he's usually going to be the tail end. So just in case it's an extra fake, the gate crash is sent back to A. But T1 knows that the likelihood of a B hit is very, very high.
आपने कौन सी ईयर में थे कॉलेज के? अपने अपन कौन से ईयर में थे कॉलेज में तो वेलो स्टार्ट किया था मुझे 2020 में डाउनलोड किया था आपने स्टार्टिंग में फर्स्ट तब से खेल रहे हैं ठीक है
तू शायद 1 साल बाद आया था 2021 से खेल रहा था
हाँ तो 2 या 3
हाँ 2 या 3 साल हो गए
कोई कोई बारी खेलते हैं
मैं तो शुरू किया था गेम खेलने इसके आर्यन के साथ
हाँ आर्यन भी खेलता था वो भी है बात होती नहीं है बट बर्थडे में मैसेज
वो कैसे प्यार भाई वो इसका अकाउंट है
क्या
उसका इंस्टा बोल रहा हूँ वैलोरेंट का आईडी है धोखे से प्यार भाई
धोखे से
प्यार भाई ऐसा कुछ तो है
प्यार भाई
वो अभी भी इसमें है ना वैलोरेंट खेलता है वो सिल्वर 2 या 3 में
खेलता है वो
अरे ये वाला जगह तो रिपीट हो रहा है फिर से पिछले साल भी एक बार हुआ था ये वाला सीन वो साइफर को मारने वाला
Getting halls for free. I mean, Gen G knows more than anybody else. Without a sentinel, you take down halls, and now the defense has to scramble. They have to be spread out, and that does call for a timeout. Now that you can match the line a little bit, right? You can mix and match. So
नहीं हो सकते
कैसे हो सकता
कर दे लाइव बंद कर दे हो जाएगा 5 जन के 1 जन नहीं रहेगा चला गया 1 जन देख बुरा लग गया उसको
So what else can you do? Is it a push through halls? Is it a cascade or another different type of high tide that they've prepped maybe on the B side?
पढ़ाई करना
to clear this out inside a bit earlier.
चुपचाप
4 बज गए
Whatever it
चलो
is, the
अभी ये
variation has
कंटिन्यू
to
करते
happen
हैं
because Gen G, they have been made sure that
कितना हुआ
basically
पढ़ाई
T1 the early 20 seconds is wasted.
कितना हुआ 1 घंटे में कितना ही होगा पूरा हुआ
can get the win off the back of
मैं
this.
तेरे
It's
को
not
रात को
double digits
प्रोजेक्ट
for them.
बताऊंगा मेरा
Gen G just
अभी
being
बनाया
one
ना देने
round
के लिए वो
separated. Dimensional
पूरा
drifts available for both sides. Knives can be held by texture in case it gets to a dire
चलो
situation.
कितने देर का ब्रेक देते
Have
हैं?
an economic kickback down the
कौन?
line.
ब्रेक
So
ब्रेक
far, I mean, we've seen multiple
हाँ
lone
हाँ हाँ
rolls
हाँ
coming through,
तीन
but
या
ब्रीफ का ये
भाई
होगा
अभी
भाई।
तो
paired with that
असली में
Hunter's
तो अभी
Fury,
आएगी
classic
पता है
pairing
PRX
on this
और
map.
DRX की
तीन
so there you
मेरे
go
ही
for
है
double adjustments, the push out in Hall, but also the harbor over to B.
सर
Sure
जी
they don't
एक्सप्लेन
get
कीजिए
caught by this
क्या है
dimensional
ये?
drift.
Spotting them both out
क्या
here
बोल
at
रही है?
backside. Clone sent. Pink gets the reveal.
तीन मेरी
On
ही
to
है
Rossi,
ऐसा?
and Meteor able to strike. Sends in another flash.
हाँ
The follow-up just trying to hold that second player at bay. Swing onto the corner. Carbate
भाई
gonna be good.
किसने
The
बोला
shutdown. Shuts down
तेरे
another.
को
His
तीन
texture
करने
also
को
falls.
एक ही रखना पता तो चले
It's
कौन
gonna be
आता है कि
revealed
नहीं
here as Lock, yep, pushes up with the spike. Yep. Lost the back pyramid. Ball's now coming up.
तीन
Side
ये
player
की
gonna be
बैठी है
caught. Aran able to come up with yet another successful lurk, but this is now Munchkin, and he leapt on their lonesome versus 3. Drone leading the way. Munchkin desperately trying to escape. He does not, but with that responding fire, manages to catch a stray there onto Carpe. But in such a poor position. What does
सबके
Karen
मोबाइल
decide
लेके
to
बैठ
do?
गई होगी
10, 10,
पक्का
10
मुझे
across
तो
the
ऐसा
board
लग
here
रहा
on his score line. Which metric moves up? Kills or deaths in the round?
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to scramble to figure out what the best mental loop would be here, whether it's wrap around mid or all the way through halls. And I think he considered that mid might be too easy to read, so he's going to
हाँ
do
एक
deep.
ही रख
But now that means he's starting to
तो
run
पता
out of
चले
time
कौन
just a
देख
bit.
रहा
He spotted one on his screen, but didn't quite notice it.
Missed it, yeah. Izu had been noted. Now they have their sights turned over towards here for a brief little moment at least.
His teammates are pinging it for him.
Extra, oh, swings
Oh
out.
my.
Karen right as he
टाइमिंग हो
looks
गया
away.
उसके साथ
Just not quite noticing. Those few pixels out of place. Ends up getting caught. T1. The timeout works for them. They get the round victory, and now they move up to 10. Just 3 rounds away from getting themselves a ticket to Master Shanghai.
Oh, this is just great adjustments from Carpe. Even with the spray, able to control it, stabilize for the kill. That drops the spike, and
That's huge out, huge out.
it was. I mean, especially off the timeout as well. And you deny the dimensional drift from Meteor. I thought the execute was pretty good with the recon bolt. The timing perfect for Meteor. But the backup just not fast enough as they got held up through that toxic string.
हाँ
Flash Sun Izu. Here,
everything.
swing onto the corner, texture. Third time's a charm, able to find the reset as Izu does get picked off. It can be recovered, but Sion player
One
will put him
down.
Solid opening kills,
तीन
caused
जन
by.
यहाँ पे
He's committed. Now they're rerouting, looking to work their way back across over towards A. T1 getting a sense of this, execute in position, perhaps for a punish. And yes, finds the first. Karen gonna be taking down the cove. Sent now, ult invested, reckoning out. Try and disrupt them here on this plan. Munchkin still out in mid. Trying to go for this lurk. Execute, he cleans up the site. He's so low, but now Munchkin doesn't know what to do. Can't stabilize the aim. Rossi catches the timing. His execute catches absolutely everyone. Leaves the defuse for his teammates. There's 4 members left standing. T1 move up to 11.
The reckoning was so
Viper
huge
का
because
alternate
it lets him
इसलिए।
know that not all 3 of them are on site. I mean, sure, they could have been main or whatever, but you see on the minimap, his teammates start to look for the lurk. They correctly identify, okay, there's a good chance. I mean, it's going to be Munchkin. Could be anywhere. So they're hunting for him. That's a good catch. Execute the new IGL really leading by example on that round. And now 2 rounds away from Master Shanghai, returning to an international stage for T1.
Just the Hunter's Fury, but the dynamic duo is available there for T1. Izu now. Sprinting forward, seeing what he can maybe catch. Nothing going to be spotted, so just jumps back across. It's not going to be the combo coming through. Overall, Gen G anticipating this to play in very disconnected positions. Give up basically 0 information aside from the fact that they're all back towards spawn. How do they try to work themselves out of this is the question. Execute very far forward, up halls. Nothing noted quite just yet. He's not being made.
Much info.
So much info.
Suspicious about this.
Yeah, even if they go by though, that A site is
भाई भूख
relatively
लगी
empty.
है यार
RP's just
खाने
looking to
को दे
survive.
दो
He's got the
कुछ
Hunter's
यार
Fury.
कोई
और
Wall
करो
set up.
बस
Creep up the rope. And what is that shot from Munchkin?
क्या शॉट मारा
Samson takes him down. As that is borderline miraculous.
ऐसा नहीं
Pit
होता
now
नहीं
invested.
को
Does Genji go for the
भाई
plan?
एक बंदा भूखा है तो थोड़ा
Away,
खाना
nothing
दे दो
revealed. Just
एक
trying to spray
गरीब
through,
मानुस
trying
को
to find any straight connections he can get. He does get whittled down to 50, however. Try to get some kind of reveal through that pit. The Hunter's Fury is available to try to flush them out, but it's a rough position as they wait to try to get everybody else over here onto the site.
Still the lurk as well. Lots to worry about.
You're picked off, easily able to find one off screen. Saya player watching, turns his back away, works his way through the double doors. Everybody now
कोई
pushing
तो
their way
बोल
up
रहा
onto the
था कि
site.
मैं
So there's
ज़्यादा
the
नहीं
pull in, get him into the snake bite. Wall does fall though. Munchkin able to find one. Karen going to be noted there.
कोई तो बोल रहा था मैं ज़्यादा नहीं खाता
Oh no, he's holding it.
It's being held. They can't interrupt it, can they?
એટલે
No, they
मैं नहीं
cannot.
खाता
T1.
हूँ એટલે
They just
मैंने
hold
अभी
for
तक
it.
खाना
The
नहीं
util
खाया
the
इसलिए
Hunter's
बोला
Fury is far too late.
भूख लगी है
T1 making themselves a match point.
सुबह से तीसरी बार खाना खा रहा हूँ बट ऐसा
So
लग रहा है कुछ
uncharacteristic.
खाया ही
They
नहीं
play
है
so far out, and no
मतलब
position to help each
सुबह से
other.
ब्रेकफास्ट लंच
Munchkin
डिनर हो
basically
गया
has to
है
give it
और
up. I mean,
एक्स्ट्रा
okay,
से ये
Meteor goes down to spray. That's
भाई साहब
unfortunate.
को
What is that? The kill on Detexture as well. 2 kills through obstructed vision. But at the end of the day,
पानी
Munchkin,
तो
he
पी
had
लो
to leave the pit. Sure, it drops, he gets 1 kill, but that's so much time lost, so much space given up. And now look at these ultimates on the side of T1 to answer right back.
Absolutely unbelievable. From the early advantage found by Munchkin to now this.
Oh.
Hunter's Fury across, looking for the tag. Nothing other than that shot on the texture found, so eliminations not
ओह
coming through, but still damage
हंस रही है
dealt, given the
मैं
advantages.
भाई
Here in the
जैसे
hands of
तू तो
T1,
कुछ
given
खाती
they
ही ना
have
हो
match point.
सही बोला
They'll
ना
take
सब
anything
बात
that they can get for free. Swing out,
हमें
Sun
हम
here
थोड़ी
over
पहचानते हैं जो
that
बोल पाएंगे
window.
कुछ
हाँ
Shot
भाई
set
ये
though.
पहचानता है ऐसा ही समझ ले
Able to find that limb. Texture late on the re-swing.
They
Try
have
to
to
shut it
clear
down.
They have to clear Saya, because if they don't, this map suddenly becomes so easy for T1 to read, because you got the pit,
वो
you
गलत
already
जगह
have mid control, Genji
वहाँ
has
पे
no idea
बैठा है
about
वो
that. They don't have also, I mean, Genji doesn't have any map control, quite frankly. So the one guy they saw, they have to eliminate him.
मैंने तो आज सुबह से
Considering
कुछ
no
नहीं
lock-in,
खाया
just goes walking forward, taking
Oh.
down Texture, able to open things up a little bit
क्या
over
बोल रही
towards
है?
A as he does find Izu.
चैट बॉक्स पर पता चल जाएगा
Stuck
Munchkin.
here in window. Yep, just has to abandon
मैंने
the
तो
poison
आज
orb.
सुबह से कुछ
Jumps
नहीं
back.
खाया मैंने थोड़ी मना किया था भाई
They
खा ले
suspect it though, with the pit. This is the only option, the pinch in, because B is absolutely
घर पे
clear.
खाना
20
नहीं है
seconds, secure it. Spine
Taking it
time.
out, but final shot sent. It hits its mark. Push up into the
Oh.
cove. Spike now. Stranded. Munchkin and Karon.
रोटी
Everything
दिखाओ,
to do
रोटी।
with no time to get it done.
तू जाके खाना
Munchkin
बना
trips
जा
away, out into the open. The kill found with Spike
क्या बना,
on the
बोल।
floor. The plan not coming in. It's all over.
अपने दोस्त से पूछ
Munchkin can do nothing but watch the time dwindle down. 13-7. T1 take down Genji
मुझे
and
पता है
then
T1
punch
ही
their
जीत जाएगी
ticket to Master Shanghai.
This team was at the risk of not making playoffs. This team looked absolutely lost during the regular
असली
season.
मैच तो
Now
अब
they are
स्टार्ट
the
होगी
first
DRX और PRX भाई
representatives
खतरनाक
of VCT Pacific, reclaiming
पूरे
the
VCT
hype
में
that they built up
मजा
during
आता है
the
ना देखने
offseason,
को मैच तो
proving to
DRX
all
और
the
PRX
doubters
का भाई
that they
खतरनाक खेलते
simply needed time.
The time investment, the investment of belief,
घर
the
पे
effort put
खाना
in to
लेकिन
shifting over to
तो आके
extra
बना
as the IGL, it has all culminated
मैं
in
बनाऊंगा
this
और तू
moment
खाएगी
for
पक्का
T1. We still had our
जो
doubts.
जैसा
Take a look
बनेगा वैसा
at the
खाएगी
predictions, the expectations set for this team
बोला
versus
भाई
Genji.
अगर हाँ बोल दी तेरे को अभी निकलना पड़ेगा जा
But T1 have proven us wrong today.
हाँ
They
बोले तो
well
ना
deserved a hard-fought victory, and now a
Yeah.
spot in international competition once more.
Listen, I was one of those people that had high hopes. At the beginning of the stage, I expected T1 to go to Master Shanghai, but this is an upset for sure.
Absolutely is. Obviously, things not over for Genji.
मैं
They
तो
will find
चला हुआ
themselves in the
एकदम
lower
बना
bracket,
के दे
much
दूं
like they
पता है
did back in kickoff
फिर
with
से मांगे ही
T1
ना
sitting pretty in that upper final. But we still have to figure out who their opponent's going to be, and we still have to have the action broken down by the analyst desk called
Hey,
pass
Chad
it back
Had.
over to Mika.
हाँ पक्का
I don't
खा
know if we were
लूंगी।
expecting the upsets to be done. Now that week of upsets, that
पर
weird
मेरे
week
को
is
कुछ
over.
काम धंधा नहीं
Apparently
है
it's
क्या
not
वहाँ
because
पे
we have
आने
नहीं
का
T1
अलावा?
नहीं
now
नहीं नहीं
taking
नहीं
down
तेरे को अब तो
Gen G
जाना
to
पड़ेगा जब
book
बोल
their
दिए तो।
slot to Master Shanghai.
This was bonkers. I
जा
mean,
जा
from the get-go,
भाई यार तो
Hello.
बहुत
really
दूर है
felt
भाई,
like they had a
पेट्रोल
good
के पैसे
read,
कौन
you
देगा?
know, doing a good
कितना
job,
ही दूर है?
not letting that
भाई
auto
आजवा
go.
देखा, आजवा अपन
Texture
कॉलेज
really do
जाते
a
थे,
ton of
ठीक है? तू
damage.
एक बार
They
तो
were
आया होगा
really
कॉलेज?
working the map nicely,
वागोड़ी है।
really taking
हाँ
advantage
भाई
of that
वहाँ
open
गुड़िया
space
कितना
आजवा
ही
left
है?
open
30
on
किलोमीटर?
B site without the
और
Cypher,
ज़्यादा
to really kind of
नहीं
hinder
नहीं
your entrance
ना
अठारह
and
ना
things
ना
like
ना
that.
ना
Yeah,
सा
there were
ना
good
ना उतना
responses
तो नहीं
from
होगा।
Gen G, but T1
7
overall
किलोमीटर
just
कितना है बे?
absolutely incredible.
7
Never really
किलोमीटर
had any
सामने है,
problems with
20 मिनट
Karan
का रास्ता।
on whatever side he was holding
हाँ
on whatever map.
भाई
It really felt like they had a good read on his positioning and how to deal with him.
अभी
हाँ
आज
Yes,
तेरे
he
घर
had
से
the
तो
crazy,
वागोड़ी
you
सामने
know,
होगा
4K with the
हाँ भाई
sheriff and the
सामने
pistol
थोड़ी
round
है।
here, but
यही
this
तो
was just
बस
a
दो
great
दो
game
तीन
plan
कदम
for T1.
जाओगे।
कितना
feel
है
like, again,
नैन्सी?
every single
शायद तो
player
भाई आजवा
had
बहुत
huge
दूर है बे।
moments, like
मेरे को
X-Ray
3
and,
ब्रिज चढ़ने
just
होते हैं ना तब
incredible
आजवा में
stuff on the
फंसता हूँ।
harbor on this map. Really got to hand it to him, but
पेट्रोल का
some huge moments for
स्पॉन्सर ये
everyone. I
करेगी,
mean,
पैसा देगी जा।
talk about Carpe's solidness the
यार
entire series. Easy
पहले
some
दे
huge moments. Side
पहले
player,
दे
I think
उसके
goes
बाद
without saying,
जाऊँगा।
like his map,
पहले
Breeze
ट्रांसफर
was
होनी
incredible.
चाहिए
अरे
खाते में।
घर जाना भी है और जाने के पहले मुझे नाटक भी करना है।
नाटक का है भाई, मैंने तो पैसे बांटे पेट्रोल के भाई, जाते वक्त पूरा के जाऊंगा ना।
Even down to that really exciting last round as well. T1, as the caster said, very much not expected. They almost didn't make playoffs, and now they're at Masters Shanghai. Like, how did this team pull off this kind of thing? But I feel like, again, starting yesterday, they started their huge run. They're really feeling themselves. They come
पहले
into today.
आके
They were the
खाना
underdogs,
बना
but they
उसके
played their
बाद
hearts
चल
out.
हट।
Gen G just weren't ready for them.
I mean, it just goes to show, right?
खाना
Just like
बना इसके
as
बाद
William said, they just needed a
जोमेटो
little
कर ले
bit of
भाई
time
पेट्रोल के
because
पैसे
not
से।
too long ago we were saying like T1, man, they look lost. Oh, this is gonna be really tough
आइडिया
for them to
कैसा
get
है
into
फिर
playoffs.
वसीस?
And now
एकदम
here they
बेकार।
are, the first
भाई
really, you
वो
know,
पेट्रोल के
secured
पैसे
that
देगी,
slot
ठीक है?
into Masters,
तो मैंने
into
बोला
Masters
भाई
Shanghai.
पेट्रोल के पैसे
And,
मत दे,
you know,
जोमेटो कर ले।
as you mentioned, it goes without saying, Saya player, but how
कितना
they were just
इजी है भाई।
able to deal with the win conditions of Gen G, right? One of which was
आइडिया तो
texture
है बे
popping
भाई
off.
मेरे
They
पास
were just
ऐसे।
able to shut him down so many times that he wasn't able to take those duels that
आइडिया तो
would
बहुत
have led
सारे
to
पड़े
opening
हैं
for Gen G for so many
डब्लो।
times.
Yeah, very rarely did it feel comfortable for Texture. I mean, he had to pull out some crazy stuff just to even get one kill in a lot of those rounds. So this really causes a lot of problems for Gen G. It felt like they started to try to press there towards the end where they were trying to make those hero plays happen. They were getting stuck in bad spots, and that's credit to T1. Good usage of their utility and things like
मुझे
that.
तो खाली 2
But
मिनट में
that's a
मैगी
real problem
बनाने
when
आती है
you
सिर्फ।
are relying on, yes, you know how
वो
good these players
शायद
on Gen G
स्ट्रीम
are.
नहीं देख
When
रही
you
है,
have to start
2
relying on
व्यूज
that,
है
that's
मैं
when
और
things go
तू
sour.
बस।
Because when Gen
ऐसा
G
है
was
क्या?
at their best, we saw it on
तू तो
Sunset,
पढ़ रहा
is
था
when
ना?
they're playing off of each other.
तो तेरा
That's
यूट्यूब तो
truly,
कनेक्ट है ना यहाँ पे?
the
हाँ
best
तू
version of
देख
Gen
रहा
G,
है?
but this was
15 मिनट का
this was a
रिस्टार्ट
great
है
job by
मेरे
T1, really
घर का।
dissecting them, identifying pretty quickly like the late lurks and things like that on Gen G's
भाई
attacker
15
side.
मिनट का
So
रास्ता भाई,
all
15
those pieces
मिनट
of the
ऐसे
puzzle
थोड़ी
came
इतनी
together.
धूप में मैं काला हो
Yeah,
गया
even
तो।
if you didn't watch the map, you can see from some of the stat lines here, like Gen G almost doubling in terms of
इतनी
first kills.
गर्मी
So
है
they were
भाई।
like, again, Breeze, sometimes you have some sick shots, you get some big wins that way, but
इतनी
even
गर्मी में
from
कौन बाहर
behind,
निकले,
T1
ठीक है
was
ना?
still
सही बोला ना
taking
सर
some
भाई?
big rounds. They had,
पेरिल
you know,
पटेल
Clutch,
निकलेगा।
Thrifty, they had some
नहीं
excellent
भाई,
post-plan
काला हो
situations
जाऊंगा मैं।
and setups. So again, it really just comes down to the
पेरिल
team
पटेल काला
did,
होने
like
से
the
फर्क
team playing
पड़ता
really
है?
well
नहीं
as a
नहीं नहीं,
whole
जा जा
on
खाना
the side of
बना के
T1,
खुद
whereas
खिला
Gen G
के आ
did
जा।
look a little
ना
bit
भाई,
lost on this Breeze
काला
OSS.
हो
उसको भी
Maybe a
जाऊंगा
little
अच्छा
bit
मैं।
more for
लगेगा।
them. They looked great on this map in the past,
भाई
but
उसको क्या अच्छा
again,
लगेगा भाई,
T1
यहाँ
were
पे
just too
काला
good
मैं
today.
होता हूँ ना।
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You
खाना
have
बनाना
30
आता है?
first kills on the side of
मैगी
Gen G.
बनाना आता
T1's
था
like,
ना 2
it's alright,
मिनट में
it's okay.
और
रेडी।
कुछ
That's
आता
fine.
है?
You will
हाँ?
use it as info, you
और
know?
कुछ?
And I feel like for T1, they know that, okay, Gen G is stronger together. What we'll do, we'll pick them apart. One by
भाई क्या
one.
कुछ हुआ?
Very, very slowly. In a
हुआ।
very
On the side of PRX had like 383 and they're 13-0. Like,
yeah,
अब और
and then
बहाने
Jay
हैं
Brady was probably
यार,
something.
खत्म हो
Yeah,
गए
yeah,
भाई। है
yeah.
meanwhile, Saya got him
बहुत
at
सारे हैं,
13-7,
जिसको
he got
जितना चाहिए
365.
उतना मिलेगा।
Well, I am not surprised, especially with like how many rounds he was just able to get so much value. He would not only would get like, you know, those openings for
वो भी
T1,
फ्री में
he
एकदम।
would turn it into like 3Ks, 4Ks even sometimes.
He'd identify open space really really, really well and take
क्या
advantage
बोलते हैं
of it
सर
very quickly. Like, you think back to that 3K with the Blade Storm, like his ability to just understand, he's like, okay, I got the kill on the back of sight, I'm going to press for arches and see
जिसको
if I
चाहिए
can catch him
उसको
a bit
फ्री
off
में
guard,
मिलेगा
and he
फ्री में
does, and he picks off 2 before he
10
finally gets
रुपये
taken
किलो
down. It's his instant reactions, the 1v2 post plant that he had that was really, really clutch. The way he kind of identified the positions, he was so fast, just breaking his own wrist there. He was going so
अरे
fast,
सब
moving so
कुछ
quickly.
आता है
बनाना
पेरिल को
आता
बनाने
है
में।
That's what
पेरिल
you
को
need here from
बनाना।
T1.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, it's
भाई तेरे
it
को कैसे
full
पता
comes
भाई?
full circle because we
मेरे
talked
को
to
सब कुछ
Data
आता है
earlier. He
खाने
was
में
talking about
बनाने में।
how you're being proactive
मैं
and
जब गया
reactive.
था
Now
शायद
I'm
मेरे
seeing
को
like
कहाँ
T1
लेके गया था?
probably masters
अपन
of
तो
that
वहाँ पे
because
गए
them
थे ना,
they
इनऑर्बिट
know
गए थे।
when to hold back.
हाँ
They
इनऑर्बिट
know
लेके
when
गए
to
थे
be
ये तीन
aggressive
जन।
and they know when to kind of like let's play it a
इसको
little
भी
bit safe,
इनऑर्बिट
push,
लेके गए
wait
थे।
a few
ओ
seconds and then we'll strike
ना
when
वो
the moment is
99
right.
का वो
That's
मिलता
why
था ना
you
पर
see them now on
99
stage
का मील खा
as
के
your
आया।
winners for the series. So let's send
वो
it over
खिला
to
दिया।
Jen,
वो
who has
वो भी
T1
खुद
on
के
stage
पैसे
with
से इन लोगों ने नहीं खिलाए। पेरिल बदमाश है, एक पैसा भी नहीं।
Thank you guys, and
हाँ बस
that
अपना
is
स्कूटी
right.
चलाने दिया था और
T1
कुछ
is
नहीं।
heading to Shanghai. I'm standing here with T1
मुझे
Saya
किसने
player.
बताया
Now,
था?
massive congrats.
हाँ शायद बताया
Saya,
था।
you guys are the first Pacific team
पता नहीं,
to
बताया
launch
होगा तो।
Shanghai. Now, despite the rocky start, you guys still proved yourselves and made it to Shanghai. So,
भाई
what
असली
does
मैच
it
तो
mean to
भाई
you?
ये
How do you
मजे
feel
मजे
right now?
एकदम।
We started regular season is like really bad, so
एक ही यूनिवर्सिटी ज्वाइन करते हैं
भाई ये क्या आ गया भाई? एडवर्टाइज कहाँ से आई है?
ये तो मोटोरोला का ऐड है शायद। ये नहीं, क्या पता।
भाई एडवर्टाइज आ गई थी एकदम।
इसलिए बोलता हूँ ऐड ब्लॉक कर ले, तेरे यूट्यूब पे भी ऐड नहीं देता।
ऐसा है?
हाँ।
Huge Korean following as
Oh, we
well.
saw that yesterday.
लेना पड़ेगा।
Translated onto the stage.
अभी
What do you
नहीं,
think
अभी
kind
ये
of
full
enabled you guys to do that out of
Oh,
all of
ये
the sudden?
करूँगा।
You know, what clicked?
on that, honestly, our head coach Autumn pointed it out. You guys like didn't properly like transfer like screen performance to
वो
match.
कुछ लिखे तो बताना
So
ठीक है? चैट नहीं
we
पढ़ रहा
really
मैं।
like didn't notice before.
Okay.
But
हाँ, हाँ,
Autumn
ठीक।
like actually Autumn has
यहाँ पे
helped us
viewing एक
really
ही
a
है।
lot. So then we changed.
और तेरा
Okay, so it was that prep talk from Autumn. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah. It was
he's
really
been,
big.
yeah,
Yeah,
he told
okay.
us that he's been putting a
Right.
lot of time, you know, staying up late in bed before the match, trying to think of what to tell you guys. I guess that kind of worked. So great results today. Now, when it comes to your performance individually too, Genji Solo actually said in the Korean pre-match interview that shutting down Saya on that operator would be crucial for Genji today. Nothing was able to stop you on Ascent and on Breeze. You know, 20 kills in the first half, just alone as well. What was different for you? Did it feel like it was an extraordinary day that you were able to do anything?
To be honest,
मुझे
first map
कैसे
was fine
बताया था?
because we
किसने
couldn't play
बताया?
team
नहीं
team
बताया था
game
तेरे को?
properly.
ठीक है।
And then the second map I played really bad.
क्या?
Also they have really good
हाँ,
counter
तो
for scaling.
किसी ने
So I
बताया
got fucked. Oh sorry.
Nah,
I got
एक
punished. And
ठीक
like
है।
third map, honestly, I just thinking, okay, I just believe in myself. I can do it. And then I just like come back.
Yeah, and with that, you guys are going to Shanghai. We saw Izu kind of shedding tears. Carpe is so happy. What were the talks? You know, we only had seconds before the interview, but what were the reactions from the T1 guys?
We are really in family mood, so
Yeah.
everyone's like really emotional and then like really happy. And I don't know, I cannot say it. I can explain it better, but we are really happy.
So it's gonna feel like a family trip over to Shanghai as
Yeah.
well, trying to put up your best performance for each and every one of you. Now, next stop would be the winners of the PRX and the DRX match. Who do you think is going to win, and is there a team that you would prefer to face?
Okay, honestly, I really want to beat them both.
Yeah.
Because they're a really strong team and a good team. But I think PRX is gonna win today
Oh, okay. Is there a particular reason? for
because
that?
they're
So-
just better.
Oh,
Drama
okay,
ही नहीं
all
होगा,
right.
ठीक ही
Thank you for
पूरे
your
दिन।
answers. And also congratulations once again, and best of luck in the next matchup.
Thank you so much.
That was Saya, everybody, with the post-match interview. Let's head over to a little break, but don't go anywhere
Absolutely.
because we have the RX rivalry matchup happening once again. PRX and DRX facing off, so we'll see you soon.
अब मजा आएगा। PRX DRX आएगा।
पता है किससे?
Okay, TCP. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
मुझे कैसे पता था भाई कहाँ चली गई थी वो तो उसको बुरा कहाँ चली गई कैसा
पेरिल पटेल खाना बना के नहीं दिया तो खुद बना के खा रही है
कौन
आपकी
भाई वो भी पता है वो उसकी मम्मी के पास बना के खाया मीन से बना वो मम्मी को बोला होगा उसने पता है उसको तो कुछ नहीं आता
मैं कहीं नहीं गई
मैं वो वाला सेटिंग का आता है इसका
एक मॉनिटर खरीद ले
भाई
का जो दिखा रहे अभी
मेरे पास है मेरे पास है ऑलरेडी है बट कैसे ज्वाइन करना वो सब नहीं आता
HDMI के लिए
वो लाना पड़ेगा ना वो तो नहीं है पैसे ही नहीं है
लैपटॉप के साथ नहीं मिला
हैं
लैपटॉप के साथ नहीं मिला
लैपटॉप के साथ होगा पता
लैपटॉप
नहीं
के साथ एक देते
होगा शायद तो वो बॉक्स में पता नहीं
वेरी गुड
नाइट बॉट ऐड करना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे मैनेज यहाँ पे करना होता है ना मॉडरेटर में यहाँ पे नाइट बॉट लिखना होता है
हाँ मुझे कुछ नहीं आता और तू मास्टर शेफ का विनर है ना
हाँ भाई हूँ तो
इसलिए सिर्फ 2 मिनट का मैगी बनाना आता और कुछ नहीं
मेरे को तो सब कुछ आता है
फिर से गाली नहीं दिया ठीक है कोई बात नहीं
किसको बोल रहा है तू हाँ
तेरे को
तेरी साले फिर से गाली नहीं दिया बोल रहा है साला
ले जा मेरे साथ पढ़ाई कर ले देख
हाँ तो तू पढ़ाई करना
Welcome back everyone to VCT Pacific. We are heading into our second match of the day, and it's going to be a classic one. DRX versus PRX. Who is locking in a slot to Master Shanghai to follow T1? You're seeing DRX right now. You know it, Paper Thin. They want to make sure that the world knows they are back. And they're ready to represent Pacific in those international tournaments. You heard Stacks. He always goes.
Live stream में audio share means
that I was keeping him from going, but
How
I
dare
think,
you?
but I think he might be able to push past me on this one. They've been looking so
Command.
good this year. It is truly impressive the way that they've come together as a team. Everything seems just so different with them, and I mean in very positive ways, where they feel more relaxed on stage. They look like they're having fun.
भाई
You
हाँ
listen to
भाई
their voice
अबे
comes and some of the content they're putting out, and they're just
Come
joking
on.
around with each other, just making fun of each other, just like like they'll argue whose aim is worse today, and like things like that. Like they're just out there having a good time, and that's really important for this team to have those vibes, to keep that good mentality that helps Stacks as that IGL as well. Stay focused on the game. So I have a lot of high hopes for DRX right now. This is again, I think the best
तेरा
I've
आवाज
seen
तो
them
आ
in the
ही
last
रहा
couple
है
years.
Yeah,
किसकी
definitely in a
आवाज
very
Screen
strong
का आवाज
spot.
नहीं आ
I
रहा
think
ना
that the addition of Bane was
जो
actually
अंदर
fantastic.
बोल रहा है वही
Vibes
उसकी
on their
बात कर
side.
रहा है
Proxy9 has really been stepping up
नहीं मेरा जो YouTube मेरा
on
जो स्क्रीन
their
शेयर
नहीं
करके
नहीं
रखा है
नहीं
इसको
MVPs
वो
already
उसका कुछ
in
किसी
this
का भी नहीं
regular
आता
season. So we'll have to wait and see how these
ठीक है
two
फिर ठीक है
younger
मैं यही
players
स्क्रीन शेयर
will
करके
do when
देखता
it
हूँ
does come to
हाँ
playoff
तू
time
देख
and
देख
up
कुछ
against
भी
some big
देख यहाँ
opponents
पे
as
आवाज
well.
नहीं आएगी तेरा
Definitely a big opponent. As we, keep saying PRX right now, they're pretty much when you say Pacific playstyle, you think PRX at this point. They've coined that chaotic sort of style that makes people want to watch VCT Pacific, right? And I feel like going up against DRX, it's sort of, I guess, nostalgic for them, but at the same time, it's a new feel because DRX does feel, as you mentioned, like very light. They have Bane also, who has been putting up the numbers. So is PRX prepared for this, especially since DRX and PRX, this is a matchup that we know that it could take a while. It could.
Yeah.
We could be going to a map 3. We might as well say it already. Actually.
I think we're going to map 3. I have very high confidence in both of these teams, so it is really hard to predict who's going to win. Everybody's looking good on PRX right now, so this is a team that is also, just like DRX, in very strong form, as you would expect, but, DRX is looking for revenge here. They lost to them in the finals of Pacific last year. They lost to them at Masters Tokyo the last time they faced off. They lost in the offseason at the ABL as well, so, there's all these things right now that have been going PRX's way, but it feels different now. It feels like this is a different DRX. This feels like they've got kind of a better read. They've often had PRX's number. They're a team that, like Team Secret, understands PRX's style because they played them so damn much.
Especially since these two teams, I remember
ऐसा
TRX did
लिखना
mention this in an interview
व्हाट्सएप
before,
किया
but this
तेरे
was
को
last year, that because they're
चैट में एक बार
tied
लिखियो
so closely
हो
to
रहा है
PRX,
कुछ
DRX's style has actually evolved
कौन से
thanks to PRX.
तेरे को भेज
PRX
रहा
have actually been molding them and vice versa. And that's how
सॉरी ये वाला नहीं
tied
ये
these
तो
two teams are, right?
तेरे
And as you mentioned, there is a score to settle. Termi did also mention that they were looking
ये
forward
वाला
to
चैट
this
बॉक्स
match
में दूँ
because
ना ये वाला
they
नहीं
want to get revenge. And I think that, because the
ये
fate
वाला
of
दे
these two teams
नीचे
are
वाला
again
ऊपर
like
वाला
pretty
नहीं
much, they're pretty much arm in arm
किसका
every time
आईडी
it's VCT Pacific. So
इतना
every
लिखना
time you see
चैट
this
में
match, you know it's either
हाँ
playoffs
वही
or finals time or it's
ये
like,
बस आईडी लिखो
Masters time as well.
Yeah, I like the point you made about, kind of learning
ये
from each other.
लिख
It
दिया
feels like
क्या
every really strong region has
अरे
a bunch
रुक
of
जा
strong
भाई
teams
उसने
at the
लिख
top
दिया
to kind of learn from each other and kind of build from each other. That's how the region gets strong in
मैं
the
नहीं
first
वो
place. And
वो
these
नहीं
two
वो
teams have
देख
been,
रहा हो
as you
नाइट बॉट
mentioned,
वो
linked
डालता
arm
है
in
कि
arm
नहीं
for quite a long time. It's important to note we had that graph at the bottom and it did go right to left actually from older to newer matches. So PRX definitely getting the better of DRX in the recent matches, but it's kind of an interesting point because I feel like, especially PRX, we're having some great times so far in this regular season, but also they had some shaky ones with the re-addition of Jing, and he looked a little bit shaky, but then against their match, in their match against Talon, rather, Jing was putting up some huge numbers, and the team really seems to be kind of flowing once again and really trending on the
चलिए
up
PERIL
and up.
पटेल
So
हम जाते
really
हैं
feels like
लैपटॉप में
both these
चार्ज कम
teams
है
trending up and up right at the
थोड़ा सो
exact
जाते हैं
right
ठीक है
moments and right into each
टाटा
other right now.
ठीक है
This is the perfect
बाय
moment to be on a high, but I do want to mention, of course, PRX, of course, they came from that 13-0 earlier, but as we mentioned during the pre-show, right, PRX did come out in the press conference yesterday and said that, like, okay, it actually wasn't as dominant or one-sided as it looked. Like, for them, it felt like it was pretty intense, so I don't think this is a PRX that is pretty much, overly confident. They do know that they do have to build back something, especially since Jing, he also admitted that, everything is still an adjustment for him at this point, even down to like, the chairs feel a little bit different. He mentioned that as well. Everything feels like he has to catch up at this point.
It's still not the full Jing that we are expecting, right? Like, he's still not quite 100%, but he's getting there very quickly. I mean, on Lotus in particular, he looked very, very comfortable. So I'm kind of curious if that is actually going to be the map that DRX bans. So the big difference between these two teams, PRX perma-bans Breeze, but DRX is willing to ban their opponent's strengths. So they'll go for a map that they think that their opponent is better than them on, and they will try to take it away. So I could see Lotus, I could see Sunset, potentially maybe even Bind, because that's been a little bit shaky for DRX. Even though they're winning it, they're still not looking, in my opinion, 100%. And those are the maps that absolutely could be taken away here from PRX.
Same with PRX. I mean, they did lose to Talon yesterday on Bind, right? That could have exposed a lot of strategies on the side of PRX. It goes to show, you know, even dinosaurs bleed, Valdez. Did you know that? Dinosaurs bleed.
Well, I learned something
I mean,
new today.
all living creatures, plants bleed, and even plants kind of.
That really caught me off guard.
Sometimes they
It's
do.
like, what?
It's like the sap or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
But going back into our maps, right? You know, Alex did say that they haven't revealed everything that they prepped quite yet. And DRX are coming from a few days off, so they've prepped something for sure. So this is another match which is really hard to predict. Perhaps we'll get a better clue as we jump into our map select, which we are just about to. And I like that you pointed out as well that DRX are feeling a lot lighter as a team. I think this is something that a lot of people actually, you know, maybe might say that, oh, it doesn't really matter, but it actually does, especially if you're on a stage that big.
But I think it helps their comms too. I think it makes it easier for them to kind of say what they want to do and rely on it. So definitely it's made a huge impact overall. Across the board, even the coaches have talked about how Bane's nature has kind of influenced them to be a little bit lighter, a little bit more fun. So yeah, the Breeze ban to be expected. The big question here is, what is DRX going to ban? Okay, Sunset, sure, that makes sense. I thought either that or Lotus. One of those two maps for sure was going to be PRX's choice. I think this one just is probably the map that DRX feels a little bit more comfortable on, and feels like that they saw enough yesterday that they can maybe punish this too. To leave it open.
At the same time, PRX obviously looks very strong on the Lotus, the 13-0, and then the Ascent is going to come out here on the side of DRX, and PRX is going to start on the defense. We see Icebox going away. And really the last question is, do DRX elect to play on Bind? And the answer is yes. So they say, well, PRX is strong on this, but we have not been defeated on this one. We played it a bunch, and so they're going to leave that one open. And should be a very awesome and kind of map 3, a classic one between these two.
This is going to map 3. I mean, I looked at that Ascent, I'm like, oh my gosh. Especially DRX on Ascent has a lot of history, right? So I think we can pretty much expect it. We're going into Lotus first, though. How are we feeling about this? I mean, DRX and PRX, I feel like I wouldn't call it like their absolute best map. They're not too bad, but it's going to boil down to the execution, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit tough now for DRX because you saw a different agent composition yesterday. The Breach, I kind of suspect, might have been a anti-Neon kind of pick potentially, because you might expect Talon to go for that with Governor. So you might go back to the kind of stock standard here for PRX with Forsaken on the Cypher. So I think that DRX is going to have a pretty good read on that. The real question for me is going to be the pressure that like Foxy9 is going to be under. Like, he's been okay as a Sentinel. He's really good in 1v1s. That's like where he really excels. He's pretty good at lurking. His site holding is going to be put to the test. Him, Mako, and Bane are all going to be under a lot of pressure today, so it's going to be up to them to react to things properly. When do you back off? When do you try to take those fights? Those are going to be really important decisions that they're going to have to make.
Especially against this team, right? Heavy firepower. And Foxy9, I do agree, he's been performing very, very well on the Sentinel role, but you're going to have something. You're going to have Jing, you're going to have Forsaken on there. And not to mention, Divine Mind Freak have been performing very, very well as well. So, gentlemen, this is going to map 3, but who is taking this? Have your predictions changed at all after seeing that map select? Let's bring out our predictions right over here. So it actually is evenly split. It's not too much of like what happened earlier in a series. Congratulations, by the way, Chubby Ninja, for that. You are the seer for this week. But right now, it is pretty much evenly split. I feel like, again, this is so close, though. This is like 49-51%.
I think what it comes down to really is DRX, they're very consistent, very strong team. They looked great in regular season, but as you mentioned before, like, how is Foxy9 going to look under so much pressure? How is Bane going to look under this pressure? Can they stay consistent? That's a big question for DRX. On the side of PRX, I feel like they're a pretty streaky team at the moment. You know, they can 13-0 you, or they can just drop a bunch of rounds in a row seemingly for no reason, because Talon are finding angles, and it's like, where was the team that just bopped them? Like, how did you drop map 2 after 13-0ing them? How does that happen, right? So maybe some, you know, Alex slamming the desk moments to get them back in line and keep them consistent on their streak. But, you know, if they can come out strong, if they can show the, I think, higher highs that PRX have potentially over DRX, then maybe PRX get a nice early lead, and that's enough to bring them across the line. Otherwise, I think the consistency of DRX will bring them to the win in the best of 3.
Ooh, what about you, Paper Thin?
I think it's a slight edge for the form that I'm seeing from DRX. It looks a little more stable. They look a little bit more cohesive as a team so far. They're still having some of those issues where PRX gives up space and information and it doesn't click mentally. You know, we saw that round on Bind where Talon wrapped all the way into spawn and PRX had no idea. Things like that PRX is kind of notorious for, unfortunately, is kind of their Achilles heel, where sometimes they're just not fully engaged mentally.
They can tunnel vision.
Exactly, and that's something that DRX is really good at punishing and really good at taking advantage of. So I think there's just going to be a slight edge here, but if the executions are good for PRX, it's going to be tricky.
Ooh, very slight edge indeed, because as we know, this is a match made for VCT Grand Finals, and this time it's going to be for a slot to Masters Shanghai. It's DRX and PRX, so let's take it to the stage for our final series of this day. We're in for a big one, everyone. Strap in.
사실 저는 일부 리그에서 뛰어본 적이 없기 때문에 좀 떨리기도 했고 무섭기도 했는데 그냥 그런 생각 없이 제 할 것만 잘하자 이런 식으로 했더니 오전 전승을 해낼 수 있었습니다.
हो नहीं रहा एक रिमाइंडर.
기존에는 스택스 혼자서 오더를 하는 DRX였지만 지금은 제가 중간에서 많은 도움을 주고 있고 서버더로 그래서 서로가 더 좋은 시너지를 내고 있지 않나.
He is going to win it, and it's a 13-0 from PRX.
Obviously, we weren't aiming for the 13-0, you know, but it happened. So yeah, obviously we feel very happy about it, you know. I think for Talon matches, maybe not just them, but I think any other teams, I would just focus on myself, you know. I don't really care about.
아무래도 페이퍼렉스 대 포세이큰 선수가 저와 비슷하게 플렉스로 팀 내에서 모든 역할을 다 소화하면서 교전력이 상당히 강하다고 생각하거든요. 하지만 분명히 그런 선수도 이겨야 제가 1등이 되는 거기 때문에 분석을 잘해서 제가 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
I mean, when it comes to DRX, it's always about teamwork. I mean, no pressure. We beat them before, you know. Hopefully this time we'll be able to do it again. And yeah, hopefully we can be on our 100% performance and move forward, you know.
저희보다 잘하는 팀은 없다고 생각을 하고 있고 어떤 팀을 만나든 저희는 다 이겨버릴 자신이 있으니까 누구든 그냥 들어오시면 될 것 같습니다.
DRX had no loss because they have already played us, you know. Stacks, yeah, we're coming, bro. We're gonna make you headache, you know. Like, we're gonna make you punch the table and stuff, you know. Yeah, just wait and see.
स्ट्रीम की वाचिंग चेक कर एक बार ताराમાં કેટલે રોક એક જ મિનિટ ઊભી રહે ને એક જ મિનિટ એક જ કામ કરી લો પછી.
DRX, the uncrowned champions, they've gone through the regular season as the only undefeated team, and even with some new members, this team looks poised to be the year's Pacific champions. Can they keep that streak to claim this series against one of their biggest rivals? Can they do it against PRX, a team that's coined the Pacific playstyle, a team that's consistently shocked the world over with power plays and some of the heaviest firepower that we've seen on the VCT stage? The team might be a little shaky, but as we've seen, PRX at their shakiest is still one of the scariest teams to be up against. Paper Thin, there is no underdog in this series. We're looking at two teams that are already practically hovering over that Pacific trophy. Who's it going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I think maybe DRX, but this could also definitely be the rematch we see in the Grand Finals. These two teams looking so strong. PRX, it's just a matter of time before they hit that peak form. You just got to hope that as DRX, you know, you're able to shut that down, keep it in check, keep it at bay a little bit longer. Turby in the game plan going to have to be great. You know, the other players are going to have to kind of keep Vayne in check. You know, if things start to go sideways, it's going to be on them, you know, to help keep his mental there. I mean, he's been great as the vibe guy. Now you never know. I mean, if he starts getting punched, he might kind of falter. So I'm really curious to see how this goes.
We've already seen this playoffs bring in some big surprises. This one, though, I feel like whoever wins, it's not going to be a big surprise. DRX wins, it's like, oh, that makes sense. If PRX win, we're like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
That makes
Yeah.
sense too.
All right, yeah. And they were really on form today, and that makes a lot of sense. So I think it's really just going to come down to who's got the better mindset coming into this one, who can hold their mental strong and not fail under that pressure.
And you can hear the crowd over there. They're on fire. They're cheering for both teams equally as well. And it just goes to show how powerful both of these teams are. So let's get into the series. Let's toss it on over to our casters, William and Achilles.
Thank you very much. We keep throwing around the terms El Clasico. Some orgs are trying to adopt the term El Clasico. This is one of the other El Clasicos. A meta one between Gen.G and T1 earlier on across a couple different games. But this one here in Asia, these teams have now clashed. It's going to be the 9th time. The record at the moment, 4-4. 2 of those events not in VCT. And if you go ahead and take those out, the record's still 3-3.
Yeah.
So these guys are very well versed with one another. Get to see which one comes out on top. DRX haven't had the better of PRX for the last 4 times. It's been those streaks coming through.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, you know, the meta shifts happen, and DRX haven't been able to keep up ever since the old retake Vision Strikers disappeared. But now they're trying to answer back. Obviously, PRX, they showed their new composition yesterday against Talon. It's explosive. Just talked about it a little bit. But it's not just explosive for the executes, for things like that, but it has so much reach that DRX, they will have to calculate this very well if they want to answer back on this Lotus.
And PRX, I mean, just looking astounding on this very map. DRX, of course, will have been watching, will have witnessed that 13-0 that PRX delivered to Talon. Still decided to let it go through. So obviously, maybe not expecting PRX to hit that same stride, or just having some very solid ideas about how to play against this, because he was also worth mentioning again, a very new look. It was a composition that PRX had never run on Lotus prior to that matchup yesterday.
And also, you know, on the side of Talon, head coach Frost said that for some reason his team, his players just don't know how to play against Breach. But I imagine that'd be very different for DRX with Stacks in the crew. One of the OG Breaches for sure. So DRX surely well prepped in this first map.
Going up against the most OG Breach of them all on the opposite side. Granted, he's playing Fade, but guys, this game is ready to go, as are we. So let's hop into Lotus for map number 1 between PRX and DRX.
The majority of the fans here organizing their shouts for DRX, but we hear a little bit of an answer back from PRX.
Careful there.
Though not in the classic 1, 2, 3 style of the Korean fans. They're there. Their voices will be heard. And Buzz with the half armor. DRX has been really going for these boss buys on their pistols, really making sure that Buzz is there ready to fire.
There's now dropping. Util will fly. On up over the top here from DRX. They go pushing forward already. Roll back from Forsaken and something. This was in position for the connection, and there you go. Flashes out. Players caught. Mako able to answer one back, but loses 3 of his teammates. Push around the backside of Rubble. Mindfreak will be able to get the better of him. And Foxy caught drifting into B. PRX starting things off very strongly with a pistol round win.
Yeah, so the timing of that peek out for PRX, very sneaky, because they took out the turret in mid. You're thinking it's not going to be a full stack on A. DRX gets a little lax, but that smoke, it's just bubbling out towards Rubble. Catches DRX completely off guard. The pop flash is good, and that's a classic PRX answer back in that pistol. Now, we have 4 buys, a pretty heavy investment. They'll risk dropping 1 weapon, maybe up to the Marshal as well, and that's not too much economic damage into the bonus.
Taking some forward space, working his way up here on the mound. Right, and Mindfreak behind him, so there's a ton of firepower here. Boombot going to be spotting at least 1. Push up. Just holds in for that orb. Trailblazer, not sure how much it's spotted. A couple players had been playing back, but should have at least seen 2 around the corner.
Well, the thing is A main already, you're past the toxic screen, so you have that information. You're still holding at a distance over by B. You've secured the orb, and you've denied any sort of information from out. So DRX, you know they have to rotate. Door opened up.
First flash sent, paint shells flying in here from Jinx. Snappy on the headshot, bait gets taken down. Fox 9 dead as well. Mako once again able to find a singular kill here. Spike stranded out in the sight. Work cut out for them. It's a couple shots across, but eventually they swing in. Mako will find a second. And full flash here on a Mind Freak, but eventually will be able to steady that aim and find the kill. So 2 rounds to start. PRX overall, not too many casualties thus far.
Yeah, I mean, obviously winning the anti-eco, that's not the surprising part, but I think the fact that PRX are willing to just send Jing in through the revolving door, things like that, when you have the weapon buys, right? Confident in the paint shells and what it's covering, the coverage from behind them on the other side of the revolving door, that way they still have a bit of a mini crossfire, still back up to trade, and then you just keep them tied up with the jump peak, something comes in from A. Overall, you realize the magic continues from yesterday. That pacing from PRX, it's not going to stop.
So far, only Mako getting himself on the board. Pull back again. Heavy presence, though. I mean, C-Sight is just completely being ignored by PRX thus far.
DRX, they're constantly still setting up defaults to see if there's a push out, but this is an absolute trap play from the other side.
Vault line in, Bane in a bad spot. Needs quite a bit of damage there from those paint shells. Divide, finding stacks, finding Mako. Foxy 9 able to reply in kind, though. Leads up 2 as Divide and Mind Freak both get picked off. Just a peek there at the baby door. Bane gonna be spotted.
अरे बस बस.
Not taking any damage.
Okay, done.
So now DRX gonna be cutting south, but still advantage very much here in the hands of PRX, just given the HP.
Okay, done.
You know how accurate they can be with those Spectres. They'll make it look like a Vandal.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And they'll be moving while they're doing it, so just some things that only PRX can do. But this is a good rotate. You know that you've already have the crossfire set up from PRX over
push forward, though.
Door. Yeah, this is early. And you have to suspect that this is possible. You have to suspect the rotate might happen, too. PRX doesn't play traditional.
Because there's no protection on those weapons. Some armor covered, so rifles in hand for the remaining 2 players here. Bane spawning, yep. Both of them here.
Fault line.
Fault line, getting the stun. That interrupts the plant. Now they have to pivot. Work their way over to C, but already door tapped.
Done.
Very well aware of this one here.
Those things are going to chase through B, but they're both already here on the site.
Fox needs to hold his own. He does. Snappy with that headshot to get himself a 3rd. In the round in general, now Forsaken. Last one standing. Buzz at 9 around the corner. A paint shell to play off the tap of the spike. Pushing it towards the killjoy, and Buzz swings out from Waterfall just in time to get the kill. 3 players lost, though. Still bloody, but DRX, they do get themselves on the board. They can breathe a sigh of relief. They are no longer in danger of getting 13-0'd.
Well, the Death talks about Foxy 9. Can he keep up with the members of PRX? I don't think that's the concern. Overall, as a team, PRX still 1 step ahead, but Foxy 9, the snaps are good, and he keeps them afloat. And afloat is about the best we can give him, because obviously that was their buy round. It's not the cleanest. F-armors across the board, but the operator's already out for something.
All been playing. We saw what something was able to do with that just yesterday. Some absolutely disgusting flicks put on display. They very much want to try to clear him off the angle.
He's going to go for this.
He's looking for the peak, swings out, shot. Does catch Mako there in the leg. Obviously unhealable damage here for the side of DRX as Buzz put a botch on that entryway as Foxy 9 now under pressure, cannot escape. They hound him down. Plant will come through, but man advantage here for the side of PRX. Jing, one away from that showstopper. Mako close to the side, does get the catch. Takes him down, swings out for a little bit more. Puts some damage across, but cannot find a further elimination. Bane punishing Mind Freak. As the door swings, the double approach swinging through, they will be able to take him down. Stealth, Defy, and Forsaken both tagged up. Something approaching in from Waterfall. Buzz, his back is turned. Take it down now. It is all on stacks to try to hold the line to get themselves this round win, but he's only going to get himself a singular kill. 2 players left standing up. Very much held. PRX will not let DRX string 2 together.
Yeah, DRX definitely trying to sync themselves up to the pacing of PRX. Obviously, it's been a little while since they've had to actually play this squad. Sure, they've scrimmed now and then, but ever since AVL in the offseason in 2024, they have not played a match yet. And it just so happens that they have to meet him when the magic has returned. Seems like Forsaken realizing maybe it's a little too early for the mega hype-ups. Tries to calm himself back down on the seat. But overall, things looking good. Seeker's online, so is the showstopper. You know it's a broken buy on the other side. Buzz will go for the hero rifle.
Quick slide forward, but this time a gamble from PRX on the opposite side of the map. a feeling that they're going to have the advantage, but regardless, door broken down. Buzz not ready for that. Something finds a shot, does get punished as Mako recovers the rifle.
Do have the pit, but obviously Seekers and Showstopper, that feels really risky to use, especially with just these weapons in hand. You couldn't barely recover the rifle there for Mako. There it is, the Vandal.
On the aftershock, not finding the correct positioning there to get the punish. Full flash in, but now Stacks is tucked in behind the box, ends up getting taken down. Showstopper the dive in, Bane, look at the headshot, takes him down. Devi, however, finding Mako, dropping the pit. Hold on to the defuse, the spray across. Bane able to fish for Forsaken. And that all comes down to Mind Freak. There's the first, and he cannot quite find the second. Puts Foxy to 58. With that thrifty win, DRX will get themselves a second round win.
An absolutely huge trade from Mako in the early parts of the round. That gives him the opening to break through tree. You realize that it was 2 people by Baby Door. There's no other trades coming in. Nobody to fire back from the revolving door. So they move quick, and they're able to constantly juggle this one rifle back and forth between the surviving members. Foxy actually sneaking in that Phantom right before the last trades as well. Gives him the firepower, and there's that energy. All focus on Bane as he's really been able to keep DRX high throughout this stage.
Okay, well, pacey push coming into something. Flaming 2 players very swiftly. Foxy with a blind on the 2 back. Mako now on his lonesome pitch.
PRX.
PaperX just up the ante.
PRX
They don't
is
give
the
them a
guys.
moment to breathe.
It's things like that that really just break an IGL's heart, right? You just got some footing again. You're thinking, all right, let's go for the default. They might push out. You're hiding behind the box, but the thing is he dashes past the Paranoia. The Paranoia is meant to counter this. I mean, yeah, Buzz is a little bit ahead, but you don't expect him to go past it and still get extra kills. That ruins all your approaches. Now that's the early timeout.
DRX calling it after 6 rounds of play. Attack side not going their way quite just yet. While this map did used to be defender-sided in Pacific, when you're playing against PaperX, you need everything you can get when it comes down to that attack half. Have your work cut out for you when you shift over to the defense. But a fantastic call. I mean, PaperX basically pulling a tiles crunch against the team that invented the tiles crunch over there outside of C. That is enough for Termi to want to intervene.
And I think one of the biggest things is obviously, you know, Bane saying that he's been helping as a secondary IGL, and we've seen the magic that can bring for DRX, but same thing happened to Talon yesterday. PaperX just doesn't give you a moment to even discuss. Just round after round, it's relentless. So I really like the early timeout from DRX. Try to course correct nice and early, give your players some time to breathe and reconvene. But obviously this round, it's gonna look tough. You've got ultis, but you got Stingers and a Judge on the attack. It's about the only site you can hit with that collection.
Already though, 2 in position, just alongside that C door.
Let's see, yeah, let's see.
Comes in, Devi shifts over, try to reinforce, and there it is, tap on the door. Nothing spotted, they hold back for now. Forsaken does send out the fault line. DRX staying stagnant, staying quiet. Wait and see if they can try to break through. Prowler not going to be spotting much. There's the bouncing entrance. The Buzz actually is able to find 1 there. Devi cleans up 2, however. Yes, Devi will get himself a 3rd. Stacks with the Sheriff will be able to put down something for a 2nd kill for the team. It's going to be PaperX not allowing that kind of half investment to come up with too much damage.
Excellent read from PaperX. So first of all, they're just sending you to early on to buy time, right? To pressure them, see if there's a reaction, but there's nothing. You took mound control. You were past the toxic screen on A, you saw nothing. So even Jing starts to rotate back towards stairs, and now everybody's eyes are already on B. And you've been cycling through that breach util just to make sure backup is there. DRX has no idea that they've been read like a book in that previous round. Now it's just gonna be rubble pressure again with the fault line. And I mean, you just have to respect it every time, even the pink shells come out. TRX, they will always start each round with 10 seconds already down on the clock.
Slow creep up, this time Forsaken playing out in front, shifted over. Connector, sights turned back over towards Baby Door though. Expecting some added pressure to A side, but as he swings back in, enough attention bought. Mako to find the punish. Forsaken dead, showstopper for Buzz, just looking to try to create some additional space here for the team. Something approaching from the back, gets the one tap, looks for a little bit more, stacks. Eventually he's able to find him, and then Mind Freak also swoops in. Got a quick spot there on to Buzz. As Paranoias go flying, and Foxy9 from behind will be able to take him down. However, the deadliest member of PRX is still here nearby, and that's going to be Devi. Jing, however, dead, leaving Devi all on his lonesome. Sultan looks to see if he can try to clutch this one up. The Seeker's to chase. Clear out on one, knows that he's playing close, needs to get the others here. Devi works his way around it onto the site.
He knows both of them are out and mound. So that smoke not really getting the value that they wish. Both nanoswarms gone as well.
Just cleared up, there's the tap. He wants to try to force him in one after the other, but Foxy will be able to get that headshot in the end. DRX, again, bloody. Keep two players alive. They get themselves a third round win.
That shot from something, I almost thought that the round was just over from that, just because it was so quick. Yeah, well, and it was against Mako, and it was the one side that they had control over. I mean, everything seemed to be going something's way. Dig in deep, but DRX starting to play a little bit out of their own shell as well, right? They're not the old DRX. They don't always wait for the perfect util setup. They'll go for these silent lurks. They'll start to open up the map a bit more. They realize that PRX has been moving very quickly. This is a very fast adjustment off of that timeout.
Judge in the hands of something, and he's crept up just outside of B. Mako, basically shoulder to shoulder with him here at the moment. If they have anything to try to scout for this, Mako, he's just gonna blind clear.
He's trying to keep a wide angle.
Contact, and he actually, yeah, swings out wide enough. He's able to get the headshot before suffering any damage. Major punish found there by Mako. As now, DRX get ready to open up this C side for the taking.
Man, Bane actually just shrouded stepped forward to make sure that he can match the pacing for the Paranoia.
His way out of door. Turret holding him at bay, and Foxy just adjusts the angle a little bit more, finds that punish. Looks like this round will certainly, now certainly is going the way of DRX.
And now the lurks, they're all set up, and Mako, he's online, ready for it. He's the one trying to keep them in the game the whole time, but now...
Divide a challenge and win.
Okay.
13-4 and 5 here.
Goodness, 13-4 and 5.
I hear from Devi as the game starting, saying, I don't really think about anything else other than my own play. Clearly, he's very much dialed in on that at the moment. Spike will detonate, though. DRX this time significantly clear on the round victory. We'll move up the 4, bring this within touching distance. And because of how scrappy these rounds have been, cash not aplenty on the side of PRX.
Yeah, and this always seems to be the case for PRX, quite frankly. I mean, they could be absolutely dominating, and then they'll still just barely have enough cred round to round because a lot of it, again, focuses on trading. Obviously, back at kickoff, PRX versus Gen G, that was some of the scrappiest we've seen in terms of credit management. But DRX, not so much the other side. So warning his team about the judge, saying, yeah, it was a judge, all right? They're starting to do those things. But I think that early timeout, the adjustment, understanding that PRX has just been swarming the map within the first 30 seconds. The good adjustments, right? Not just waiting for the push out, but starting to try to meet them halfway. These are good default adjustments from DRX. And now Coach Alex trying to make his own adjustments off of that.
Let's see what he comes up with. Already 2 timeouts burned, 1 apiece before we jump into round number 10. And honestly, that's what you love to see when it comes down to just high-level, strong understanding of your opponent type gameplay. Again, I mean, the 9th time that they've clashed overall. Yeah. Granted, yes, some roster changes for sure seen throughout the years, but still, identity. It lingers.
Yes. Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, especially because, you know, the coaches haven't really changed. Sure, you know, from all the way back in the day, you have the addition of Glow from player to coach on the side of DRX, but the philosophy of leadership has been consistent for both sides.
About to try to check forward, but something ahead of this. And the drag across, second bullet connect. It's Mako dead. Bane lurking forward. Bit of a stranded position. Trying to TP out. Jing rushing forward, looking for that punish. He's able to find it. Stacks is not steady. That aim whatsoever. Jing collects 2.
Yes,
anticipating this. Does get the catch on to something. Foxy take it down. Clean up blast pack. sent. Spike taken, but second blast pack not gonna do you a damn thing, son. Buzz ends up falling as Jing will collect 3 in the round. And the timeout here for PRX will work his magic and give them a 6th round victory here on the defender side.
Yeah, it almost feels like Stacks maybe imagining the smoke might last a bit longer, or maybe just forgetting that PRX, they're always going to be one step faster than you imagine, right? He thinks Bane's going to be safe after that shrouded step. You don't see the swing during the animation, so he tries to back off, get a head start. And Buzz, I mean, he just had too much he had to do there, trying to survive, get kills, pick up the spike. But now, ults on both sides, quite healthy, but definitely looking a bit scarier on the side of PRX, if I do dare say. That rolling thunder, not anything to scoff at.
A little bit of util sent out towards A, but Prowler now flying on this side. They know they to shift it over as something spotting out quite a many few.
Okay, so DRX, they realized that the early breach util wasn't there, so they are able to bait out the fault line, but you still have to account for this rolling thunder. Seems like they're in a position to try to bait it out. They're not going to rush into it. See if the reaction is there. It comes.
Rolling thunder gonna hit on everybody.
Oh no!
As the stun is in, something collected 2 quick kills. Buzz Mako gonna be taken down. The rest of the team trying to backpedal, trying to get themselves out of this position, but Stack far forward, committed, dead. Foxy now, the last one standing. Let's see what kind of damage he can find. The Dragon Cross will eventually get him a 2nd elimination. But PRX, they'll make it to 7.
And just a little message over to DRX. Still all out of love. Obviously age-old rivals, but DRX definitely isn't feeling a bit of that right now as they're already down 3 rounds in the first half. See if they can at least stabilize 7-5. I mean, sure, that's not too bad. You know, yeah, you're on the attacking side, but all things considered for Pacific, wouldn't be the end. But Foxy 9, now just with the Sheriff, despite being the top frag, he gives over a Vandal, a buy over to his teammates. Phantom, it seems, over to Buzz.
Space taken here from Jing. Shots across, Bane avoiding that damage for now. It's probably to try to check. Taking a bit of damage now, Paranoid. Deafin swings out on the corner. Foxy with that sheriff able to put one down, but my freak! 4 quick kills delivered. Buzz will shut him down. He'll deny an ace, but that is about it. Divide will have the cleanup as I need a replay stat. It's 8-4 on the half with PRX out in front.
That is a crazy spray transfer onto 3. I mean, up, down, left, diagonal, everything. Playing tic-tac-toe on his own. Mind freak. He hasn't really needed to show much in this first half because his teammates have just been barreling through. But he decides to take a piece of the action himself before he gets left behind, ending the half 8-4 ahead of DRX.
An absolutely incredibly hot start here from the side of PRX. PRX trying to fight back, but even the wins found pretty much just the 1 out of 4. It's been somewhat clean. The rest have been very hard fought, a bit of a struggle. Your sign's flipped upside down there, son. It says DRX win 2-0.
Yeah, obviously upside down. It looks like a different score there. He just goes through on the chaos. Oh, what? How are that? How is that 2nd and 3rd kill headshots? Just another Tuesday for him.
That it is. I mean, something about Mind Freak and just sequential kills.
Every team's got one. He's absolutely the one.
कुछ नहीं कर रही. Okay.
I mean, even Forsaken scoreline, sure, he only has 3 kills, but 14 assists. Incredible. Absolute value on that breach. It just goes to show the style they've been playing. DRX, not too many assists on that side. Lets you know that they've barely just getting through on their own kills, whereas PRX, these are all setups from that breach. It's all coming through. The flashes are there as well from Divide.
Watching 2
now,
chip. Okay,
the
5.
death ball, but still gonna hang back
2.
with the spike.
2 chip 2. 2 અને હું.
Clustered together, Bane. There alongside Rubble, Buzz nearby, Paranoia at the ready. Onto the orb, the smoke now dissipating.
Okay.
Sees one. Fault line sent, does not connect here onto the Omen. Couple shots sent out. Divide going to be taken down. Buzz now trying to send the paint shells, and Bane's able to come up with 2 before falling. Swing out. Buzz eventually does find something. The positions get reinforced, and DRX will be able to take down PRX, tying up the count on pistol round wins.
My favorite
so
team है भाई
playing a lot of
DRX.
mind games just in the pistol alone, right? Obviously, early utils take rubble control, but then you break Baby Door, but then you take the orb. So you really mask the numbers over by rubble. And during all this, you're wondering, okay, there's still nothing. They're still not biting on the orb. What could it be? But they're still peeking out of Mount. So Bane stays ready, stays true, and then the backup from Stack so quick. The Prowler right before this is really what secures the round there, allowing Buzz to stay alive and still get another kill. 4 Bulldogs now. DRX has been going for the FPX spy the previous couple matches, but now it's just going to be full buys.
Was the Sheriff here from Divide. That Guardian rings out. Stack's the only one picking that up. Just send them packing. Something gonna say tucked away though, alongside the door.
Yeah, so
noise gets made over towards Mound.
That's a lot of space already taken from PRX. They still now have some options. They're just gonna clear it.
Finds one. Mind Freak still here around the corner, but Prowler comes out. Sense there from Stacks. That's the presence of at least one more. The flash, the push forward, getting ready to maybe come through here is Fault Line. Forsaken assessing where he wants to send this one.
Just too many angles though. I mean, yeah, it's an eco, but you want to do whatever damage, or at least get the spike down. You know, get some advantages for yourself, but it's tough. You still have nothing to clear the Killjoy util over on C.
From the Sheriff now.
30 seconds left.
So it's just a fake then.
Okay. Well, Divide can just simply do that. Zane now in a bad position, has to try to get himself out to safety. All the flashes sent. Jing bouncing around the corner, finds one. Guardian shots coming through, has him lined up. Stacks eventually. He's able to find the 4th.
10 seconds left.
They can't afford any more deaths. The investment here on the round was absolutely monstrous. Jumping forward here onto the site, Foxy9 will be able to take out Divide. Good Lord.
Man, I mean, yeah, messy for sure. Not the type of finish that DRX wanted, but I think it goes to highlight again. It helps a lot when you've had someone helping with the calls a little bit. Stacks, he's had more moments that he's able to just zone in on his own fights, you know, and also having just more faith in his teammates. I don't think it's just Bane. I think it's the entire team understanding that they, you know, what values to call and what to just make sure that everyone's focusing on their own game, things like that. It's freed up Stacks to find a shade of his former glory now as the IGL.
Oh, well, these races are about to clash. Buzz here against Jing, and Jing gets the better of him. The amount of damage exchange as Trailblazer spots out Bane, tries to TP out, gets himself into the smoke, takes an immense amount of damage. He's got 2 HP remaining, but somehow he's alive. Weapon swapped over into Stacks' hands. As Orb does get taken. Mako, what is that? Oh!
He saw him on the jiggle, he just pre-fires it perfectly!
That was absolutely disgusting. Now, Foxy, putting some damage down, had the opportunity of a lifetime to get the catch on the 2, but we'll find a smattering of damage and needs some in exchange. Baby Door broken. PRX now pushing their way into this C site. More Vandals held. Stacks trying to work his way up. Does get taken down as something right there. Easy enough kill for him. Line ready to be sent. Foxy swinging, gets a little bit of damage across on Divide now, down to 26.
Spotted
Mako
both.
wanting to try to push in, but Forsaken snapping to the headshot, finds that kill. They know where the last player is. He's gonna go pushing for it. Pushing to swing back out. Foxy has come away with 1. He's out of ammo on the Bulldog, pushes up the Classic, grabs the Vandal, sends a couple warning shots, and then just looks to drift away.
At the end of the day, not terrible for DRX. PRX obviously just happy to continue the lead. They'll still keep 3 rifles. Everyone will have to reinvest into armor though. That's a little dicey. With just 3 of those rifles carried over from that previous round, I think Mako's going to be very satisfied with that Sheriff shot.
Oh yeah, just disgusting. So we'll go ahead and get ready to take a look back at it, but yeah, I mean, we saw the Rays getting ready to collide. Really?
Listen, there were just too many kills.
I guess
there were just too many kills. Well, something Not too much to celebrate just yet. And now the judge out. Now that's another thing you got to worry about if it's PRX. If they're ever down on eco, on their econ, it's nothing really to worry about. Judge will always ring true for Jing. He'll close the gap.
Foxy on the juggle now. Pops those nanos. Jing taking quite a bit of damage on the entry. Pain chill available. The K will expire. Foxy skirting around the side.
Oh,
wow. The edge up before the judge can finish the job. Avoids the paranoia. Something pushing up the ramp. They're at Bend. For now, Spike not within the sight. Everybody pretty much from DRX arriving here to reinforce the position.
And they're still watching for that lurk. You've still got the alarm bot. Main's still checking all the other corners. Divide will clean up one, though.
Foxy dead. Bot doesn't last long. Spike now within the site itself. Plantable position. Something still holding it bent. Buzz just around the corner. At risk of taking damage. Stacks pushing some back, but Divide will be able to find the first. Another fault line invested. Buzz comes away with a 1 kill before falling, but now it's all on Bane.
And they know he's coming from B. They spotted him earlier with the paranoia over by the site when on Forsaken's lurk. He's got the jump peaks going.
Everything for him to do here. Young upstart. Now he found himself suddenly in Tier 1 Valorant. And clutch gets this squad, finds the first, the swing in, he gets it, but something timing it. No chance at a flick up from Bane. He will put him down again, bloody. Back and forth between the squads during the round, but it's PRX coming out on top, getting themselves up to 10.
Oh, wow. That's how it happened. And on that kill on Stacks, I mean, Buzz, he was behind the pillar, but he's focused on a potential pinch out, right? He's focused on PRX trying to swarm the site, so he doesn't swing fast enough on the trade, doesn't realize that Stacks is going to be losing that duel so quickly. Falls apart a little bit, and PRX now showstopper in hand.
ये तमना जाओ लेता हूँ.
Weapons not there, so the retakes don't feel great.
पानी भरवा जो એટલે લેता हूँ એના ખાવું એમ.
Feels multiple.
मैं हूँ करूँ मैं गेम रमतो मैं मारता चैट वांचू.
પેલી કહેતી હતી કે તારા ભાઈનો ફોન આવ્યો તો કે પેરીનો
કોણ
સબસ્ક્રાઇબ કરવા માટે
ફોન આવ્યો તો
તે ફોન કરતે
કોને
કોને કર્યો હોય
રિયલની વાત તે તો સબસ્ક્રાઇબ માટે ફોન કર્યો હોય.
Comes away with a kill. Tries to pull back, Buzz swinging out, caught up in the crossfire, something strikes him
मैं
down.
વાત જ નહીં કરતો.
That hero rifle.
કામ હોય ને સબસ્ક્રાઇબ કરાવો તો એક ચેનલનો સબસ્ક્રાઇબ બતા.
Spike now planted Foxy with just the classic. The world against him at the moment.
Yeah, and he knows they're going to hunt for him too, so he's not going to focus too much on the marketing side of things. He really wants to try to at least do whatever damage he can, then go to the spike. I don't think the spike is going to be in range for him, as all approaches have been blocked off. But we'll see. Now Jing, after that kill against Bane on top of that pillar, the bait with the blast pack, but then he jumps back out. All crosshairs turned towards that smoke over by Main. And then the main forces jump in from tree. Absolute great baiting from Jing.
No mercy shown here to Foxy 9. Will be allowed to die to the spike, handing over any additional ult charge. PRX not showing much other mercy than that. Huge streak starting to build up here for them as Jing just catching a glimpse. Bane not realizing it here is something able to just get that slight readjustment to the left.
क्या मारा
And he needs a tissue. You might want to spit his gum out, maybe.
Whatever he wants it for, it doesn't matter. He's got time as the timeout comes in.
काम करने काम सानी मानी सब्सक्राइब
Their
करवानो फोन
adjustments
नहीं
after
करे
the
वाली.
timeout in the first half were excellent. See if they
अरे
can make
भूख
the same
लगी है
ones
ना.
now. Obviously a bit harder, letting PRX run amok with the initiative over on the attacking side. Coach Alex, just as much to say. Still some adjustments that he thinks are worth making.
I mean, again, just given how well-versed these teams are, how well-versed the coaches are,
कहीं खाना नहीं कहीं पीवाना हो तो नहीं ना.
suspicion as far as what term he wants to set up. Played against him enough times, I've observed enough of DRX's gameplay, both regionally and internationally in the past, to kind of get a sense of, okay, these are the ideas Termy typically likes to go for on the back of timeouts. See if he's right.
The op. So I was wondering, yeah, if DRX maybe just goes for a faster push out, right? Because they've been trying to respect you know, they'll use the util, but they'll wait to see where the flood is from PRX and try to react to it. So DRX, I imagine, might go for a heavier investment, but PRX, they're ready for it. They'll match it, even the potential showstopper. And something's got the up, and that's the death on C. Sight absolutely opened up. They saw the util flying out over by the A side. PRX, their sights are on.
Mako quick to try to reinforce the position, but
I've got your trail.
Podstock against him. Seeker now chasing forward. Trailblazer going to be there on the back as well, sending the whole damn zoo at him. Showstopper, pop from Jing, looking for the entry. Mako playing right around the rosy with him, does find the kill. Fancy footwork from him, but something with the shorty will be able to take him out in the end. Freak not ready for the double push. As Buzz does manage to find two, but he can't fire it off. Ends up being taken down. Full flash now onto Bane. Swings out a little bit too wide. Had no idea of his positioning. And PRX with two left standing will get themselves up to map point.
Come on, squad.
Man. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if DRX suspected the operator, because it doesn't quite seem like they did. Or at the very least, maybe they just thought he'd be hanging back, you know, against the showstopper, just like he did yesterday. But this jump peak is very wide, and something doesn't miss a beat there. He's there for the trade on the side as well. I mean, that's just how quick they are. Buzz does his best. I mean, the double peek out of the smoke, it's a heroic attempt.
Nice, save up. Every all player ever.
I know.
Straight into it. Whoa. Trying to go for the flick. That would have been one for just a lifetime. Paint shells will try to hold the rest of PRX at bay. Buzz to safely get himself over here to establish some form of rebel control.
DRX did have the nightfall, but they're not going to push it. Sure, the fault line is down. It would have been an opportune moment, but they don't have a pinch ready, so they don't want to risk going in just from one side. They now understand that the rotations have already happened for PRX.
Second setup here on the smoke from Bane. He's trying to maintain control of A while Stacks. Walk about over here towards B. They both end up falling. He and Mako both put on the floor by Jing. Damage traded, but kills not found. Off in hand. It's an easy shot for something. A decent way to go ahead and cap off this map, it would seem. TP attempted out as Buzz, finding one, can't steady for the second, and Bane will fall. Debai closing out the last two kills, as that is going to be still another dominant showing from PRX on Lotus.
Yeah, it seems like people just can't really figure out the pacing once the breach comes in. Sure, there's no Sentinel, but PRX, they've still got all sorts of weaponry to watch their back.
Okay, well, that's map one done and dusted. DRX in a position where they needed to respond. We've got Ascent coming up next, but first we'll have the analysts break down all the action from Lotus.
Well, you guys heard Devi earlier. We're coming for you, bro. That's what he told Stacks, and that is exactly what
मैं गिर
happened.
ना PRX
I
जीत
don't
से
even know if I should be
जीती ना
surprised at this point with all of the plays that we saw
my
on
favorite
that
team
map, because
by
it's just PRX doing PRX things once again.
Yeah, it was just like quintessential PRX, and I think in general as DRX, you're gonna have a tough time here in this first map. Whatever it would be, whatever you don't ban, they're gonna pick either Sunset or Lotus, which are very, very strong maps for this team. It's hard to deal with their tempo, it's hard to deal with their pace. You know, you can see at times you'd have some crazy good shots from DRX,
आज
but
एक
really,
मैप थे
the
PRX
speed and
में
aggression that PRX plays with is so
जो
difficult.
अबे
If you make
जीती
one
ना
little
तो भाई
mistake, if you don't
खतरनाक
connect one time, I mean, think about that Foxy lurk where he comes out of C, gets two players out in the open, but because he kind of has to readjust his angle a little bit on his first shot, all of a sudden he's screwed and
There's
he
no
can't do anything.
readjusting.
Yeah.
Just don't think. Just keep shooting, keep firing. That's the PRX style.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it just felt like a very PRX dominated map, obviously, like we've been talking about, and you can see in the scoreline, right? 14-5 in first kills, and it felt very similar to the map that they played against Talon on this map, except that DRX, like you mentioned, they were hitting crazy shots, they were fighting back a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's still an extremely PRX one-sided map, essentially. You know, some rounds here and there taken by DRX, but especially in the second half, they just looked kind of lost. PRX is, I mean, the shots they were hitting, like Mind Freak's spray transfer the one time, like something the entire map with the operator. Jing just really solid once again. Looks like he hasn't missed a beat from his match against Sound. So, yeah, I mean, PRX really scary. We always knew they were going to come out strong here. Even at the beginning of the map, we were like, okay, PRX take this first one. I think the big question is what happens on the second map. because, you know, I think DRX can certainly bounce back and have a very strong Ascent and potentially win it. But PRX certainly, it looks like, you know, the streakiness I talked about, they're currently on the good streak, and they're only going up at the moment.
Well, we saw what happened yesterday. It's not completely over yet, but as we can see, you know, of course, something on the board there. Not too surprising indeed. We have Foxy9, though. He was holding his own against, you know, PRX in a lot of rounds. It's just that, again, PRX is PRX, and we keep talking about it that way. But, like, for example, right, you bring up Jing as a player. There are certain skills. Ideally, in the world of Valorant, there are certain skills, certain utility that you can use to kind of like stop another player, right? That doesn't work on Jing. like that doesn't work on Jing. It's like, oh, throw a satchel, throw a snake bite. No, Jing is immune for some reason to all of those.
Well, Jing understands
Jin बहुत
the
अच्छा खेल
micro
रहा है
movement
भाई.
in this game in particular so well. Like, he's so good at repositioning himself to avoid your utility or to avoid your angles, to give himself a favorable situation. There was one where he gets onto rocks at A really quickly, and there's a DRX player waiting in A main, and he just kind of gets the first one, repositions himself so that follow-up player doesn't have a favorable angle against him and has to wide swing, and he's just dominating him. I mean, it's things like that that make PRX so tricky because they're so confident. They understand not only how to be aggressive, but the proper way to be aggressive, and there's very few players and teams who can play like this, as we've seen across the global stage. There's been some who've tried to mimic this. No one's really been successful. And again, going back to like how to deal with it, it's so hard for a player like Bane. Everybody in the world that comes against this team for the first time almost always loses. And Bane here struggled, and this is why, because it's so hard to understand how to play against them until you really do on stage. You can scrim against them all you want, but on stage they are a different animal.
I think it's also because, like, you know, these two teams haven't played each other for some time. So in terms of like the DRX PRX matchup, they might be a little out of shape in terms of facing each other, right? But I feel like because PRX are such instinctive players, what Alex mentioned about, you know, just, you know, turn off your brain and just shoot. It kind of is true when you have players like this that work so well with just, you know, out of instinct, we'll just spray transfer, we'll just rush in and everything, and they don't even need to talk.
Yeah, I think if you're PRX, you want to come out firing and kind of bringing that crazy momentum you had from the first map into Ascent, because this is certainly one where DRX can hunker down, they can try to play it slow, they can try to play it standard, and they're so good at that. We saw that they were hitting some of those really nice shots on the first map, but again, very much PRX dominated, and I think if they can bring that kind of feel, that kind of vibe into the second map, I don't think it really matters what the map is. You know, like, I think PRX will probably just roll over any team at that point. So it's going to be interesting to see if they do bring out the Sage once again. I wouldn't be too surprised, given that it is PRX. So, and it is going on to Ascent, so could see that kind of fun composition that they do bring out from time to time.
Yeah, I wonder actually what they're going to be doing here, especially since, you know, Jing
Maybe दूसरा है bro.
the raise, but will he be on the stage over here in Ascent? Are they still going to go for a double duelist, and will something be on the Reyna, which we've seen in previous Ascent, you know, compositions on PRX? And for DRX, right? They, I believe PRX is starting on defense on this side, so it's also like they don't usually start on defense, but for Ascent it's a special case just because of like how the map is.
Yeah, it's so defender-sided, and we could see the Reyna, right? They brought it out against DRX in the finals of the Pacific League last year.
Once upon a time.
Exactly. So even though they didn't win, it went to overtime and they lost on it, but still, it is an agent that can give DRX some problems. You'll see teams try to use it against them from time to time because DRX is used to be so reliant on their protocols and their set executes and things like that. But this is a different DRX this year, so I don't think we're going to see any differentiation from what we've seen so far in Ascent from PRX, which is one map, but I think we're still going to see this.
But another question for you, gentlemen, is which team is going to be taking more rounds in the first half? Yes, that is our question for our guess and gain segment. So is it going to be DRX or is it going to be PRX? And keep in mind, of course, that PRX is starting on defense here, so it might not be what people expect.
Yeah.
What you thinking?
Well, I mean, viewers certainly affected, I think, by the way the first map went, and they're going pretty heavily in favor of PRX. I think it does look like an extremely one-sided match so far towards PRX, but I don't know. I don't think it's that one-sided in terms of going into this map of Ascent.
All right. Well,
we gotta choose.
Let's pick up our prompts over here.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
I guess I'll continue with my meta.
Okay. All right. On 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm with the viewers on this one. You guys are my partners for this.
You're right.
Yeah.
Actually,
I see where you're
the name of the game is Valdez in game, so the meta is actually to just do whatever Valdez does, because
I'm good then.
regardless of if I'm right or wrong, I'm always right in this game for some reason. I don't know why, but it's certainly working out so far.
You've been kind of like a silent assassin of sorts. It's like, I'm just here on the desk, sitting here. Oh, by the way, I'm up here. I'm up here in Radiant. And you're here on the desk at the right times. It's like strategy. It's a strategy that a lot of other talents here would probably want to steal from you. But
I just think DRX will bounce back. I think they'll have a good first half. I just think that it's not going to be a total wipe, but I could be wrong, right? PRX looked great on that first map, so we'll see if they bring that same heat.
Not to mention, PRX has been banning out this map, so they do want to avoid it for a very specific reason. We're going to find out what that is as we step into Ascent, right? And going into, DRX's side, we do know that DRX, they are quite
दूसरा मैप कौन जीतेगा? चलो बोल. PRX या DRX जीतेगी?
They're pretty comfortable, but this is a map that they bring out when they kind of want to steal themselves.
Yeah, and it's a good map for them because they read the map really well. They're really good at maneuvering themselves now. It used to be kind of an execute-heavy style for them on this map. They've really adjusted since then. I feel like Stax has gotten a really good grasp of how to push and pull the map more on this attacker side. And if they need to dial up some of those executes, they're still in their back pocket.
Yeah, and well, we're heading into Asia Select right now, so we're going to see if we have some big surprises over here. PRX can be notorious for doing this. Will they do this right now? Probably not, but who knows? Anything can happen at this point. So let's see if we have. Okay, we do have Jink on the stage. That was the big question that I wanted to see.
Wait, what?
That's not in a sense.
This is
Agent.
Yeah. What is this?
Wait. Those are.
This is bizarre. When's the last time DRX didn't play the standard meta Ascent comp?
Yeah.
Where is Killjoy?
Where's Sova?
Where?
What is this? What year is it?
It almost looks like we stepped into Breeze, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oopsies.
Does DRX know what map they're playing?
There's a considerable lack of yellow on this composition.
I guess maybe they have a read that they can use this Viper to shut down something, and the Cypher is there to shut down something. And I mean, there's nothing that really screams like get around the Sage wall with this to me. This feels more like a take the site and like kind of cut off the angles of PRX and take the map under your control.
Well, we're going to see indeed what these teams are up to as we step into Ascent. Let's toss it on over to our casters, William and Achilles.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोला. मैं बोला कि अंदर देख के बोली ना. अंदर वो परसेंटेज दिखा रहे थे वही वहाँ से. तो देख के बोली ना ऐसा.
Taking a page out of DFM smoke, quite frankly. Obviously not the Rays, but going for that global stall and lurk possible on both the attack and defense, which in theory, I kind of like it, right? You know that PRX isn't playing the Killjoy, you know that they're not playing the Cypher, so you can get around with that.
I mean, realistically, since the question was posed, when was the last time that we saw DRX kind of stray away from the standard composition? Wasn't really since Lock-In when they were running that double initiator, had the Sova fade set up here on Ascent.
And that's still somewhat, excusable.
As far as the Viper's concerned, I don't know that we've ever seen DRX piloting this. So let's see how it does look. As for now, slow going here on the pistol, but it's a 5-man stack up from DRX and Gelato.
Yeah, and that Sage wall on B lets PRX know that they can just stack over on A. They even have mid control, and they're not going to see anyone stationed outside of B main, so this should be a pretty hard read from PRX.
Brown coming through now from something as well. They do have a trap wire set up. Just stay alongside this, but no, quick clears it. Reaction, narrowly fast enough there. Stax will avoid getting caught. It's going to be the dash up over the top of Mako, swinging through, does manage to find Mind Freak, so he gets taken down. Attempted a break here on the door. Soften that one up as the plan comes through from Stax.
Yeah, there's not going to be no flank around from DRX, so they just have to hold on the site. That half armor helping keep Buzz alive with 55 HP.
0 point back available. Fragment sent, trying to force anybody out of hell. There's a pop flash over the top. Buzz will be able to find one. Jake gonna be taken down, but Forsaken comes up with that kill. Foxy trying to find the kills. Softens him up quite a bit, but can't find that elimination. Devi all on his lonesome though at 4 HP. Will get gunned down. Mako is able to find him, as well as 2 others, I should say, in the round for DRX to go ahead and take the pistol on Ascent.
Yeah, all coming down pretty low, but at the end of the day, A good pistol round from DRX. The spy cam and the trap wire, they're able to still keep eyes on mid. Trap just barely saving them fast enough so they don't get caught completely unawares on the flank, on the lurk in from something.
Find that opening kill. Mako continuing to be clean. Yep, just gets the info, knows that he's going to be low. But look at this buy from DRX. 3 rifles.
Back to it.
2 Vandals and a Phantom.
The FPX spy, they've really been favoring it on a lot of these maps, which is why I was a little surprised over on Lotus. But it returns here on Ascent. And obviously that is also a threat against the Sage Wall as well. It's not really going to find much value. It'll be broken up pretty fast if Jing chooses to use it.
Sheriff's in play though here from PRX. I believe at least one of them noted it over in mid. This cam does get cleared out.
You're hearing it from Tree as well. So you still have the lurk from Foxy9 with just a classic. But try to hold on to any information in mid. I don't imagine he's ever going to peek out. He's just there to catch the lurk, see if there are rotates.
Still needs to be Johnny on the spot, given that he doesn't just have that classic in hand. Dash forward, Buzz looking for some
अंदर
space.
दिखाता है जब मैच ओपन होते हैं ना तो दोनों का रेटिंग दिखाता है कौन कितना रेटिंग में जीतेगा गेम में पे समझी या नहीं कुछ आगे देख थोड़ा घुमा के
Something's already in.
He is. There's the swing forward. And now he's turning his sights away from Forsaken, who goes ahead and finishes off. And that is a catastrophe for DRX here. As PRX pull off the eco win.
Oh, the close hold after the flashes as well on the execute. I mean, it's not Jing who gets the kill, but it's Jing who draws out the crosshair. And the Sheriff's ring true. Devai holding that long angle. It's an excellent setup on quad between Jing and Devai. And the paranoia, it only eliminates this one side. They were really relying on Buzz staying alive with his cloudburst over by quad. Now DRX going to have to rethink things while they go through another eco.
Fade here. Checking around, but now just orbs funneled. Shockdart wants to hold them back. Spray coming through, making the presence of this Odin very much known. Rotation around towards this side of the map. He's going to be coming in for DRX.
He's still hearing Poison Cloud as well. So Forsaken just checking as they still see nothing over by A. Now the wall should be getting ready to break right on the 1 minute mark.
Shockdart. Good damage found. Foxy and Mako both tagged to about 75. Now the entry beginning. 0 point sent. There's the ping on the 1. Shots across. Forsaken looking for that damage. Unable to find it there as Foxy9 will be able to take down something. Spotted the gun barrel. Goes back in with the ADS, but eventually he's going to be overwhelmed. Jing now, however, arriving. Takes down Buzz. 3v3 with a weapon advantage here in the hands of PRX, but Odin recovered. Being held here by Foxy9. He tucks back into boats, but now Bane dead. Jing cut up with 3, looking for the 4th, and he will have it.
Ritu?
PRX moves out on 2 members, but they get themselves a second round win all the same.
The Battle Sage, a lot of the Pacific players, they said Jing's who they think of when they hear that term, and here he's here to deliver.
Certainly.
Oh, absolutely.
The new age one, now that he's leaning into this even more so. Sunset and Ascent, having that be a part of the comp. My previous would have been Zest.
Ah, yeah, okay.
But a time long since passed.
I mean, Mako back in the day, also very good with it over here in Korea as well. Yeah, Zest. We'll wait to see if that returns in stage 2.
Proper rifle v rifle round now. As the operator is in play, something going to be inching forward. Obviously, no KJ turn that you have to worry about clearing. This drone will just get spotted out.
So with that drone out, you have to imagine that it's a plant over in B main, up or not. Usually going to be the opposite. It's just a fast hit on the other side, but they haven't checked.
Freak tucked away. Now they know. Swing out though. Mind Freak still good for the second. Jing with covering fire in heaven. They shut it all down. DRX just cannot get anything going in their favor. PRX just have the answers time and time again.
I feel like I've seen Mind Freak get kills from that spot every time they played Ascent this year. He always just brings it out. The a round that you just don't expect it. DRX only thinking about the op, the drone over on the B side, and imagining that they absolutely have the advantage over on A. The tunnel vision's coming through. I wouldn't be surprised if a timeout happens in this next round, just because that mistake shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, the last several rounds, everything since that pistol. A head scratcher here for the side of DRX. Moxie just having to wait out these last 20 agonizing seconds. There's just nothing else that I can do. No attempt to be made. Also just isn't even sure if somebody's walled in with him, because that would be a very PRX thing to do.
Intentionally as well, just so we're very clear.
As they will keep up the habit here of putting out the heart, this time with a smiley face.
And then he broke it.
All forsaken.
Cracked the heart. Broke it in two, and that's what DRX fans are going through right now. DRX looked absolutely unstoppable during the league play. But obviously, they didn't have to play against PRX.
Get the attention, gotta get the fist bump.
All right, no timeout. Of course, an eco here. Just one rifle saved over. See if DRX can course correct. We haven't really seen Cypher and Viper have too much impact on their lurks, on their global presence.
And this airpoint catches pretty much everybody. Fine Freak for the swing out. Fragment sent his way, has the TP out to safety. Swing up though, Foxy9 is able to get in there, finds that elimination. Fragment now to delay the approach into A main. Up over the top though, off the back of the flash. Buzz. Knife to the face, Divide gets taken down. Sight now open, weapon recovered. DRX in a much better spot this time around. Jiggle the weapons through, his dart will find one. Looks to try to reposition. Not gonna be able to really get the shots through that. Now Buzz safe. Smoke's coming down, double approach, getting ready to come through tree as Mako gets himself crept forward, but now Jing gone.
क्या देखा नहीं?
Save with the op. I mean, sure, your eco is fine, but doesn't seem very likely against 5 people with rifles picked up.
No, certainly not. Forsaken just gonna fish and see what he can find. Any kind of damage, anything to knock back this economy from DRX this time around. Looks like DRX do have the upper hand. A solid setup from them.
Mako surely goes on the hunt, and Buzz as well with the Blade Storm. Uh-oh.
Does so, and he actually does get something for his trouble. Forsaken now, last one standing as Mako swinging out the ADS coming through, but no, Mako will deny it away. Picked up a vandal, put it to good use, dies to the spike. DRX get a second.
You deny that op, so it has to be a reinvestment if it's going to come through. Not actually going to be able to do it if you want the Odin as well, so. Now this is a very PRX-esque round from DRX, right? As soon as he realized they have a moment to get that kill, they just never let the foot off the pedal. Foxy9 swings in, then Buzz absolutely just runs through. Foxy9 happy with the shots today. As he should be. He's the one who's always trying to keep them in this right now in terms of duels.
He and Mako on the first map. 0 point. Just gonna be spotting out something. No operator in play, however, so.
So switch up on the Poison Cloud, always used to contest for B main, but now it's A. They take mid control. PRX has a bit of a read on this thanks to the Sage Wall again, though.
Small command coming through. Still this Odin that they're gonna have to try to contend with, and already Stacks taking a bit of damage there on the entry. Still alive on his feet and is resible for the time being as Bane trying to intercept 2 players, but ends up falling to the wayside. Jing, backside, comes up with 2, gets himself a 3rd again! Can he find another 4K? It's Foxy9, last man standing. Divide won't give him the opportunity. They'll just gun it down. It's from 1 round, looking excellent from the side of DRX to everything crumbling in a matter of moments. PRX, they pick up their 4th win.
And let's just be very honest, this play, the pinch in from Market with the null command, it's great if you're playing against Killjoys and Cyphers, right? You imagine they're hanging far back to counter the null command. But against the Sage, it doesn't really mean much. That wall's going up at the start of the round. I mean, sure, the null command's still going to be powerful, but it's not giving you the advantage you think you had. You don't have the pinch. They just can only watch Market, then they back off. The wall still has to be broken. Now you've been slowed up. DRX has to check for these walls early on because PRX is just playing with one side of the map every single round for the first 40 seconds.
Timeout in the same exact spot as we saw on Lotus. Same exact score, that 4-2. Order of round rounds very slightly different, but result right now looking the same. PRX in the driver's seat. Granted, yes, it is that defender's side. DRX electing to go to this map. It has been Old Fate before them. They're very likely expecting that they would be in a much more dominant position here. Looking to try to course correct.
See what Termi and Glow have found when they're watching the player POVs. Obviously, they can also only watch DRX's side of things. One of the toughest jobs, in my opinion. Trying to be the one responsible for course correcting in the grand scheme of things, but you still just have the same resources as your players. And now it's not the early wall from PRX. Just a slow orb, slow things down in the reposition.
Here.
Playing in mid, just outside Market and Pizza. Been coming down. I mean, he's fully expecting this pressure to be applied here. Forsaken tapping the switch, does manage to spot out one. It's being made, smoke drops, Jing finding the kill. Second note, backs away. Pops the heal on himself now, looks for the challenge. Tries to steady, and he does again. This guy just cannot miss today. And cleans up one, stacks a bad spot, just a classic in hand. So there's the pinch from the side, but Foxy unable to come up with it as Forsaken will steal away the ace. Right up into Jing's face. Says, that's mine.
Wow. Not like this, Forsaken. How dare you? This was perfect for Jing.
13-3-1 on stage.
I mean, jeez. He heals, he deals, he'll do everything.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, just play deathmatch at this point.
Literally that one bullet. Oh boy.
Now the wall goes back up. So that previous round, PRX basically funneled DRX through mid. I mean, they used all their util early to push them off, slow them down, stall them on the mains. And then they were waiting for him in mid. The trap was sprung. DRX now trying to pick up the tempo.
Oh, okay. Bane shooting before aiming there. Foxy, though, brings Jing's reign of terror to a bit of an end, finds him. The catch over here in B main now. That neural depth going to be invested for the attempt on the breakdown near the door and the wall as they get ready to flood their way onto the site. Pings out, Buzz being ready to try to challenge, but Forsaken still comes away with the kill before the flash can connect.
Cage triggered.
Bane has to go huge here on the lurk. He can come through main, he can go wrap around, it doesn't matter, but he has to be the absolute crucial part as everyone else is now stuck in the site waiting for the flood in.
Monka, was he considering sending the ult?
I mean, if push comes to shove, maybe, but now with the timing, you imagine that they're trying to hold on to it, maximize their rounds.
Flash comes through. Clears the wallbang attempts. Spot in that regard. Fragment expires. Answering one. Flushes stacks out into the open a bit. And yeah, Mako says, okay, hell, I have to send this out. Hit invested. Bane does manage to find the backstab onto one as Mako will be able to clean up the others. DRX, they go ahead. They get themselves a third round win here in the first half, but decently costly from them.
Yeah, the pit, I mean, you would have loved to keep it, but obviously expertly used. Just enough time for Bane to be able to come into the site. It does seem like Bane a little lost in the sauce right now, right? Not able to keep up with the tempo of PRX. A little bit the nerves coming in, a little bit antsy. And then here on the backup, he's a little bit late there on the swing around as well. You already saw the shots coming in from lane, and he's still so cautious.
Talk about, how costly that was from DRX. 4 ults built up here from PRX now. That res has been available for God knows how long.
Well, why res when you can just kill everybody else? The Jing way.
Here.
And even just this, using the wall at the start of the round, then saving it, waiting with the slower, just these small default changes makes things a lot more difficult for DRX, which only has one initiator. I mean, they can't just fish for info non-stop on a cycle.
They're going to be drifting away from mid. Flash out from Divide. Catches himself with that one a bit, but spotted there in mid. Double drift up into B main. They will spot out the Viper.
Only one, but that's enough to draw their attention.
Something that was scoped in. Finds Foxy9. Mako does get the trade out. Forsaken going to be taken down. Wall up. There's the res. There's the pick from something. Mako now gone. No command pop by Divide back over here on A. As Divide holding things down from Tree. He'll find the first one, but Mind Freak in hell. That's exactly where he just sent Stacks and Bane. Cleanup is absolutely perfect from the side of PRX. DRX still sat here. Only 3 rounds won on this attack.
Yeah, and it's not always with the best reads either. I mean, some heroics needed here for DRX. The previous round, sure, it's a decent attempt. But this one, I mean, the fact that he catches the Cypher first, you know that Viper was spotted earlier, so you know there's another one. Something's ready for it. Changes his angle, knows the pre-fires are good for Mako. Got a taste of it in the previous map.
Here.
Now the wall held again, slower. I mean, PRX knows that they can just stall, right? The lurks, sure, we just have to watch for mid every now and then. They're leaving it open.
Oh,
wow.
That vertical flick would have been impressive, but Mako comes away with that a little bit faster with the classic of all guns. Finds that. Slow orb now going to be sent. Hunter's Fury, however, out from Forsaken. As wall goes up, Jing taking a bit of damage there from that snake bite, but wrap around for Buzz after the entry. He is able to find that punish, so he can be scooped up. Solid positioning here from the side of DRX now. Still have to get the spike planted, which is coming through now from Stacks.
Wall just trying to be broken to make sure they have more angles.
It's the gun, grabs it. Buzz, not sure which way to look. Mind Freak getting ready to approach here. Out of market, double approach out of alley. Mind Freak finds the first. Bane going to be taken down. Paranoia sent, forces him off the angle. Gun barrel spot. Buzz finding one, and the perfect swing timing comes through from Foxy9. A thrifty win here for DRX to get themselves up to 4. They need so much more than that if they want to have a crack at this map.
Absolutely, and quite frankly, it feels like, for whatever reason, DRX are getting these round wins in the fashion that their comp isn't built for, right? It's a lot of this death balling, it's a lot of the trading, it's a lot of the first kills just off of their mechanics, but it's not about punishing the fact that you don't have alarm bots, you don't have trap wires. It's not about the global presence of the Viper and the Cypher. I mean, sure, if you're playing on the stage, you do whatever it takes to get the win, but we haven't quite seen them use it to perfection. Obviously, it's going to shine a lot more on the defense, though.
Wall boost here. Pushing over the top, trying to see if he can spot anything at all. Mako playing far enough back.
Here.
Oh, but that gun barrel was spotted. Something aware of Foxy9's positioning. How do they get the punish? Well, just don't pay attention to Foxy9. Divide just swings out, finds one. Now, Foxy9 tries to go for the counter trade. Something strikes, finds the elimination, quick updraft, the tuck into pizza. Keeps himself alive. Bane in the meantime, able to find Mind Freak, but now Mako gone as something continues to advance forward. Nearly gets a couple shots through there onto Buzz. Get onto the door.
No, he has no idea.
Oh, the timing! Just off. He manages to stay alive. Hold on to the spray and swing in. Bane somehow comes away with that kill, but now Buzz dead. Something gets himself a third of the round. And Bane, player here on the team, all the pressure on his shoulders. Jing joins in, that heal available if they want to just try to push it back up. What the hell is that fadeaway shot? Bane finds it, and what a clutch! The 4K to get them over the line when they needed it most. A seemingly unwinnable position, but somehow Bane triples his kill count in that round.
I mean, it took him a while to get used to the PRX way, but he's figured out.
Oh my.
I mean, that jiggle. Yeah, let that be heard.
Yeah, I almost said it too. We got that shot on something.
I noticed. I think we were all thinking the same thing.
Tested my limits there. Could not believe it. Buzz revealed shots coming to fruition though. Can't find that kill. Poison Orb dropping. Something able to find one, but traded back. Foxy9 finding the kill, immediately investing the ultimate.
Okay, but the spike is still very far away. Foxy9, he has to hold on to the site for so long. DRX almost has to just hope that, yeah, PRX spreads back out, right? Because the spike still isn't planted. Paranoia will give it away a bit.
Hunting noted. Does find one. Buzz taken down. Mind Freak now finding Stacks. Spike picked up, but Paranoia crashing across. He tucks back into
Bane
boats.
has to go huge.
This backstab from Bane absolutely has to be monstrous. He's been noted pretty much every single time, but this time right now, the creep up. Nobody watching
Saw
for
the
market.
barrel?
You should have seen the gun barrel. Sees it now. Strikes. Finds one. Suspect that the other is going to be approaching here from Allison now. Just stays tucked away, a fake on the TP. Trying to play mind games against Mind Freak. And Mind Freak snaps back. He'll found 45 HP, and as Foxy tries to take some space, Mind Freak takes him down. 7-5 on the half. PRX will be out in front as Forsaken. And he just plays around with his teammate a little bit.
I mean, that's PRX. They're always having fun. And quite frankly, that's what seemed unbeatable for DRX this time around, is that they were having fun during league play. But right now, with the way PRX is playing, you can tell the pressure is back on DRX. A lot of fans expecting them to be back on the throne here, not just for Korea, but for Pacific. Re-bring the glory back to Korea for Valorant. And now PRX says, nuh-uh. Once it's Pacific, it's our place. You can see the nerves really getting to DRX throughout this match.
Used to being the ones in the spotlight, used to being the ones that were the lone hope. The last 2 seasons found themselves being the bridesmaid, not the bride. That's been for PRX, Gen G at Madrid, and now T1 qualifying ahead of DRX as well.
I mean,
they take those accolades of their colleagues here personally. Getting revenge here over PRX, that would be a big boon for the squad, something that they've wanted for so very long. I mean, you take a look at the match score 4-4 all the time, like I said, but the last 4 times that they have faced, they have fallen to PRX's hands, and they haven't been able to take any maps against them since that grand final, which, as a reminder, was a reverse sweep, the first in a best of 5 in VCT Valorant history, which means that the total map win streak for PRX is 8-0.
That is brutal for DRX. I mean, they always seem to be the absolute kryptonite against PRX, but now it just might have been reversed. So unless DRX can make the defense magic work. Now, I do think this comp should shine a lot more. Obviously, you know, you rely on global lurkers, things like that. At some point, you're going to have to win your contact plays. So on the attack, in theory, the 5 rounds should be fine. It's just that today's momentum makes it seem just so much scarier. Seeing the trap over on A, but it's still a double stack with the Viper and the Cypher by B. The toxic screen seemingly letting PRX know that they're not looking for retakes. They're looking to hold on to that site.
DRX technically in the lead as far as pistols are concerned, and that's something that they're going to be looking to maintain here. Jing crept forward. Trap wire around the corner. Viper wall as well to try to play through as he goes on this Sage lurk. Bane, quick peek out. Lining a couple players over here at main. Shock dart landing at his feet now. Interrupted before he can try to send the paranoia. That very much transpose. What a snappy shot from him on the ghost. Reveal in. Bane able to play off the back of that one. Does find Divide. Quite the turn here, but Forsaken looking to equalize. The stacks come dropping down off of Heaven. He needs a bit of damage for it. Swings out, takes a challenge versus Mind Freak, but ends up falling down. Mako now being intercepted. Barely wins out on the fight, but gets tagged up to 36.
Saw the jump up. They should be ready for it.
Forsaken here, just on the side of the smoke. Push coming through. Foxy, quick jump shot, able to find it and able to finish it. 2 kills from Foxy. DRX, they will go 3-1 in pistols. And they start off this second half with the right foot forward.
So the joke in Korea with Foxy9 is that he's just been absorbing everyone else's talent, right? A little bit of Space Jam going on, because he talked about that in an interview 2 years ago. But right now, he's showing absolute results from it. Takes a page out of TFM's book with the setup, takes a page out of PRX's book with the jump out of the smoke, brings it right back to him.
Quick readjustment. Now, Buzz, Outlaw, still going to be that triple bulldog here. No pistols in sight for DRX, but 3 sheriffs in the hands here of PRX.
That's an investment. And it might not pay off with these Outlaws.
The flash is just so damn good. Stacks and Bane both can take it down. Sheriffs be damned. It was the classics that find the value. Buzz now positioned here on site. Heard the tap on the orb.
Well, he needs backup, though. He's got no exit.
That is a catastrophic start here. Shock Dart, send, try to clear any potential trap wires as Buzz will be taken down. As the high pen of that Sheriff coming through his Forsaken, swings up, shuts down Foxy 9. And anytime DRX start off a half with any form of advantage here on Ascend, PRX have the perfect reply.
I mean,
no.
oh.
There's
Wow.
nothing you can do, Mako.
This was the perfect setup, right? They invested into 3 Sheriffs. You got the Outlaw. I mean, on paper, DRX should be on for like 4 rounds in a row.
The flash catches Stacks. He's just out there in the open. Can't do a damn thing. And it's just
like these boys.
Say, okay, pick off Bane, kill Stacks, easy kills, weapons recovered.
Bane's been having a rough time. So is Stacks. Only 2 kills on the board. Sure, you've got 9 assists, but it's not enough to keep you in the lead. And Bane, just too many targets. He's been shaky. I mean, you thought that the clutch might have revitalized him a bit, boosted his energy, but not quite back at his peak form. Now you know the Outlaw's in the opponent's hands. DRX respecting that. Okay, the spy cam still keeps him safe. They've already taken over A main control, so DRX can go for the stack.
Something up and over the top. Foxy over to that left-hand side now of both. Stacks one, but I mean everybody else just melted dead. And Foxy joining them in the grave as Bane will be able to put down 1. So 2 kills found. PRX still charging onward, now 9-6.
It's not looking too good. Absolutely crucial round for DRX. And they have to go for the full armors, just in case. Just in case that Outlaw's carried over. No reason to try to snowball with the half armors. You just have to bank it all on this round and assume that you have to win it. Because otherwise, match point already looming at the doorstep.
That flash attempt again. Bane just backing off as the Shock Dart comes chasing him.
Yeah, PRX already adjusting very quick to try to take away these trap wires, right? They're not relying on the 0 point anymore. They're relying on absolutely eliminating all of the trips. So the adjustments are quick.
Cut off that window access. Oh, the jump spot. He was blinded. Forsaken didn't see him, but the return fire from Divide with that ODD is good. Mako stabilizing, finding something. Stopping the TP from coming through from Mind Freak. He'll turn his sights now up mid. Slow orb. Mako not going to go chasing either way. The team just goes ahead and backs off.
Oh, but this position.
It's being watched by 2 at the moment. Stacks and Foxy with a bit of a 50-50, and Foxy with a very clean shot. Punishes the lurk. Assessments having to be made as Ching just casually strafing back. Does find a shot there on the Mako. Even if they don't close out the round, do additional damage to this economy that has had 0 stability on the side of DRX.
Yeah, they'll even draw out the Neural Theft. I mean, sure, it's not an impact ultimate, but
30 seconds left.
Here's a drop.
Drop down, but Dart in, turn on the flash. Foxy, crisp and clean, finds that hit. Jing now challenging again. Just wanted to do a little bit of additional damage, but won't be able to find the kill. DRX, as we get into the first proper rifle round, will be able to go ahead and clean that one up. They keep themselves close, but still more work to be done. PRX, they have money for this round. And if they can just go ahead and turn around here, get another win that puts them up to double digits.
Yeah, the Odin, of course, being dropped, that hurts a little bit because that could help a lot to eliminate some of these setups that you have with the Viper Cypher combo. But we'll see. They've adjusted well so far. Foxy 9 now taking it upon himself to bring up the energy for the overall team. Leading the score with 16 kills. It's a fast hit.
Fragment sent. Big suppression found here. Is spraying in, smattering of damage going to be found. Something tagged up quite a bit. Just tucked into the corner.
कहाँ तक पहुँची गेम?
And now you know that PRX, I mean, you know, obviously PRX sometimes they do still rush in no matter what, but with the 0 point dying off, you imagine that they will at least wait a couple seconds. And now the potential rotate spotted. So DRX, it's looking rough to try to regain any control, but they at least still have the trip to rely on mid.
कौन जीतेगा?
Once this gets broken, that B site's looking very dangerous.
किसी को अता पता है कौन जीतेगा?
Clear out. Now having to be paid towards that market, but as that null command, that 0 point I should say goes
मैं
across.
वो मम्मी का वो आज फास्ट है ना तो लेने गया था.
Now the rotation starts to come through here from the side of PRX. Yeah. Push them as far to the limits of the map as they possibly can. Something lingering around a little bit to see if he gets a peek out. And now they will go stomping their way in towards A.
मम्मी नो फास्ट है तो बिल्कुल लेवा गया तो.
This is perfect. They'll even wrap around up to heaven to make sure they can cut off the backup.
Bane, past him, but Bane holding his ground, finding three. Somehow catches something once again.
Oh.
Mako will get the other two. Bane the only casualty. Been a slow start, a very rough game from him so far. That is 2 critical rounds where he has come up huge.
Absolutely demanding respect back on his name.
This is just, why is it always something? The killer, you're like, there's no way he gets, okay, somehow he got it.
Yeah. Jeez.
Unbelievable. Well, 8-9 now. 1 round separating. PRX will call their first time out of the map.
I mean, it's a good time here for PRX. Obviously, the round gap already tightened up a bit. But overall, you thought that the adjustments were still there from the players for the most part. So it seems like Alex is kind of tossing an idea out there and letting the players talk it out themselves.
હું જાઉં છું.
Trying
બાય.
to gather all the
ક્યાં જાય છે?
information together, try to find the solutions. Now, they've already solved the first part, right? Trying to just eliminate the trap wires rather than trying to find the Viper and the Cypher. You can't rely on the 0 points, you can't rely on the no commands when you've got, you know, the Viper and the Cypher who
ક્યાં જાય છે?
can be on opposite sides of the sites of where their
નીચે
util
જાઉં છું.
is.
કેમ? અહીંયા બેસ્ટ
You
ને?
just gotta hope that you're destroying it. Now, looking for a speedy hit with the stingers. The no command here. See if DRX goes for the classic DFM setup. Well, it's crazy that we're seeing things like that. I know. But hey, they were the ones who pulled it off so well against T1, who's now the first team to go to Masters Shanghai. So things are all up in flux.
Yep. Quick snake bite there from Mako.
Bye bye.
Slow up any of that pressure any orb takes.
Bye 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 bye.
Something. He wants that orb. One away from having that Blade Storm here in this thrifty attempt.
Zaken also wouldn't mind a Hunter's Fury nice and early if they could maybe get into the site. But no reactions. He's a little worried about that, if anything. Now, DRX, it's an interesting different setup, right? They stacked all of their util on B, expecting a B hit. At the end of the day, it is much more likely with the no command, usually the go-to choice.
Knives do come through here for something. Its way back across the opposite side of the map with everybody else. Quick TP out, Bane with a check. Spots 1.
That should keep all the focus and high alert here on the A side.
Smoke sent, no command now through Mako, unable to try to go up the works with those snake bites. On top here is Foxy 9 with a little bit of damage down on Knives. Eventually do find their mark. Mako, Foxy both going to be taken down. Buzz arriving, finding the head there up Jing, finding another, drags across it narrowly. Does get something as well. Forsaken now, last one alive. As the dart goes through, they know exactly where he's at. There's a swing out for Bane behind. 9-9, we're tied up. It was a weaker buy overall from the side of PRX. Been committed to it, but 3-round streak here for DRX. The biggest win streak that they've had this entire series on either map.
Yeah, not only the biggest win streak, but not counting the Pistol of Ascent, the first time that PRX isn't in the lead this entire match. I was thinking to myself, I mean, this seemed like a risky setup, right? Just relying on the fact that it should be a B hit. Both these guys with no util to hold themselves over on A. But the trades are good, and Buzz very quick with the backup. One of the traps still being destroyed.
Miles crunch attempt here from DRX, but PRX, they completely avoid it. Opposite side of the map coming through, so now it's starting to panic, saying, okay, set up the smoke. Try to stop things from pushing forward here. On the side, there's the dash in, there's the TP. Foxy 9 able to find Mind Freak. Something got himself forward, but Mako strikes him down. Snake Bite and the Fragment, both stacked in on top of each other, making sure that this choke point is completely unassailable for the moment.
Everybody's here for DRX. You still have the cam over by B as well, so just worried about the mid lurk.
Oh, do find Mako. Just in the corner of the wall, pushing forward enough. As Foxy, or screw it. Smoke comes in, pushes forward, can't get that trap wire set up. Rez is available, but it will basically be a sacrifice.
Yeah, and with that choke point, not the greatest bait either. Obviously the wall already used. So they'll just try to go for a rotate, maybe a bit of a pinch. I mean, you can tell PRX knows that there isn't much strategic hope in this round.
Spike down.
Snappy with it. Dead. On the cam, just making sure that there's nobody pushing their way up in towards B main. With the cash on hand, PRX will just stay tucked. 12 seconds will dwindle down. DRX, they will gain the lead, 10-9. Cash have plenty in their hands.
Exactly. So much econ banked up. Wouldn't be surprised if the op comes out in the next round, although maybe just because it's against PRX, they hold off on it. Buzz
looking for it. They'll get taken down, but Foxy will be able to find the buy right there at the end. Yes. Okay. Timeout called. Essentially back-to-back here for PRX.
I mean, you desperately need the adjustments. Now you've lost the lead. Curious to see, because other than the trap wires, there hasn't really been too much else that PRX has really gained from their POV. Right? They've kind of been butting their heads into the sites. They haven't worked mid too much. So that's one thing to consider. Wonder if Foxy 9, I mean, DRX, they've got so many ways they can reset up for that, though. They could set up their util there. They could go heavy on one site, still have someone just watching with the jump peaks. I imagine that that might be the next step for PRX. Don't have to necessarily go for a rush and a pinch, but at least work the map a bit wider. The trouble being that, obviously, their composition not the most built for it, because they don't have a great way to watch their flank.
Alex, more animated as time goes on. I mean, we saw the battle of the coaches just yesterday between he and Frost.
Now that was something. That was a battle for the years for sure.
Well, Alex is working back up to that, to a similar level of energy here. Hunter's Fury, Rez online. Right on the window as it's like DRX. You can read that this might be over at B. Maybe they even want to try to go for another crunch.
Yeah, looks like it would be the setup for it, right? We got stacks in place for a pop flash. No, it's just going to be the 0 point in his hand for now.
Smoke sent something. Pushing with some shots here in mid. Still some kick behind it here on the side of PRX, but 2 stingers in play, plus that bulldog. Damage absolutely can be dealt. 100% stacks. Pulling up the angle for a brief little moment.
So you know you've already given up mid, so you kind of have to back out, which makes Buzz's position a bit trickier. Can't hold on to B main no longer. So ideally, normally, you would want to push out of A at this point to control 50% of the map. DRX!
Stacks.
Whoa!
He's caught sleeping with something. Sleeping the wheel. Stacks turns back, finds that kill. Fragment now coming down. All set up. Forsaken. So he's going to be okay for now as the healing does come through. Slow it up on the approach, but there's 3 players waiting for this push coming in. Buzz trying to stay safe, eating a lot of damage there from the Fragment, just hopping up into the corner. Stacks tucked against the box. Now spotted, now swings out, just gonna take it down. Jing able to find that kill. Bane getting to buy. Falls Forsaken. Buzz now trying to hold things here backside, but eventually will be felled. Kills come through. Mako and Foxy arriving. Foxy going to be a little bit more cut off as Hunter's Fury opened up. Mako just trying to play elusively here. So far the plan not coming in. 15 seconds remaining.
Snake bite not quite landing, but you know one was backside.
Top. Now McKinnon hitting on the both. That is critical.
Now you just have to win your duels.
Creeping forward, spots one. You know that they're both in that position. Mako trying to clutch it, but Forsaken denies it away. A 4K to tie things up at 10-10. PRX not out of it yet.
When they got stopped with the Fragment, it looked like the round was over. They got paranoid. They were stuck behind the wall. The site was flooded. There were 3 people on the site. They tried to go for the staggered peaks, and PRX is just too quick. You know, even the weaker weaponry. Alex
Just take a swig and breathe deep.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a clutch at the end of the day, so it's not like it was easy. But here is that op now. You've got the 0 point and the pit to make sure that B main is safe.
Smoke's playing, he's pulled off the angle, but given the tension to mid last round and hearing that drone, Buzz wants to try to take some space over here. Pushing Lurk forward. Smoke now down. Push off this one.
Light, last time from the dash here.
Oh my God, Defy! There's a timing shot, he had a look at that smile on his face. He knows he just got away with murder. The judge just shook his hand and said, you're free to go. Unbelievable. Now, window spotting one. Foxy unable to find that kill. Payne trying to hold that tree door here onto the site. Clear up to the 0 point, swing onto the corner. Foxy got that double ding. Finds a follow-up kill. Payne setting the aim. Takes out something. Smoke does dissipate. Mind Freak now all on his lonesome. Stacks head spotted. Just want to play around with it, given how clutch Mind Freak has been. But no, actually gives him the opportunity. He's going to rotate out. Mako now ready to match. Guns drawn. Mako finds the kill in the end to give the lead back to DRX.
What an incredible round. Starts with the nastiest spam through the I mean, it's not even a full spray. He just fishes for it. I mean,
like that was it. It was just a burst.
But a heroic hold from the rookies over on DRX. Fox and Bane bouncing off of each other, and Bane once again gets the better of something. He's dialed in now. And the kill onto Sax lets Mako know that the rotate's coming.
Can kick back economically here for PRX.
Huge tag with a 0 point as well.
Quite a decent bit there. Shock Dart not going to be clearing that wire. Second attempt though, will go ahead and find it.
Sever Cage makes it tough that their own smoke not finding much value because they would be making noise through it.
Recon up over the top, a full flash connecting onto something, and Stacks regains his vision. He's able to find the headshot. Up over the top here, knives at the ready. K coming through, and there's the reveal. There's the meat grinder play. The setup strong here from DRX. Jing able to find one with that frenzy. Push up Payne. He's already taken that kill. DRX will get themselves up to map point.
And the majority of this venue holding their breath, knowing that they weren't quite free, now starting to let the cheers come through on map point. Operator still held in the hands of Buzz.
The series might just potentially be going the distance, but at the very least, DRX ascent, the overtime, it very well could happen. Now as he attempted the thrifty from PRX, you can see a sigh of relief on Stacks' face.
I mean, you can tell it has not been easy. This is the first time DRX is really, truly being challenged. I mean, yeah, they've dropped maps before, but they always still seem pretty happy.
Last chance to hold on here from PRX, need 2 in a row. If they want that 2-0, if they want that overtime, push up, saw it. Spotted for just a moment, the dash now at the ready. Jing, does he peek the drone? Goes and bails him out. He pulls off the angle for a moment, clears it, wants to go for the re-peek. He does so, and Jing taking out the res, not in play. Divine now shut down as Stacks, but coming alive at the end of this map. Kills found, the jump out, Mind Freak picked off, and it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, things are not over yet unless Forsaken comes up with a play of a lifetime. A 1v5 ace clutch just to keep them alive. Mako reading it, sends out the snake bite. Holds him back for now. Multiple angles that he's got to think about here. The way to try to isolate each and every fight. He finds the first. Looks for the second, but then Stacks. Strikes from background.
तीसरा मैप भाई, तीसरा मैप
Turn around a rocky
भाई,
start
तीसरा
on
मैप
Ascent
आशा
to
है।
extend this series. We are going the distance today, ladies and gentlemen. Full maps played in both of our series as both of these squads still vying, hungry for that ticket to Shanghai.
Yeah, I mean, this whole day is delivering for what it promised, but we'll send it over the desk to break down the action in more detail before we head to map 3.
Well, we did say it was going to be a map 3. One thing we didn't get right, though, that this was going to overtime, but it looks like DRX, they really wanted to finish this quickly. It took some time before they got their groove, I would say, and even Buzz woke up a little bit later in the series, but that ending was very, very strong from them.
Yeah, they look like they finally figured themselves out a little bit. I mean, it is Ascent, right? It is a defender-sided map with PRX starting on that side. It is a bit heartbreaking that you win both pistols and then immediately lose both the follow-ups. That's where I was really worried for DRX. I'm like, oh, no, this is not good. You can still see that the firepower is there for PRX. Like, they look really, really confident for the most part, but I think you kind of saw that part of the reason that DRX switches to this comp is it does cause something a lot of difficulty. He looks like he's really struggling to kind of identify where can I find that open space, where the trap wire is going to be, you know, how am I going to see past the toxic screens and things like that. Like taking mid control looked really challenging for them. So I think you saw, especially on the defender side, what exactly this DRX comp was meant for.
Yeah, the second they swapped over, definitely looked a lot better. You know, PRX, they had a decent start, 7 rounds on the defense. You felt like they were in a pretty okay spot, but, you know, as you mentioned before, I think once you kind of take away the power from something, and then you obviously have Jing on the Sage, so you don't quite have that entry power, and you're on Ascent, so it's like, well, you know, how are we going to find entries? They had some really good moments, too, PRX. Like, that's why it was still a close map at the end of the day. They were still able to find, like, 3 rounds here, and certainly, you know, pulling off the second round after losing the pistol a couple times was pretty interesting from them as well to maybe get some momentum, but at the end of the day, just not enough, and some really huge clutches from the rookies as well, like Foxy 9 and Bane holding down the A side multiple times when it just did not look possible. So shout out to them, they make this interesting. We kind of knew it was going to go to binds. We didn't know exactly how, didn't have overtime, but maybe we get overtime for binds.
Yeah, well, we already knew, guys. We're going to map 3. That was pretty much set in stone, but you're right. I mean, something I feel maybe missed the presence of an entry Jing, right? Because, you know, you have something diving in and he can cause as much chaos as he wants because there is that security of a second duelist that comes in. Maybe he didn't feel as secure doing that, especially since Jing had to hang back a bit. That taken the like Jing still made Sage look like a very much a duelist.
Yeah, oh no, I mean the thing is Sage is a good fit for Jing when you are playing on maps that really don't suit double duelist, because it's just kind of, he can play for himself a little bit. They do get a lot of information off those walls actually. He can play off of those in so many different interesting ways, but mostly it's freeing up your brain. It's kind of like with lightning fast with GE, right? Like when he's on Sage, you just kind of frees him up to frag. So it's a similar concept, I think, with Jing in some ways. But the problem is that, yeah, you're talking about, without those 2 duelists, it makes PRX a little bit more readable in a way, because you kind of know where the attack's probably coming from, because something is usually leading the charge one way or another. But when you have him and Jing on duelists, it makes it really challenging to kind of understand exactly where are they pushing from. Are they pushing from multiple angles? Are they actually executing on this site? All these things kind of come into play.
Yeah, and then the times where you don't quite get the reads, you had some really insane clutches from the side of DRX. So I feel like, you know, it kind of was 2 and 2 put together at the end of the day from DRX. They barely got across the line. Like, we easily could have seen this go into overtime. Like, some of these last rounds as well were just kind of insane. Like, Buzz had a huge clutch as well. And eventually it just felt like PRX just kind of ran out of steam just at the very end of the train track. So DRX, they bring us to this 3rd map, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it definitely is, especially since, like, as you mentioned, it was very, very close. All of these rounds, really. And I really do have to commend Bane because, you know, eyes were on him because he's the newcomer on the squad, right? Going up against PRX, he really did deliver, especially when it mattered the most. When PRX was all in there, we were wondering, can he stand up against PRX when they're all 5? Apparently he can.
The 3K from Mayhem was unreal. I mean, the swing back towards window was out of this world. So I think it's kind of part of getting that feel of the speed and the tempo at which PRX plays at underneath you. And you can see he was starting to have to move a lot faster with his adjustments with his aim, because
he absorbed their speed.
Exactly. I mean, and a lot of times that can be difficult, because you see this with teams where they, you know, you talk about PRX drags you down in the mud with them. If you play at PRX's tempo, it can be really difficult to deal with. But you can see that DRX can go toe-to-toe with them because they've done it before. A lot of these players have been there, done that, and it just took Bane 1 map to kind of download that information.
Yeah, I love that, especially since, you know, you saw how that carried over to the other players, right? So how it carried over to Buzz as well. Once, like, you know, players like Bane and Mako said, okay, this is the speed, let's pick it up a bit, let's pick up the pace, they were able to get it. And I feel like, you know, DRX did so well in those rounds that were a little PRX-y for them. But I feel like in the first half, though, PRX, they still controlled the tempo, and they still got more rounds in the first half, which means viewers, we rank up a bit for this little game. Let's go over to our board here. You and I, oh, wow, look at you guys over here on Ascendant. Well done, good job.
They're above
Good job. Yeah. Hey.
I just wanted to rub that in a little.
Yeah. You know, this guy, he really wants to win, but you guys are doing so much better. And Paper Thin, you are back.
I mean, he knew it was PRX. He just voted against.
Yeah, I voted against what I thought was going to happen. So.
And here for Valdez, but because you kind of like you won twice, so I feel like you kind of have 2 lives. It's like when
I feel like you deserve a one up
with
here.
that, yeah, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Give me a little dodge
move
bullet,
him like
you know.
a millimeter down.
Yeah, sure. That seems good.
You're
Yeah, thank
so
you.
confident. You're just like, yeah, sure,
It was close
whatever.
too. I mean, they almost clutched, like, it was 6-3, right? PRX,
Yeah.
and then DRX got 2 rounds in a
Now
row,
you're
and they
just being
almost tied it up.
Now you're just being patronizing.
They almost tied it up. And
Enjoy your radiant, by the way.
yeah. Feels good, man.
Yeah. But no, you are right. Paper Rex is like that kind of team again, where you have to absolutely run at the pace that they're going. Otherwise, you are going to be left so behind. And DRX is just one of those teams that can catch up with them.
Yeah, again, it's the experience factor for DRX. Like, they've been there, done that for the most part, other than Bane. Everybody's played against them before. They kind of understand what it takes to defeat this team, what it takes to kind of react to them, kind of just, you almost have to do what Alex talks about doing with his own team, turn your brains off and react. You have to have, like, those instincts built into you as players to be able to challenge Paper X at the right moments. And you saw a lot of good stuff, even when Paper X still beats you, like, you know, there's that one moment where they're stuck behind the wall and there's, like, Stax throws the fragment right before the wall comes up and there's paranoia. They're doing all the right things. They're on the site. They've got 3 on the site. You still get beaten and they still are able to recover. They're still able to bounce back and have good rounds. So, I mean, that's a testament to everybody in the server for DRX and the coaching staff, and everybody's prepared for this. So, I mean, it's looking good now for DRX. I mean, you never know with Bind. I think both these teams are pretty good on it, but
it's impossible to know. I mean,
know,
who's going to win this? Like, do we have a coin? Like, can we flip? I don't know. Like, PRX seemed like the absolute huge favorites after the first map, but now DRX, they kind of stem the tide. They put up the wall. They say, okay, you're not going to pass. We are going to stop you. And now maybe they do it again, or maybe PRX, you know, they come back. They were able to come back against Talon, so maybe they're slightly favored, but I really don't know.
Maybe, and that's where the mental game comes in, right? Which team is feeling more pressure at this point? Because both of these teams, as we jump into our 3rd map, as we jump into Agent Select, both of these teams, they do tend to let the pressure get to them. DRX has been working excellently on that this whole stage. PRX, though, we do know that that level team is a big factor in them. It can make or break a team. And right now, what are we seeing, gentlemen? Are you liking this so far?
Sure. I mean, like, I was just curious if somebody was going to try something unusual here because I think DRX must have focused on Ascent in their time off, knowing that that was likely going to be a map that was going to follow through. So they kind of maybe just thought, all right, our bind comp is good enough. We still have the Cypher in there. We still have the Viper. We still have these agents that we feel like we have a good read on how to slow Paper X down. You know, Paper X obviously hasn't had any time since yesterday really to change up their comps, so they didn't have anything in the back pocket. It's going to be an absolutely close affair on Bind, I think. I think it's going to be very, very close.
Yeah, just play comfort, see what happens, you know, play your game. At the end of the day, the agent comps only mean so much, right? I think it's just going to come down to who has the better mental, who can steel themselves for a really important 3rd map, because again, you're fighting for that spot at Masters Shanghai, and I think both of these teams deserve to be there, so only one of them can get that spot today.
I would not want to play Genji.
Oh, yes.
I would not want to play Genji.
Not in that situation, but we're going to see who does and who goes over to Masters Shanghai as we step into Bind. Over to our casters, William and Achilles.
Thank you very much, Des. Yes, here we go. This one for all the marbles. Masters Shanghai, the upper bracket. All of that on the line.
And we saw on social media, Xcurit had left a message with the VCT Pacific crew for Forsaken saying, let's go to Shanghai together. The older brother kept his end of the promise. See if Forsaken can match it. Bring both Susantos over to Masters Shanghai. Now PRX on the attack. They didn't get to play too much of it yesterday against Talon.
For now set up. 0 point at the ready. Sent. Let's get cleared out. Trap wires as well. Gone. Until taken down. DRX forced in towards back sight. Dizzy up over the top. Quick clear on that as Trailblazer on the hunt. Swinging out of Lamps, though. Stacks able to find two. Something puts him down. Flash coming through. Foxy playing around the time with his Cobus. Oh boy, things are getting messy now. Foxy 9 goes absolutely crazy. Gets the 3K here in the pistol. This DRX, they pick up their 4th pistol of the series. Now here's the crucial question, William. Can
Will
they close out
survive?
the anti-eco? My goodness, what a start.
Two in one map, and that previous map seemed rough, but they did win it afterwards anyway. But yeah, I love that Stacks backs away, right? You hear the frenzies, you hear multiple guns, and you say, okay, this is too much. And Foxy 9, he really is absorbing all his opponents. He's thriving in the chaos.
Set up on the wire. Leave him spotted. Yeah, he certainly is now. Tap on the orb. Snakebite comes through. Minor amount of damage found here onto anybody.
Refilling Lamps with the Bulldog. The TP to make it seem like it's just going to be a fast rotate away, and then PRX might just wrap back around to short. No, they're going to go all the way. So it looks
the Vi gonna stay on alert.
Yeah, it looks like he's meant to be the fake, right? A little bit of pressure onto A, the hit onto B.
Oh, on that wiggle out, Buzz taking a nasty shot. There from Mind Freak. Orb gonna be snatched up.
It's 2 orbs for free from PRX.
And there's the counter teleport once again.
And they could just wrap all the way back to B. I mean, they still have 40 seconds.
Playing it like it's Fracture. Pac-Man style. Back, Dizzy, not actually getting the blind there. Vi, lucky to come away with his life, but now the hit gets ready to actually come through on B. Buzz tucked away inside the double stack boxes. Fragment gonna be sent. Shaken up over the top, cleared out. Stacks able to find him. Shots coming through as here's that wingman, pushes up into the smoke, is able to clear it out. Plant now delayed. Only 12 seconds remaining. Blast pack sent. Jing does manage to hound down Buzz, but they're gonna have to try to get that spike on the floor. At least deal some additional damage. Mind Freak finding 1, finding 2. Time is gone. The round is over, but damage has been dealt. DRX will be able to close out the anti-eco this time around. Lose 3 players, they recover the most costly of weapons.
Yeah, I mean, they give up a lot, right? Both orbs, they drop 2 weapons. Bane only had a ghost. They give a lot of kills, a lot of points. I mean, Mind Freak only 3 away. Jing also only 3 away if they've lost both of the first 2 rounds. No plants either. So this is PRX still holding on to a lot of resources that they could build into a snowball. Bane, it does seem like he's really back in the zone. Had a rough start this match. Now proving why people were praising him throughout the league play.
Some people were talking smack, and boy, did he answer the call. Vandals, Ghost, and a Sheriff Guardian here for the side of DRX's. Cam back. Safe for now. Wants to take some forward space, but I mean, right now PRX getting a decent enough read here. Buzz gonna have to be careful, as there you have it, something. Outlaw in hand comes with the kill. Paint Shell now flying in towards back sight. Volley set up from Bane, trying to slow things up, trying to get some damage across as they drop their way in, but this time around, he's unable to win the fight. Jing takes him out. He buys some space. Stacks force back. Foxy now dead. The Outlaw continues to ring true.
And now the upgrade to the rifles as well.
Campbell in hand. Cleans it up. Mind Freak pops out from Cubby. Flawless. Very fine reply here from PRX. Their first attack side win.
Listen, DRX might be up 2-1 in terms of round score, but PRX is looking solid with all the other setups. I mean, you've got 3 ults close to being online. Yeah, DRX, they have a couple too. Wow. Quick with the reactions. But the thing is DRX hasn't really been able to take control of the orbs.
Contact, boys, contact. Let me call.
Something wants to take the reins again. He's been doing that since the offseason, it seems.
Shout is that orb pickup.
Yeah, finally some control of the extremities from DRX.
Bit of re-aggression here. Mind Freak posted up though, trying to see just over the top of this smoke.
Spots one.
Spotted him, but find the damage there. Will not dissipate. Buzz playing on a knife's edge here. Oh, smoking. Oh, he wants to use this against him, and he has. Does get knocked down to 5, but Divide, he's got the healing. He's right here alongside him. Can go ahead, get that Brimstone back up to full.
Okay, but Bane does push back out, so at the very least, DRX still has some semblance of map control. They've lost Showers, but they have B main. Thrash shouldn't catch a target.
Seconds forward. Over in towards Lamp. Space, that space now taken here is Mako. Spotting out Jing. Camp not getting too much seen there. It's Foxy. Position going to be revealed. Wants to clear out that wingman, swing in. Headshot is found. That's going to be Forsaken, take it down, but now spray across into the smoke. Foxy 9 falling. Stacks trying to hold this line, but he cannot. He gets picked off. That's all on Bane. He's been noted. Wide swing out from something. He'll be the one to come away with the kill. We're tied up at 2-2.
But PRX running away with the credits and the ultimates right now. Use the Thrash. He's already back up to 3. You've got Showstopper and Orbital Strike right on standby. It's not looking good, and small things like this. You know, the off angles that you can create here on Vine. There's a lot of ledges, a lot of boxes that you can use. We've never really heard Mind Freak make noise in these cams. Getting fired up.
Well, pretty much sheriffs across the board, only Bane as Buzz is not having a good time. 0, 4, and 0, I do believe. The count is Stacks to get some forward space there. Garden does manage to get an excellent headshot across. Dizzy up over the top on the blind. So far, just 1 for 1. The Raze is dead. Fragments in delay. Does that hit? Yes, it does. Something kind of forced out. Oh my goodness, the headshot. Something down to 3 HP.
Just trying to create an off angle here. The heals are going to come back out, so it's not going to be an easy kill. But Mako and Foxy 9, they've already pinched onto it. If Bane can just stay alive, not all hope is lost, though it is an eco.
Still getting tagged up. Wingman spotting him. He's got to pull back even deeper now. There's Mako from behind, is able to find one. Snake Bite to try to clear the angle.
Spike planted.
3v3, but HP bar is low, and Mako still swinging in. Ends up falling. The reveal coming through as the neural theft is committed, but they just dive out of the cyber cage and take him down. Bane dead at the same time. As PRX will now gain the lead 3-2.
Yeah, I wondered if they might actually use the Orbital Strike once they had the pinch onto Garden. I thought it might have been an opportunity, but it seems like they had already made the call to just invest the ultimates, the utility into the next round. And Buzz, I mean, no support there either. Obviously the smoke not actually blocking bullets, so it's always going to be a risk. That's the early timeout. DRX, they've been course correcting with early timeouts, this time 1 round earlier than the previous 2 maps. But the calls have been good from the coaching staff. We'll see what they identify. I mean, for one, that smoke on B main, yeah, you might be able to hold control of vision, but you can't rely on it. PRX is not going to respect it. And the thing is they'll spam through the smoke and they'll still take Showers control as well. So DRX maybe having to invest a little bit more onto one side rather than hold on to these widespread defaults.
A very rocky, slow start here for Buzz in particular. He's just been getting punished time and time again. That's what the game plan is going to be, to try to enable that raise here, but inside of PRX, it's a solid rally back so far. I mean, this was the map. We saw them drop versus Talon yesterday. Talon doing a good job of really understanding how PRX likes to approach this map. Now they look to try to change things up so they're not just running the same strategies here versus DRX.
Something's already only 1 away from the Thrash again, and he has the operator, and credits to boot. I mean, Mind Freak's capped as well. So is Devi. Very rich on that side of this map. So, okay, it is going to be a bit of a heavier investment into Showers. They're not going to contest for B main.
Oh my goodness, Jing just will not allow for Buzz to have any like just any good times at all. Nice punish from Mako. Will just get a timing shot there on to Forsaken. Trade up in the end, but what an entry from Jing.
And at the end of the day, PRX takes control, right, of both extremities again. So sure, they're down in numbers, but they'll be able to apply better pressure. Currently spread out, looking for 1v1 duels. Uh-oh.
Deep enough, and that's not spotted. Stacked as he won't realize it now. There's that shot, tucks back, tries to avoid the dizzy, does so. Devi in the meantime, swinging up, Bane spotting. Used, but Devi finds the kill. Something now joining in on this side of the map. The rotate coming back through from Mindfreak. Flash in Mako. Spotted. There's the orbital. Tries to swing out. Tries to take the tool. Ends up falling. Something with that operator. Puts down Foxy 9. What started off as a numbers advantage is very swiftly taken away from them. Stacks. Now the last man standing. Timeout from DRX this time. Not looking to really find value. Devi will find himself a 3K in the round as PRX now 4 rounds consecutively stretch the lead even further.
Yeah, and PRX, this is the type of team where they'll take the risk to spread out, right, with the lower numbers. They won't bunch up, but they'll take it so slow, looking for advantageous contact plays. And once they use the util on B, that's when Devi now creeps up. The staggering of how they push up one by one on all 3 different lanes is so good. A little bit of that.
Indeed, huge opener there from Devi. Also had the setup. Flash there in showers.
I mean, look at this. So PRX, they've conditioned them to give up on B main control, but they're still pressuring A short. They've always been able to take control of showers. DRX, yeah, you have the cam this time in showers, but you're not feeling safe, especially not on an eco. Stinger is bought up.
Great, now rotating, trying to reinforce this B site. Just he and Stacks with Stingers in hand. Trailblazer will scout forward. Nothing really going to be spotted there as Fragment comes out to try and delay. Shells into the back. Crash now. Rushing up into the side. Jing!
What?
Catching a glimpse. Must see the gun barrel in the Stinger. Just takes him down there. In tube. Dives into the back. Does end up falling. That delivers a weapon over into the hands of DRX. So for now, it's going to be that 4v4. TPs across the cam. He's going to be walled off. Mindfreak lingering, going to try to go. A bit of a backstab attempt here, perhaps. Full 4-man rotate from DRX, working their way across, but Mindfreak, no, not going to go for that attempt. Decides to TP back in.
All right, if you can get into the site, you still got that cam over on showers to deal with Mindfreak. The op.
Ball goes down, Buzz swings out. The op picks him off. Something on the repeat. Finds Foxy 9. Couple shots his way. The quick flick. Mako dead. Bane will finally be able to put an end to it. His hands come off. One tap. But a 1v2. Still the playthrough. The orbital strike. He's got no idea. He's got no HP. Forsaken crouched just next to truck. Will be able to bring him down. It's decent damage dealt, but ultimately, PRX, they will carry forward the operator, and they have so much cash as they now move up 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the little damage.
Oh,
no,
he's just fishing.
I mean, Devi's teaching everyone how to fish on PRX.
God damn.
Holy. I mean, nice attempt, but like the creds just banked up, and Buzz just not able to catch a single break. I mean, he's out trying to get orbs. He's trying to get whatever going. He still doesn't have that showstopper online.
One away from it. Just been denied, starved of any value. PRX again applying pressure inside of the map where DRX are going to be weakest. 0 point, spots out 2. Got 2 in showers. We have others elsewhere nearby. So it does lead to Bane shifting back across towards this side of the map.
PRX realized that Showers doesn't have Cypher setups.
Little coming out very early here. Getting sent, just trying to stop, dissuade this push up, but PRX, they say we've got plenty of time to play this one out patiently.
Cycling through the one-ways. The orbital helps mask some of the tripwires as well.
Trailblazer, quick clear on that one. Mako still forward. Tucks back, trying to now avoid this ult. He stuns from coming through, but he will fall, and Mindfreak catches Bane at the same time. 2 kills found, smoke dissipating. Foxy, ready for the jump, does find one. Looks to try to challenge against Mindfreak, but Mindfreak just turns back around and finds that kill. Go to help protect as the wingman gets the plant. Stacks not snappy enough. Taken down. It's all on Buzz. Killless thus far.
He's been spotted for a brief moment, I think. Maybe not, as Forsaken still watching the flank, but either way, you have to save. I mean, Buzz individually, sure, he'd love to prove a point, but now's not the time to do it. And right now, I mean, DRX, they're trying to go for these holds where they think they have trap plays ready, but PRX is countering the util timing so well. They wait for DRX to go through their cycle, and then they catch them in an offbeat with their own util. The smoke onto heaven, perfectly timed right as they enter. And at that point, DRX start to file in one by one. And one of the biggest differences is back when Gen G took down PRX at kickoff, it was about staying together, right? It was about always going for the trades. Whereas DRX right now is about trying to use the util to set up individual advantageous fights, but it's just not working out. There's just too many targets. And even when it is fair, PRX is still ahead.
Well, now 6 rounds netted here for the side of PRX. And it was that attack from Talon that gave them the most struggle. But
I mean, to be fair, it was also Surf's lurks, right?
Yes.
A huge impact there.
This is already more rounds than they were able to find in that series on this attacking side. Nearly as many rounds as they got across the entire map. That was a 13-7 scoreline. PRX looking very much alive and well here. So once again, Sheriff's the line share, DRX players. All goes across. See that silhouette's there, the 4-man push getting ready to come through. Trailblazer trying to lead the charge here. 0 points sent out. Just go ahead and try to cancel that one out. Gets reveal on to 3. As TP used. Crunch coming in. Jing able to find 1. Puts down Buzz just to continue to make sure that he can't find any value in these rounds. Gets that punish. Mako, however, still here. Snake bite sent. Thrash cleared out. Another snake bite to try to further delay as the wingman pushes up. Quick clear as Mako gets in ahead of it. Hedges upon the headshot as well. Forsaken going to be taken down. Now Mindfreak striking from short. Foxy turns his attention back. He's able to find that kill. Mako gets another one tap. Something now all on his lonesome. Foxy drifting in, and something has the read.
What in the world?
Puts him down, gets the spike plant. Just for good measure, as PRX now at 7, and all of these round wins have been consecutive.
Yeah, DRX, if they didn't win the pistol, things would be even more dire. And this clutch from something. I mean, I would have thought that Foxy 9 had an opening here just because that timing's so short. It's not easy to have an internal timer like that. Right on the spot. Usually it's the long wraparounds that you read, but something not taking any chances. Currently 14-3. Buzz.
But for the off, he does get the connection, but Stack's dead. Jing coming away with the advantage, and now the heals right back up to 100.
No info now on the side of DRX, but it's not like they feel confident enough to push out either.
Spotted both there on the Trailblazer. Bane here as well. Just waiting for the moment. Swing out, attempt to the paint shells. Showstopper in hand here from Buzz. Where he wants to try to send it, sends it correctly. He's able to find Forsaken. Day's not going to connect. Now PRX shifting over here towards Foxy's position.
Yeah, Foxy gets the read for it. He gets the call that they've rotated out for the time being. Still 50 seconds, but he'll try to keep himself safe. Now that cyber cage will have been noted by Mindfreak.
While he's available, do they just suspect that Mindfreak kind of staring in that direction?
Buzz might be the first point of contact here.
Divine trained on the angle. Buzz on the peak. Able to find it. Spike now dropped. Mindfreak to the corner. Foxy able to find 1. His position revealed to Mindfreak. Plenty to try and deal with here as the molly does get sent. Flushes him out into the open, but Foxy will find the headshot. As Buzz starts to come alive a bit, it's going to be DRX getting themselves a 3rd round win.
Crucial round for Buzz, right? Not only getting on the board, but very, very big impact kills, gets that confidence back up, and you get to keep the operator. Some big ultimates on your side of the defense as well. A great decision here, realizing that the Boombot's gonna bounce out. Uses that against Jing, makes it look like he's backed off.
It's one of those moments where you're playing solo queue, you see your 0 7 Razor Jet pick up the operating. Are you serious? And then they just start popping off.
Sometimes that's just the weapon you need. Judge and Showstopper in the hand of Jing. It's going to be a fast hit. Good 0 point, though.
Slowed up, though, as, yeah.
And the narrow command, just to make sure.
Everything that Stacks had basically thrown at that one to stave them off.
So it does seem like the 0 point was initially just a fish for information, but then he hears the noise. So he just has to pop the ultimate. So now the cycling not quite there for DRX.
Mind Freak potentially going to be challenging here on this angle at Showers. Showstopper, meanwhile, back over on the side itself. Jing up over the top, seeking target. Stack's going to be taken down. Bako able to find 2, tries to tuck back into the smoke, but he's already been spotted. Up shot, wide from Buzz. The wingman goes in for the plant. 2 players left as Bane arrives. Foxy still wrapping around through spawn. Clears out lamps. Still a lot more to deal with.
Yeah, this is tough for Foxy9 because he has to be able to get the first contact, and he will.
Can he get that reveal across? Yes, he can. Mind Freak now going to be spotted. They know where he's playing, but if he can isolate, if he finds one, that's going to give him that orbital. He also still has the molly to try and delay. That gets sent first and foremost.
Only goes in a little too deep for DRX.
Side. They have the double stack. They have to get committed to this defuse now. Attempted a bit of a high-low. Mind Freak, knowing that they're going to be sticking to this one. Swings out wide enough, but the defuse has already come through.
Whew.
Just a hair off being able to try and deny that one away. DRX, narrow margins, but they get themselves up to 4. A chance at 5 in the half.
A great read from DRX, knowing that the Showstopper was going to come through. Not only do they delay it early, but Mako hides right under the smoke, where Jing's just going to be flying through. He actually goes right inside of it. That brimstone smoke going all the way down to the floor. You can't really see the legs there unless you're standing far, far away from it.
Oh, nice.
It just has not been easy today for DRX.
Certainly not. It's at 8-4.
So the pit's online. I wonder if DRX just uses it on a timer just to tighten the map a bit further. But of course, you never want to leave it alone on bind. There's too many ways to pinch.
Now, maybe expecting that it's going to come out if they go over to that A site. Start working their way forward as Cam spotted at least one player. Something noted there. Thrash online. PRX though. Seeker sent. Everybody's still stacked up over here towards this teleporter. We're trying to draw on some of those rotations, but Foxy going to be detained. Stacks able to find one. Foxy dead to his own teammates. Molly, however, means that the trade up is there. Stacks taken down as he tries to swing out from backside. See the disappointment there on his face. Mako now dead. The plant coming through. Buzz, the only one left alive. Full util, but an operator in hand. As the they'll just spam him out. Just not giving him any hope, any opportunity whatsoever. 8-4 on the half once again, much like we saw on Lotus.
I mean, Buzz is usually that guy that's really staying in the game, creating space, and PRX just will not give him an inch, knowing how strong that player can get. You know, a bit of an unfortunate team kill there with the Thrash detained, slowing Foxy up. It's stuck in his own team's molly, not able to escape it in time. And you can tell the smiles have all been wiped away from DRX. I mean, a lot of players, ex-pros, have talked about the power of just really keeping the joy going, right? Not letting yourself get too pressured on your own. DRX struggled with that for 4 years. Seemingly, Bane was the magic they needed to escape it, but not today. Not in front of a home crowd, not against their rivals at PRX. Everything on the line.
Pistols widely in their favor. They need this one to be, as you pointed out earlier, you know, 2 of their 4 rounds, it was that pistol, was their ability to finally close out the anti-eco. And then widely, it was quiet from the DRX camp ever since then. You need to repeat that off the rim here, but then, you know, you're looking at a bonus conversion, etc. This attack needs to be absolutely monstrous. That just doesn't feel possible unless Buzz really starts heating up.
Hello.
Saw the turnarounds.
Hello.
Now, not going for the app armor for Buzz this time.
Hello.
Favoring a little bit more utility across the board.
घर पे हो, laptop पे हो.
So understanding that PRX, they definitely play a lot of flood retakes. They'll go for a lot of aggression. That harbor really enables PRX to be a bit more mobile, a little bit more fluid, one would say, here on this map of mine. So DRX wanting the util to counter that.
DC पे है ना तू?
Orb set up. Find something ready for a double face out
Discord
long.
पे है ना, ऐसा बोल रहा हूँ. हाँ.
Point only catching the one.
Mostly gets tagged by it as well to make it look like it might just be one here on the site.
तो आ जाना वहाँ पे.
Something's watching.
Wall set up and
क्योंकि भाई बात करने में तब तक
amount
होती
of
है.
damage there, down to 34. Smoke's coming through. Paint shell to check over towards Cubby. Divide with that Trailblazer, knowing that he's up above. Just can't quite get the angle on him. So for now, sight will be DRX's. Can they defend it? DRX get that retake.
Yeah, Buzz has to watch out for his left side around elbow. He has to remember that they were trying to spam upwards.
Smoke dissipating. Spotted. Spray through. Takes him low. Sight's back over that way. Puts a couple more shots through and gets some decent damage dealt. Heals streaming here from Divide. Flash looking good. Stacks will be the first one to fall. Buzz on the repeat, able to find one. Tries to get tucked back here alongside the wall. Gets that mid-air headshot there on the Divide. Michelle in hand, but the covering fire coming through as Mako and Bane clean up the rest. They keep Buzz alive as the DRX keep the hopes alive and take another pistol win.
A huge round for Buzz and great backup as well. Even Foxy9 jumping out of the smoke just to keep Buzz alive. I mean, if he had gotten the kills, great. But he dies, keeps Buzz alive, and then Mako's still there for the crossfire. And it seems if DRX can figure out the reason they won that pistol is because they were ready to trade for each other by staying grouped up, rather than going for 1v1 duels around utility. That could be the key to victory.
Second paint shell not even necessary. Nice! Solid there. Pop off a bit from Buzz. Energy ramped up as Buzz, angry, able to find two quick kills right off the rip. As it is just a blink and miss it round. PRX plus forward. They W key game out into B long, and DRX, they push him into the bin.
You know, PRX finally getting a taste of their own medicine.
Replay. It's the entire round.
Yeah, just play it out for sure. Goes for the good anti, still holds the sprays. Teammates bouncing in and out of the high tides. But again, I mean, if DRX can recognize again, it's about staying grouped up, knowing that the PRX train does not stop. Coach Solo joked about it. He said all he told Gen G was to trade before the grand finals of kickoff.
Taking some very forward and aggressive positions there. Couple shots over towards Buzz. Breathe easily that he's still alive.
No Sentinel on the side of PRX, so a lot of pressure on Mindfreak to try to hold on to Showers. Foxy9 knows that if he can get the right timing, he should have a better chance keeping control of this.
Sentinel's play was not a problem for PRX on Lotus.
True.
Gonna try to make sure that it's not an issue for them here. Cam spotting onto one, something known. He's now crept forward, taking space instead in Showers. His rotations starting to work their way across over towards B. Players still set up. Looks like, okay, Forsaken just wanting to set up that harbor wall. It's a little bit more unassailable as final smoke here from Mindfreak will be sent. Just replacing that one at short. Creeping around the side. Dizzy going to be sent. Mosh now turned. There's the entry from Buzz. Able to stabilize that spray. Finds one. In the smoke just behind him. It's Mindfreak. Statuesque for now. They check out Showers. Nothing spotted there. Buzz joins in with Foxy9.
Good post-plant control for DRX. All they have to worry about is the flank, but the trap is there. So Jing should be spotted.
Mako hearing the footsteps, swings in, maybe not anticipating two players. Mindfreak now makes his presence known. Jing still approaching from behind, gets the headshot. Pain, take it down. Mindfreak finds Foxy9. It's now all on Buzz. Paint shells at the ready. Sent to try to interrupt, but they hold it up to half. Clear them off for a brief little moment, but cannot get the kills. PRX with the defuse will move up to 9.
I mean, just seems a little unfair, doesn't it? DRX, they try to go for advantageous 1v1 fights. They can't win it. But PRX, they'll win all of theirs on the retake. Sure, this one, a little bit of a swarm, but Mindfreak, solid as always. Right as the high tide rises, just knows the timing around that utility.
Nice wall start.
No.
Right there.
Going to the rifle v rifle. Decent showing so far from DRX. His first 2 rounds, little bit of damage dealt, but widely PRX shrug off that last round. Holding, but going for a jiggle, but double push up out of Hookah. This is going to be devastating. There's the first one. Looks for the second, but decides to back away. Doesn't want to overdo it. Mind Freak stays tucked here, shoulder by shoulder, and Stacks does end up falling to 5. Peeks out of long and is able to find him. Mako breaks open A a little bit there as Showers in their hands, but Forsaken still needing to be dealt with. Foxy creeping up out of the wall. Forsaken unable to find the adjustment. Mako gets himself a second kill, but now it's going to be TP's in from behind. Bane out deep. Does have that spike in hand, but he cannot get the shots. Should have spotted the second player as the Seeker now chases in. The other one expiring. They knew that Mako was already there on the site. This is now a very dire situation for DRX.
Spike's being absolutely pinched, and Mako, he wants to try to create some space, but
something you would suspect over towards A.
They think it's just in Showers. Bane has no idea.
So Flash gets ready to come through. He cannot turn away from it. The buy will find the kill, and yeah, you can see him leaning back in his chair. Knows that he absolutely needed to survive there, needed to find that kill. Mako now dead. A one tap from something.
Wow,
PRX up to double digits. 3 rounds is now separating PRX from a ticket to their second Masters event of the year.
PERIL.
DRX's start to the
PERIL.
red hard, right? The early smokes, I mean,
PERIL मैं तेरे Discord के सर्वर में मैं क्या करूँ अभी?
adheres to the rules.
मैं जहाँ बैठा वहाँ पे आ जा.
Respect the default timings, and you know that that's not how they play Valorant.
अब क्या करूँ?
तू कहाँ पे है? मेरे सर्वर पे है तू?
वॉइस चैट में हूँ. गेमर रॉकी सर्वर.
वो वाला नहीं, मैं भेजता.
मैं मेरा गेम रिस्टार्ट करके आता हूँ.
DRX. I'm wondering why they had to meet PRX right as the magic returns. Not only returns, maybe even has gotten even stronger. But at the end of the day, it's up to them to have to battle through it. Been good for it in the years past. They really want to buy the faith of their fans back this year. This would be the moment to do it.
While yes, it's not full dire straits quite just yet for either team.
तेरे को भेजा.
You have that lower bracket. That match. That's tomorrow night.
Yeah. I guess it's Gen G.
All of these teams are going to be playing tomorrow night. Winner of this versus T1. Loser versus Gen G. Damn certain that Gen G not going to be looking to have the same mistakes as they had earlier today. PRX though, they might have a read as Foxy on that peak. Does spot him out. Kill not found though with a Sheriff.
Yeah, but look at PRX. They already read this, right? The only time that Foxy9 pushes towards Hookah is when it's a B pinch.
Mosh trying to slow things up. Jing takes out Mako. Showstopper at the ready. Spots one backside, but no, the rocket connects into double box. Something finds Buzz, cleans him up. The orb attempt is there from Stacks, but he will just end up falling all the same. It's looking like a flawless off the back of the timeout as Foxy. He needs to die at some point. Doesn't want to just carry over that Sheriff, not get the cash bonus.
I mean, if PRX really wanted to deliver the mental damage, this is where they would just let Foxy9 live, quite frankly.
Oh, you just run away from him.
Yeah, you spot him and you just say, all right, peace. I mean, for now, sure, there's still so much time, so you're protecting the spike, but some teams might do that. PRX, though, they'll always enjoy the extra kill. A little bit more on the board, obviously Forsaken, Jing, very close to their ultimates. But it's Savai who cleans it up. And like you said, Achilleos, flawless coming in. And now PRX 2 rounds away from making it to Shanghai. Forsaken 2 steps away from joining his older brother onto an international stage of VCT.
Similar scenes that we saw from the start of the map. First 2 rounds going the way of DRX, but then that streak building up now.
Right click कर.
तेरा वॉल्यूम मैक्सिमम पे कैसा बढ़ाऊं?
For PRX.
मेरे पे राइट क्लिक कर और फुल कर दे वो यूजर वॉल्यूम.
Crash online, pit available for Mako if they can try to get themselves into some kind of
मेरे पे
advantageous position.
राइट क्लिक कर और
0 point will
यूजर
spot out
वैल्यू
the two
बढ़ा
players
दे वहाँ
over on B.
से वॉल्यूम यूजर
मैक्सिमम पे 100% पे
So now DRX finally playing like they used to against PRX, which is let them push
भाई
out. They have to.
91% करना है तेरे को
They do have double
100%
initiator,
नहीं
so a lot of info still able to get gained. Already takes
191.
control. Already gets the showstopper online for free.
91 कैसे इधर ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा है तो एप्लीकेशन पे कर रहा है क्या
ना राइट क्लिक किया मेरे पे
Showstopper, two critical tools available.
हाँ किया लेकिन तू
PRX.
ये वेब ब्राउजर में कर रहा है या डिस्कॉर्ड के एप्लीकेशन पे
Trailblazer scout over towards long. Now in a position to try to backstab if they pull back far enough. And Mako is not reading this at all. Something gets the value. Again, buzz up over the top, turns back fast enough. Is able to find a vibe, and now the showstopper in play here from Jing. Jumps forward, sends it over towards Garden. Cannot find that kill. The Tane does go through. Bane caught over Garden. Stacks wrapping around backside. Comes with the kill on Forsaken, but he's not ready for Jing there in two. Kill found Jing. Gets another. Gets a third. He's looking for the fourth. And he has it.
क्या बोल रहा है
भाई जिंग ने क्या मारा है
Jing has a hunger for blood and for international appearances. He says, I missed out on the first
मैच
one.
देख रहा
I
था
wasn't
मुझे
there
तू
when the
डाउनलोड
team when they
करता है
went to
तब
Madrid,
तक
but
क्या कर
by God, I will be there when we go to Shanghai.
I mean, how do you stop this guy? He's just ready for every single shot.
करते डाउनलोड
ऊपर लिख दे डिस्कॉर्ड डाउनलोड ये ऑटोमेटिक से आ जाएगा
Absolutely ridiculous showing from PRX. I mean, seemingly
सबसे
just
न्यू वर्जन है
discombobulating
भाई
DRX, not even able to play around the orbs. I mean, it's not even like DRX, they're not just losing aim duels, they're losing the map.
स्टोरेज
Some
ज्यादा
players just own certain sites. You think of Zest on a Sen A, you think of Jing on Bind B.
.exe फाइल
His
ही
performance
100
versus
MB का
NRG forever
अरे
ago now at
100
this
MB
point.
तो है ज़्यादा
Divide
थोड़ी
TPing across the map.
ये .exe फाइल ही 100
there
MB
by
का
Fox.
चढ़ाएगा तो
By one,
कितना
but now Forsaken putting down Stacks, putting down Bane. He puts down every single one. Foxy9, last man standing. Reckoning coming his way. Has the reveal, but it's a 1v3. Everything stacked up against him. Stacks bled out a couple pot shots his direction, 41 HP. As the volley, he's got a small spot to tuck away in, but Mind Freak is aware of it.
मुझे बोला था ना
Spares
PRX
him his
जीतेगा
flushes, he
यार
shuts it down.
पता था मेरे को
PRX will defeat DRX 2-1. Another victory for them, and they punch their ticket to Masters Shanghai.
An absolute masterclass
हाँ,
from PRX. Winning both individually, but also as a team. Reading the timeouts, the prep was there, and they had to play a match yesterday. Almost got knocked out of playoffs by Talon in what would have been an incredible upset. But they come in and they remind DRX that they are not to be trifled with. Completely dissecting the game plans and the map at its core against the Korean Kings.
It's consistently stopping them from building up any momentum there on Bind. Gorgeously done from PRX. The fans here to show their support, absolutely rewarded. And of course, it's just the beginning because the upper final is tomorrow. The Susanto showdown once
It
again.
returns.
We'll see which team is going to be able to come out on top of that one, but either way, we've got a Susanto summer in Shanghai, as both brothers will be participating in that event. One more slot available, plenty more games to be played, but first let's break down the action here from this third and final map as we send it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, casters. And yup, two Susantos, both of them in Shanghai, as PRX joins T1 into the first teams making it over to the Masters event. And I feel like this could have been so close, especially since DRX, they were gaining some momentum there, and there were rounds that were going really back and forth, but it's just that when push came to shove, PRX really came out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to deal with this PRX team when they're really firing on all cylinders. They're so fast to react to stuff. Like, they're way smarter than you give them credit for. Like, they read the positioning of DRX so many times. They're showered.
ओ भाई मैच खत्म भाइयों कितना देखोगे मैच मैं बोल रहा था ना PRX जीत जाएगी PRX जीत गई नैन्सी PRX जीत गई नैन्सी भाई पता था मेरे को PRX से जीते। चैट में अपडेट नहीं किया गया चैट। पता था मुझे PRX से चाहिए भाई।
पेरिल
हाँ बोलना, बोल। हाँ बोल।
अरे तेरा मैंने परसेंटेज 200 पे रखा फिर भी कम आ रहा।
हाँ रुक जा, एक मिनट रुक जा अब।
तेरे कान खराब है।
ए
कान
तेरे
ईयर्स
कान એટલે तेरे कान है।
कान बोल रहा हूँ, गांड नहीं रियाज।
अभी आ रही है? हेलो।
हाँ
अभी
थोड़ा बेटर है।
अभी
बेटर है।
अभी अभी
ठीक है।
अब तो ठीक है ना?
ठीक है ठीक है।
हाँ ओके। अभी करना है, ज़्यादा करना है अभी?
नहीं और बड़ा, अरे कम हो गया।
अभी नहीं आ रहा? हेलो
अबे
अभी
कम हो गया।
अभी
कम लग रहा है अभी।
अभी भी
हाँ
अभी भी अभी भी कम लग रहा है तेरे को? हेलो हेलो अभी आ रही है? हेलो बे डिस्कॉर्ड पे नहीं आ रही उसको वॉइस। हेलो अब आ रही है ना? हैं हेलो जाने जहाँ कृपा करके तारीख ये बंद कर ये सब। ये सब बंद कर अब। नहीं नहीं हमारे खान खराब हो जाएंगे अब और मत बढ़ा। अभी तो ठीक है ना? ए चलना। और स्क्वाड भाई ये कहाँ चला जाता है? ओए
हेलो।
हाँ
अभी ठीक।
अभी ठीक है?
ठीक है।
हाँ तो आना हेलो पे। क्या खेलना है बोल?
कुछ भी लग।
कौन भी लगा था फिर? भाई मैच देखे ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैं एकदम फोड़ दूंगा इस मैच में।
अच्छा प्रो लोगों को देख के तू भी प्रो जैसा खेलेगा।
हाँ ऐसा लग रहा है।
ऐसा लग रहा है।
हाँ पर
लग रहा है।
गर्मी भी लग रही है।
गर्मी तो है भाई।
बहुत
गर्मी तो
भाई बहुत। भाई मैं वो नैन्सी बोल रही है तेरे को कि इसको ज़्यादा मत बढ़वा, मेरे कान खराब हो जाएंगे। क्या चैट पे चुपचाप बैठा रहे।
सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है, हेडफोन्स लगाना पड़ेगा।
तू लगा ना।
अरे मेरा कान दुख रहा है लगा लगा के आजकल।
छी भाई
कान ईयर्स।
हाँ तो लगा। आई एम अ 10 गर्ल देख नैन्सी ये नाम देख। लिनगा लिनगा नाम है लिनगा।
क्या बोल?
कुछ नहीं वो अंदर है ना अपनी टीम में जिसने रेना लिया है।
भाई कैसे बात कर रहा है?
हैं?
क्या?
अभी आवाज आ रही है तेरी मस्त एकदम।
एकदम
हाँ
पूरा आवाज
एकदम कड़क आवाज है। हरी कड़क
सोनी का हेडफोन है, सोनी का।
कड़क आवाज आ रही है एकदम। क्या लो बे स्प्लिट है?
क्या बोल रहा है?
क्या लो?
कुछ भी नहीं
भाई कॉम्पिटिटिव भूल गया था मैं इसकी मौत। क्या लग रहा है कौन जीतेगा?
जीतूंगा तो मैं।
फॉर्म में आया है आज एकदम।
जीतूंगा तो मैं।
ऐसा है?
हाँ
ठीक है तू जीतेगा। आई एम अ तीन गल आई एम अ तीन गल। ठीक है। रेना कितनी क्यूट दिख रही है, देखा? भाई मैं कब का वो स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ पता है? तेरा मम्मी का काम हो गया क्या नैन्सी?
कौन सा काम?
वो चैट में बोल रहा हूँ।
अच्छा
तू तो आता नहीं है कभी, इसलिए उसको बोल रहा हूँ।
कहाँ पे हो भाई?
तो तार मम्मी जोड़े काम करवा गई थी ने, થઈ ગયું કામ એમ કહું છું। क्या क्या
तो दिख भी नहीं रहा मुझे गेम में।
हाँ થઈ ગયું। हाँ क्यों दिख नहीं रहा?
तेरा हाँ आरजी पेरिल दिख गया दिख गया दिख गया। रॉकी गेमर रॉकी गेमर ये ले लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब। मैंने ऑलरेडी लाइक किया है, मैं बहुत देर पहले आके गया।
ऐसा है क्या?
सबसे नया क्या करूँगा? स्ट्रेटजिक मूव है। नाइस 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 वन ब्रिज। दो उतरे नीचे, दो नीचे उतरे भाई लोग। ओह क्या बात।
भाई भाई इसको स्टन किया था पता है, रेना ने मारा नहीं वहाँ पे, गंदा।
That brimstone better stay out of my way.
और भाई साइफर कैसे हो भाई? सलाम वालेकुम। सब ठीक? सब खैरियत से? उछल क्यों रहा है? तबीयत पूछा मैं। जब ये है ना, मैं पार्टी बंद करके आता हूँ, पार्टी वॉइस।
स्टंट है वो।
मैं अकेले हो क्या साइड का? ये लोग आसपास में क्यों नहीं देख रहे भाई लोग?
भाई मैं तो अभी आया स्टन करके।
नहीं ये लोग
क्यों भाई बहुत आ रही है?
लोग आसपास में नहीं देख।
I took a servo from your arms.
भाई
Don't be angry.
क्या हुआ? सेव कर ले। देख रहा हूँ क्या बोलता है।
ये आना चाहिए तुम्हें।
सही है। रुक जा साइबर थोड़ा, वो आ रहा है क्या को।
भाई बी चला जाना।
यहाँ पे मिड में
मिड पे था। मेरे को दस फाइट
दे, उसको करने देना, तो ऊपर ही रहे।
30 seconds left.
सेज को आता नहीं है, टेंशन मत ले, मार दियो।
मेरे को भी नहीं आता, मैं भी गरीब प्लेयर हूँ।
नीचे देख ले। हाँ
फुल कॉन्फिडेंस भाई, फुल कॉन्फिडेंस, फुल कॉन्फिडेंस।
Don't worry, friend. Hurry, but I'm good. Thrash is ready.
ये देखिए मेरा हाथ में मछली है।
Now we're talking. Don't jinx it though. Stay humble.
देखे वापस देख। देखो बंगाली लोगों को बहुत पसंद है।
ऐसा है,
इसको कुछ रावस बोलते हैं शायद बंगाली लोग।
काट दे तल्ला।
मराठी लोग भी काट काट रहे हैं। अरे वाह भाई, थोड़ा क्लीन करके भी दें।
रुक जा,
तो करी के लिए चाहिए, करी के लिए चाहिए, थोड़ा मीडियम मीडियम साइज काटना।
ओके ओके, काट लिया।
ये साउंड इफेक्ट क्यों दे रहा था? साउंड इफेक्ट्स क्यों दे रहा था?
Spike down mid.
नाइस वन रेना, रेना को कवर दे, रेना को कवर दे। मिड से आ रहा है क्रैश। कोई बात नहीं, लेट हिम पुश, लेट गेको पुश। नाइस वन। रेना इज ऑन साइड, सेज इज अननोन। नाइस, ए भागो ना भाई लोग। सेज ने रोटेट कर दिया।
I have retrieved the spike.
पेरिल लेफ्ट टेक।
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
अंधा हो गया, कैरियर डेड। सेज स्पीक नहीं करते।
बे दोनों 80 थे, मैंने 80 मारा था, ऐसा नहीं चलता। भाई कुछ तो लोचा हो रहा है मेरी गन में यार, फार्म हाउस में।
यार बेचारा लोचा।
तू आगे जाएगा, मैं यहाँ पे स्टन।
मैं आगे ही जा रहा हूँ। मैं आगे खेल रहा हूँ।
ये वाला स्टन करता हूँ मैं पूरा, तो ऊपर जाएगा हेवन पे, मिड से वॉल तोड़ के।
छूट गए, ये चलते हैं मैं।
Spike down A. Last player standing.
सीवर है गेको सीवर है। हाँ एंटी
भाई
जाके मेरा वॉल्यूम थोड़ा कम कर, मेरा वॉल्यूम कुछ ज्यादा ही सुनाई दे रहा है।
ऐसा है क्या?
हाँ
वो बोल तो रही थी, बट मैंने बोला ऐसे बोले।
कौन बोल रही है? इसकी वॉइस बहुत आ रही है, स्लो करने को बोल थोड़ी। अरे सॉरी नैन्सी पटेल, कितना फैंसी नाम है नैन्सी, अमीर लोगों का नाम। फेक किया था। ये भागो देखो सीवर से आता है कैसे घर निकाल करे। बंदा मेरा कैसा? ये नाइस वन वुल्वरिन, लेट्स गो बेबी। हाँ देखो ने कहा दिया। जा रहा है, रोटेट कर रहा है।
My ult's
Nice
ready.
one.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
One enemy remaining.
कर दिया तुम?
That's not ready.
मेरा साउंड डिस्कॉर्ड पे आ रहा है ना?
हाँ आ रहा है, आवाज आ रहा है तो। मेरा अल्ट है, साइड पे जाते हैं डायरेक्ट सर। कौन सा वाला करूँ?
कौन सा वाला करे?
आधा हेवन आ जाए ऐसा करता हूँ। क्या बोलता है?
अभी मत कर।
1 2 3
बेस्ट कर दोगे? ऊपर है, ऊपर है, ऊपर।
ऐसे खेलते हैं,
ऐसे खेलते हैं।
कॉल
जाके
देखा,
अंदर जाके
कॉल
मर जाने
देखा,
का, ऐसा खेलते हैं।
कॉल देखा मेरा?
कॉल अच्छा कॉल देखा, मैं स्टन हो गया तेरे।
तो तू बीच में आया, मैं क्या करूँ? छक्का था वहाँ से।
आधा स्टन हो के मैं साइड पे एंट्री ली। तेरे को देखा नहीं।
ये लोग मिड में क्यों जा रहे हैं?
भाई ईगो ईगो खेल रहे हो तो भी तो खेलता है ईगो ईगो।
Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Like, I'm going to peek, then why the fuck are you covering me? What the fuck is wrong with you?
इसको क्या हुआ भाई?
Why the fuck are you running away, dumb cypher gay?
कौन सी लैंग्वेज में बोल रहा है? ओ ओ पीछे तेरे। रीलोड कर, रीलोड। यहाँ पे है तेरे बंदा, यहाँ पे। हाँ टाइम वेस्ट कर। आगे से आएगा, आगे से आएगा, मार।
नहीं कर रहा सर। ना क्या बोल रहा था ब्रो? सॉरी ब्रो, मुझे इंग्लिश नहीं आता।
मैंने तो म्यूट कर दिया उसको।
सॉरी ब्रो, गवर्नमेंट स्कूल का स्टूडेंट। बोल ना, क्या हो गया? क्या हो गया? तो बात क्यों नहीं कर रहे भाई? क्या हो गया रेना भाई? बात तो कर।
रेना बात कर
भाई, हिंदी नहीं आती क्या? You not know how to speak Hindi, bro. Hindi, अंग्रेजी।
I thought you were a girl. Hey, Yandor.
भाई गाली क्यों डाल रहा है?
वापस चल।
Don't try to play fool with me, guys. अरे एक ऊपर बंदा। मुझे कौन स्पेक्टेट कर रहा था? तमिल नाइस यार, तमिल So Reina, I thought Hindi was a national language. It was a mandatory language. No. Is Hindi not taught in your schools? पता नहीं वो तमिल तो नहीं है नेशनल लैंग्वेज.
वो गाली दे दे तेरे.
One enemy remaining.
तो देख क्या रहा है? मार क्यों नहीं रहा?
I need to set back up.
अभी भी क्या
इतना चिड़ा हुआ क्यों है भाई?
वो चिड़ा सा पैदा हुआ था उससे.
ब्राइन का वेट कर.
1 2 मैं करता हूँ.
स्पाइक करे ना. रेना ऑन स्पाइक. Two are up there. Reina on spike. And DR. Nice one.
Last round before the switch.
एकदम फीलिंग आ रही है ना.
कौन से फीलिंग? VCT वाले फीलिंग. VCT वाले फीलिंग. ये दिलो फीलिंग.
हाँ. ये देख.
हमको माइक चाहिए.
ये देख एकदम. ये स्पीकर है नैन्सी तेरे लिए देख.
अच्छा. कुछ तो नो यार.
चलो वापस चलो.
अरे मेरा बच्चा ठीक है. बच्चा है अभी.
कापे
दोनों वहीं पे हैं. दोनों भी पे हैं. मुझे लगता है एक चले जाना.
तू जा. मैं आया पीछे शांति से जा.
शांति से. साइफर किधर है?
साइफर आ जाए यहाँ पे.
कहाँ पे मारा? साइड. मार ब्रेन को तेरी मार. वो प्लांट खेल रहा है. अल्टे मेरा.
तू खेल ले. मैं आगे जा रहा हूँ थोड़ा.
ऊपर जाओ. गन निकाल.
जल्दी जा.
अनलकी.
अल्ट करके क्या तेरा अभी किस पे फायदा आता है?
Switching sides.
मैं वो सोच रहा था पहले तो। ब्रिम का अल्ट तो समझ रहा हूँ।
ब्रिम का अल्ट थोड़ी है मेरा अल्ट मछली आता है मछली।
हाँ तो 3 चैनल हो तो अल्ट तेरा अल्ट क्या काम आएगा?
अरे देखो अल्ट बेस्ट है।
हमारी रेना तो कुछ कर नहीं रही ऐसे।
छोड़ यार कोई बात नहीं, आती है उसे, हिंदी आती है, उसने बोला और बाप से बोला, अच्छी बात।
आई एम 10 गर्ल मीन्स क्या होता है?
क्या?
वो वाले
आई एम 10 गर्ल मतलब 10 की कैन आती है ना।
अरे लौड़े आते हैं।
नो एक्टिविटी आउटसाइड थी।
दो बंदे आते हैं।
रुक के खेल रहे हैं।
आ रहा है।
हाँ ये सही है, ये सही है, ये भी सही है।
जा
नहीं मल्टीपल। मेरे पीछे भी तो आना है।
Last player standing.
पता नहीं क्या देख रहा था तू में।
Time to be kiss like and kick him in the shin.
प्रमोशन कर देता हूँ क्या जाके लाइव पे? आ जाए ऐसे भी आते वाले।
ये समझ नहीं रहा क्या करूँ, कौन सा गन ले? भाई नहीं है
मेरे पे भी नहीं।
शॉटगन ले
ना, सेव कर ले एक राउंड।
समवन जॉइंट कौन है? पीछे तो देखो वुल्वरिन कौन है? वुल्वरिन बिजी है भाई, स्मोक देने में। भाई वुल्वरिन भाई लो स्मोक देना। आई कार्ड में घुस के देना, गन है वहाँ पे।
Spike planted.
नहीं
नीचे है बंदा, इस साइड।
Last player standing.
होता रहता है।
One enemy remaining.
एक ऊपर है।
हाँ गोल गोल घूमता रहा।
I can't look. Please
Look
don't
now.
look.
यहाँ पे
नाइस वन यार, एंटी अच्छा प्लेयर्स अच्छे अपने हैं। क्या हो गया इतना रो क्यों रहा है यार? रहना तो चलता है यार, एक हारते एक जीतते, एक हारते एक जीतते। हार्ट स्टक आयरन है, आयरन में चलिए। दे ही रहना मतलब क्या मांग रहा है रहना? जिन्ना दा पुंडा एगा मोने क्या बोलते हैं? भाई तेको निगेश पता? मलयालम भाई, मलयालम ब्रो वुल्वरिन।
उसका हेल्प कर देगा थोड़ा बहुत।
Spike down B.
Reloading. Out of charges.
Spike spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
I've taken worse.
Wolverine, do you know Nigesh? Do you know Nigesh from that meme? Don't try to play fool with me, Nigesh. No, it's very bad.
तुम मिड देख ले, क्लोन को वहाँ पे देखने दे, यहाँ पे आएगा मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है।
But he doesn't. That's a shame. Behind me.
भाई सारे लो है। जब भागना वहाँ।
अरे वहाँ पे क्यों है?
है तो है। मार 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 उसको।
अरे तेरे स्मोक में मल्टीपल है क्लो। उठ जा भाई उठ जा। अल्लाह अकबर। स्मोक में बंदा है क्लो संभल के। ऊपर ऊपर हेवन। I think they rotated. Hey, they are rotating. Let's go.
Rotating, bro.
यार बस
एक बंदा यहाँ पे ही है। यहाँ पे एक बंदा।
रोप। Cypher peek.
कौन सा अल्ट मारा इसमें? मुझे तो वही समझ नहीं आया।
अरे ना ऐसा क्या देख रहा है उसको? क्या कर रहा है? ऐसा क्या देख रहा था कॉर्च? इरादे नेक नहीं है तेरा।
ऑफ लेना चाहिए क्या?
I smell fish on you. Fish. De punda mone. De punda mone. Rena silent. Rena is silent.
Keep up.
Wanna see? क्या? ये
Amateur.
यहाँ पे ये बंदे।
Let's go Cypher push.
यहाँ पे बंदा घुस गया अंदर।
Once on side.
नीचे। तू भी कब से? तू कब से अपने लगा?
बुलेट भी नहीं लगा भाई मेरा एक बुलेट भी नहीं लगा यार। अबे चिढ़ा मत।
आजा जे यहाँ पे आजा। मैं कहूँ यहाँ पे आजा।
भाई वैसे रहना तुझे मलयालम भी आता है तमिल भी आता है क्या मल्टीलिंगुअल है सीन।
साइपर मैं बोलूँ ना तब पुश करना ठीक है आज से।
अच्छा है भाई सही है। मेरा हेल्थ कम हो गया। अरे यार बट अनलकी उसके मुंह में घुसा दे। पेरिल आफ्टर शॉक यूज करने नहीं आता तुझे।
मैं क्या करूं भाई?
आफ्टर शॉक एडीबी के अंदर डाल रहा है। ना भाई वीसीटी जैसा नहीं है यार तो मजाक हो रहा है मजाक।
वीसीटी जैसा ही
हो रहा है भाई 7-11 यार। भाई साइफर मलयालम है तू?
हाँ मोने
हैं?
भाई मल्टीपल सबको चाटा मारा विंगमैन ने। देख लो ना।
हाँ तो तू आगे क्यों गया?
विंगमैन ने सबको चमाट मार।
हाँ सारे वहाँ पे इकट्ठे का हो जाओ।
का हिला के रखा। Yes, done that. Nice one. Oh, Cypher, nice one. Cypher हैंडल अच्छा। कोई मिड देखो। अल्टिंग।
यहाँ पे बंदा है।
मिड ऊपर मिड है।
Spike down B. player standing.
Bro, why are you not fighting Wolverine?
No peeking.
पता नहीं
भाई
क्या
low
कर
है
रहा
तू।
है।
इस पे blind नहीं है।
भाई कहाँ देख रहा है बंदा ये देख ना खाली 31 सेकंड है
30 seconds
तेरा गन
left.
दिख रहा है छोटा सा।
पर देख कहाँ रहा है वो देख।
ये स्पाइक पे नजर डाल। स्पाइक इज गॉन बेबी।
भाई ये गांड माराएगा।
Spike planted. Right here.
भाई स्वैग तो है। मार के डिफ्यूज दे के स्प्रे तो है भाई। साइफर कितना चिढ़ाएगा बे?
As much as this world hurt me,
ठीक है साइफर।
it's mine, and I will
ठीक है,
kill to
okay.
defend it.
ओके। वो भी बात भी नहीं कर रहा है। क्यों चिढ़ा रहा है? चिढ़ाने का तो इसको चिढ़ा, ब्रीच को चिढ़ा।
आगे जाए ना ठीक है आगे जाइयो मैं स्टन करता हूँ ये पूरा।
क्या नहीं जा रहा मैं स्नाइपर करेगा।
ये वाला
स्नाइपर करेगा। ओह
Out of charges.
मैंने भी ब्लाइंड दिया डोंट वरी। और है पहले
Spike down A. Last player standing.
तू भी थ्रो कर रहा है भाई मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है तेरी गन हाथ में देख के।
नहीं प्रो प्लेयर्स है ये प्रो प्लेयर्स।
नीचे है भाई वो
पता है
क्या पता है।
रोटेट मारो।
मुझे तो यहाँ पे ही लग रहा है।
30 seconds left.
गन लेके जाइयो रोटेट मारे ना तो नीचे से गन लेके जाइयो मैं बोलता हूँ तेरे को साले।
Spike
एक गन
planted.
लेके मत जाना। जा अभी अब पूरा घूम के क्यों जा रहा है टाइम है उतना तेरे पास?
कितना
11:08 हो रहा है ना वो बोल रहा है सेव कर।
One enemy remaining.
अब नहीं होगा भाई मैं बोला था टाइम नहीं है।
हारने वाले थे वैसे क्या वाई बहुत है हमारे पास। देख गन मां देख मेरे पास वैंडल का पूरा पैसा है।
तेरी रेड नहीं लेना भाई।
वैंडल का पूरा पैसा है। मैं जाऊंगा अभी मरूंगा। लेट्स गो बेबी।
क्यों मर रहा है वो बताएगा पहले।
इनिशिएटर है भाई इनिशिएट कर रहा। रेना का पूरा मोरल गिर चुका है बहुत चिढ़ा रहा था तब। सारा रेना अच्छा खेल रहा था ऐसा ने चिढ़ा के उतार दिया।
Off your feet!
Someone is being.
The hunt begins!
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing. One One enemy remaining.
वो भी वही पे उसके पीछे.
This is no problem.
This is not a problem. हो गया. Please.
यार.
Attackers win.
NTR अच्छा खेला.
जिंदा रहता ना तो राउंड निकल जाता, समझा है?
क्या पेरिल राउंड निकलने का बात कर रहे हैं इतना बड़ा होके.
इतना बड़ा होके.
एक भाई RG ब्लेड स्लिंगर और RG पेरिल एट द टॉप. RG क्लैन. अरे पेरिल मैं गाली दे सकता हूँ क्या?
कहाँ पे?
YouTube के वीडियो में आ जाएगा गाली.
कहाँ पे देना है?
ना भाई बच्चे देखते हैं ना तेरा वीडियो.
Match found.
बच्चे वही देखते हैं ना. देखिए नाइट बॉट बच्चा.
हाँ और
ये नैन्सी पटेल वो भी बच्चा लग रहा है मुझे.
हाँ जॉब करती है.
अच्छी बात है. चलो
मैं सवाल लूँगा भाई जिसको जो लेना है ले. तू सेज ले ले.
जो बोलेगा वो.
सेज.
और राज
हैं? बोल क्यों हो रहा है?
साइफर लगा रहा. OKAXIS नाम.
भाई फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट आई है.
किससे?
आई एम
मलयालम वाले से या तमिल वाले से?
आई एम 3 दल वाले. रेना.
वो तमिल है.
मुझे क्या पता भाई मैंने तो वो किया था उसको म्यूट कर दिया था. मुझे नहीं पता क्या बात कर रहा था.
अरे तो पिक मत कर. सोवा पिक हो. वाओ.
क्यों?
वाओ. अभी कैसे स्मोक्स में
मैंने तो सबसे पहला कर दिया था पिक.
बाबा यागा.
क्या
बाबा यागा ये केको का नाम
ऐसा है.
जॉन विक मूवी का रेफरेंस. जॉन विक देखा रिया तूने?
ना.
हाँ नहीं देखा. जाके देख अच्छा मूवी.
देख
जॉन विक 3 पार्ट्स है.
देख लूँगा.
3 की 4 है. देखना पड़ेगा. वैसे मैं तेरे घर पे भी कैमरा लगाऊंगा. जाके देखूंगा.
वो का क्या करना है?
स्मोक की क्या जरूरत है? ओमेन करेगा हमारे स्मोक.
हाँ वही ना.
उनका ओमेन है ना.
हाँ.
और अपना जेट भी स्मोक करता ही है वैसे. स्मोक की क्या जरूरत है?
मैं मिड से आता हूँ 2-3 जन को मार के.
Scanning ahead.
देख उनका ओमेन ने स्मोक किया हमारे. वेट करो. फटने का वेट करो. मैं कैम से देख रहा हूँ.
Shot down.
पीछे भी देख ले. पीछे ध्यान दे तू. सोवा. सॉरी.
Gone.
यहाँ पे 60 है रेना मिड में.
ओमेन लो है. नाइस वन. ओमेन लो है ऑन साइड. कोई बैकस्टैप करो. जेट क्विक. दे नीड यू.
जेट भाई जल्दी आ जा.
छोड़ना ये इसके बंदे को क्या मार रहे. जाना. Two bullets here.
Last player standing.
112 है भाई. दोनों बहुत लोग.
यही पे बैठ. You don't have to peek.
भाई मैं ले लेता था.
जबरदस्त यार. मत सुनो यार. बहुत बंद कर. जाने दे
It is difficult
तेरे साथ ही
making
खेलता हूँ
Omen, but not impossible.
भाई क्या मारा है मैंने 2-3 जन को ये लोग क्या
कौन
मार
ज्वाइन कर रहा है वीसी को कौन है ऋषभ भाई ऋषभ भाई ऋषभ बिग फैन
हाँ आवाज आ रही है
बिग फैन
कौन है
हैं
स्पाइक
बिग फैन
थैंक यू
भाई इस स्पाइक नहीं है मेरे पे इस स्पाइक नहीं है ठीक है पॉके ले जा रहा है
है ना
सेफ है भाई
Revealing area. There they are. Shot that.
भाई क्या मार रहा है रेज कुत्ते आया मार दिया
ए ओडिन
अबे स्पैम छी यहाँ से स्पैम हो रहा है डिब्बे के पीछे ऑन योर राइट गोकू ऑन योर राइट क्या रिटार्डेड है क्या गोकू
Player standing.
मेन लास्ट वन मेन
One enemy remaining.
पिरामिड
Get out.
सुन ले भाई सुन ले मेरा कॉल सुन ले बहुत जिएगा
क्या आता है बे
वाओ डूड क्या है तुम लोग
Jack don't buy Jack don't buy
को इडिट कर रहे हो क्या
Jack don't buy
एक को गाली दिया तो दूसरा डिफेंड करता
ओडिन दे दे मेरे को ओडिन दे दे
स्पाइक गिरा तू पहले
हां भाई टक्कर क्या है भाई गेको तेरे और जेट के बीच
My ult's ready.
blind
Here.
we can go A also to be honest
ये यार आजा रेड
चल go
Reloading.
go for plan
One enemy remaining.
ये बैक साइड आता है ना मुझे
अबे मार भाई
my bad
डोंट वरी लिया तेरा गन लिया
We got this.
भाई वेंडर लेने में क्या ऊंचा नीचा हो रहा है
Let's get set.
नहीं ओडिन खरीद मत जब तक है मेरे पास तब तक चलाऊंगा सॉरी
Scanning ahead.
let me blind then
Reloading.
Someone is here.
Careful.
Shock dart. Silence.
awesome
एक बंदा यहाँ पे
कम एंट्री
अरे स्पाइक तेरे पे है
हां चल
मिड में कोई नहीं है दोनों यहाँ पे आएंगे
ओमन मेरे था अरे यार
बस चिल करो
वहाँ पे ही है दोनों ओए यहाँ पे ही है दोनों इस साइड
वायर तोड़ो
वो चला गया वायर तोड़
to be honest Gekko you have ult also
One enemy remaining.
राइट से आ रहा
he'll be in smoke 100%.
यहाँ पे है पीछे
Somebody's there. Go get it, buddy. Calma, Mate hotshot.
Feels good, doesn't it? Now do it again.
बेचारी जो ना गलत जगह भर गई थी वहाँ पे।
फास्ट करना जेट, मैं और तो एंट्री करता हूँ।
स्काई का ओडिन है।
यहाँ पे कैम लगाना, यहाँ पे ट्रिप लगाइए एक बार।
अच्छा।
I've got your trail.
Revealing area.
ये यहाँ पे क्या कर रहा है?
बे पीछे है बंदा। बैक साइड देखियो।
What? 2 mid, one main.
Thank you.
Okay, no one main.
Remaining. My ultimate is here.
Hello. Save. Time me.
रीना यहाँ पे है।
Blink and they'll catch up. Stay alert.
सबको बताना पड़ता है ये यहाँ पे है।
गन ये ले कर।
गांड नहीं
अरे मेरे पे भाई है, भाई लोग मेरे पे भाई का पैसा है भाई, किसी को चाहिए तो कुछ।
I have money if you need.
Keep them cornered.
नहीं चाहिए।
Scanning ahead. Deploying drone.
स्काई को हेड लगा।
यहाँ पे है रीना।
Right here.
स्काई मैन।
बी चलो।
मिड से कहाँ रहा है?
76 है ओमेन। आ जाओ आराम से, कोई नाइस।
चलिए मैं साइफर ले रहा हूँ। अच्छा है साइफर प्लीज।
मेरा ओडिन किस पे गया?
उसकी जरूरत नहीं है मोस्टली। साइफर के लिए रहा हूँ।
जेट में ले लिया है।
स्पाइक
सॉरी ब्रो।
एक तो भाई एफ के चला गया
भाई, एफ के उठ जा भाई। गोकू
Revealing area.
भाई उसका मेरा गन भी उसने ले लिया।
स्पैम कौन कर रहा है ना? अपना बंदा स्पैम।
मेरा बैक साइड देख लियो।
वो नहीं दिखेगा। तू देख मेरा बैक साइड, मतलब स्पैम
बोला बैक यहाँ पे।
ब्रो मल्टीपल मिड।
They found my wire.
देखो I'm watching.
हाँ वी पे जा सकते हो तुम लोग।
क्या
तो बंदा
निकल।
Spike down.
तेरे पे गन है, तेरे पे गन है, तेरे पे गन है। जेट यार गन है।
स्पाइक कहाँ पर?
यहाँ पे
Player standing. 10 seconds left.
नाइस वन।
Save it.
एंटी आ। मुझे लगा स्पाइक मेरे पे।
I find them. I kill them. Simple as that.
Need a drop.
Yes, can you buy? Can you buy?
अरे एक करके जाएंगे क्या?
कहाँ गया आरजी?
Bring us off.
Scanning ahead. Deploying drone.
Raise that.
Entry करना। Flash. देखो flash.
लेफ्ट साइड
चलो। तू अकेले आ जैसे।
अकेले ही हूँ।
Last player standing.
हाँ वो ये कहाँ गया? ये गया क्या?
पता नहीं,
भाई ये कहाँ चला
मैंने
गया?
माइक खोला चला गया।
क्या हुआ? कैसे चला गया?
पता नहीं, मैंने माइक खोला चला गया।
अरे भाई
तो भी क्या
नहीं,
फेंक दिया पूरा।
चलो साथ में ही जाते आजा।
तुम माइनक्राफ्ट खेलते हो? हाँ भाई।
ना अभी नहीं खेलते।
गेट एंट्री पे जा
तो बहुत दिनों के बाद ही आया।
पटेल भाई हैं?
Cutting their vision. Raise that.
बैक साइड है।
Last player standing.
What? आलते तेरे को। Go main and alt. Go main and alt. Both were backside, bro.
Race into the spike site.
So I don't talk, bro. We are
Here.
don't get put.
दो लोग हैं। लेफ्ट ओए।
पीछे देख तेरे पीछे कैसे तो गिरा है
बी में दो हैं स्काई ओवन पे
Not ready yet.
दोनों उड़ेंगे
कुछ नहीं मार सकते
Not ready yet. Scanning ahead.
Last player standing.
They don't have a single life force.
भाई पेरिल
हाँ
अरे मेरा वैलोरेंट गेम का वजह से मेरा ग्राफिक कार्ड क्रैश हो गया आ रहा हूँ
हाँ
Revealing area.
Last player standing. Spike down. Defender spawn. Last round in the half.
Don't be sad. Spend it all before it's gone.
See you on the other side.
मेरे साथ में आना जेट खुद बोला फिर अकेले गया
Scanning ahead.
I've got your trail.
Spike down A.
I have the spike.
Last player standing.
Revealing area.
Switching sides.
Alright, homies, chill. We'll go again. Damn, you love being here. Like, way too much.
नीचे लगा रहा हूँ सर तेरा लैपटॉप गर्म होता है क्या मैं खेलते हो
हाँ
मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है कि गर्मी की वजह से मेरा लैपटॉप रुक जा रहा है बंद हो रहा है ग्राफिक कार्ड क्रैश हो रहा था
Revealing area.
ये फुल स्मोक
Shock dart. Out of charge.
Spike planted.
Here.
एक बंदा यहाँ पे
Last player standing.
पीछे है तेरे
पीछे कौन है?
क्या करना है?
सरेंडर करना है? पता नहीं, मैंने तो नहीं किया भाई। Setup B, okay. Okay, my G. I'm late for that. Setup B.
Scanning ahead.
कितने हैं?
रेज और ओमेन साइड पे।
मिड चेंबर में
Spike planted.
ओमेन साइड है। रेज और ओमेन साइड। काय अंदर।
Last player standing.
लग
पूरा बैक
एंटी यार
भाई दोनों
सबको एक मारा है तुमने सबको एक मारा
सबको एक से एक पड़ा है
सबको प्रसाद दिया भाई नहीं है वो कर गए
क्या किया भाई सब अच्छा लगा दिख रहा है
ट्रिप वगैरह छोड़ रहे यार मैं ए बैठ रहा हूँ सिटिंग है ना भाई रहना नहीं हो रहा मेरे से भी ये पर ही लगाऊं
Revealing area. There they are.
Spike down A.
मिड चेंबर मिड
One enemy
चैम्बर
remaining.
में चैम्बर में
Just be friends.
गन ले ले भाई चले
हाँ तो ये
हाँ गन नहीं है यार
The gun here.
पोजीशन चेंज कर रहा हूँ वापस ए पर जाते हैं अच्छा था ना
सफर बड़ी पास है जल्दी आ 100%
दोनों सेटअप कर
100% भी आएंगे एक बंदा कोई आ जाओ मेरे साथ भी पर्सन कम भी तो जब भी आ जाओ भैया
Scanning ahead.
मिड
ओ भाई
फाइट एकदम होल्ड करते हैं
It's all you, little homie. They shot Thresh.
Party's over.
107
Spike down mid.
Spike spotted mid.
ऑन मी
नॉट पुश
One enemy remaining.
नेक्स्ट
नाना को दिख रहा है
Not ready yet.
Show me where to go.
कम पास
Going A.
सफर
बोल भाई रहना
आजा भी आ जाए इजी सेटअप
भी
है
आओ
हाँ
आता है मेरे को
100%
ट्रिप्स लगाने आता है भाई क्या सिखा
आ
रहा
जाना तो आ जाना कर
है वोडिंग क्यों कर रहा है
भाई एम नहीं लग रहा मेरा आज बिल्कुल भी
Scanning ahead.
Hi, B.
I've got your trail.
Shock dart.
One enemy remaining.
मेरे पे 114. Take order if possible. मेरे body पे.
Look your enemy in the eye. It
मैं
helps.
ब्लाइंड हुआ था फिर भी मेरे को सब दिखाई दे रहा था। वोमेन का टीपी दिखा, काय का अल्ट दिखा, सब दिखाई दिया।
Try to complete with me.
तू भी दिखाई दिया
Complete with me.
भाई रेना सॉरी यार, रेना को बचाओ यार।
मेरे साथ पता यार।
You want to play? Let's play.
भाई खेलने वाला आ गया।
Found them.
यहाँ पे मिड में
खेलने वाला ऊपर है।
जल्दी
खेलने वाले को मारो।
Down B.
Pal, B, guys.
अरे यार 17
हो रहा है क्या? सोवा को भी।
रुक
केयरमेट, सोवा केयरमेट चेंबर रहेगा
मिड में जम रहना है।
अबे यार अकेला क्यों हूँ मैं इधर?
No more.
भाई आ जाओ पहुंच गए। रुक जा रुक इसको आने दे।
जेट आएगा।
साइपर आजा दो मेन है।
नाइस स्पाइक मेन।
एक मिनट है चिल करो।
स्पाइक अपने पे मेन है स्पाइक।
रेस साइड पे दिखा दिया।
स्पाइक इसमें
वो 80 है। अरे
भाई एक दो जन से वो मिड वाले बंदे को देख रहे हो।
One enemy remaining.
नाइस।
उस पे अल्ट है, वो मेन है।
Player standing.
हाँ मारा है।
30 seconds left.
पीछे भी देख ले।
Spike planted.
नाइस।
हाँ वो ले ना ओडिन ना ले, वो लेना, वो तो पैसे हैं उन लोगों के पास।
गन चाहिए क्या?
हाँ वो गन चाहिए, ले ले उसका। ओडिन के पैसे तो है उन लोगों के पास।
Give me a corpse. Where will they go this time?
देना चुपचाप।
लेना भूल गया।
हाँ
मैं इनका पढ़ रहा है, कॉन्वर्सेशन पढ़ रहा हूँ। ये बोल रहा है कि सबका जॉर्ड है, मैं उसका छोड़कर सबका ये मच्छर, पर उसका अकेले का छोड़ के सबका ये मच्छर
मेरे के अलावा।
फिर क्या था?
Eyes up.
Guys, B again. Oops, आ गया।
114 भाई चिल।
Comment side.
Nice one.
Deploying drone.
डबल पिक लेते हैं यार। साइकर रहने दे भाई यार, इधर मर रहा है टीम को, क्या काम देख रहा है?
Scanning ahead.
One enemy remaining.
ये डाल के
यहाँ पे
पीछे थे। लेफ्ट साइड हो।
मार्क किया दिखा नहीं तूने?
नहीं मेरा
हेडफोन पहने।
Try something.
हेडफोन उल्टा। सॉरी भाई खेलने नहीं आता मुझे
हो बस कॉल सुन भाई कॉल तो सुन
Deep breath.
2 મિનિટ જ ભાઈ બન જ કરું
वो जल्दी सुनना पड़ता है
અહીંયા ઊભી રહો ને 2 મિનિટ
मेरे देख रहा हूँ
Spike
एकदम होल्ड
down
कर
mid.
ऑफ कर रहा है क्या
बहुत लो है वहाँ उसका चेंबर
और मेरे पे
तेरे को दिखेगा ना
એક બંદા है यहाँ पे
Spike down A.
एक ऊपर है
One
ऊपर
enemy remaining.
कहाँ तेरे पे था
ऊपर ऊपर ऊपर
Okay, time for a break.
भाई ऊपर मत बोल उसको हॉल्स बोलते भाई समझा ही नहीं कहाँ पे
अरे
What do you say, drone? Ready to stretch your wings?
तू लाया नहीं था क्या बॉब
130 था 130
दो राउंड साइफर सी देखो आजा दिया करके
ड्रॉप देना
Thanks.
भाई है चाहिए तो ऑफ ले लो
ऐसा है
सॉरी चेक ट्राई फॉर मिड जस्ट मिड देख
नहीं मिड छोड़ दो मिड में देख अपना आराम से कोई दिक्कत नहीं
इम्पोर्टेंट राउंड है गाइस हमारा
डीप है
बी
I've got your trail.
गया मजा
Fire in the hole.
Feeling area.
Spike
दोनों
down
मरे
B.
भाई मैं प्लांटिंग साइफर बहुत इतना देर तक नहीं रुकते इधर ही भाई साइफर तो लग रही है कि अपन ने किल्स ले लिया तो क्या कर रहा है भाई सुनाई क्यों नहीं दे रहा तेरे को
नहीं भाई सुनाई नहीं
Reloading.
साइड होल्ड कर
भाई
आजा, सौ पॉइंट ले ले।
होल्ड कर रहे हैं इसके लिए
तो पॉइंट ले ले
हो गया तू ले ले
अरे पॉइंट ले ले
Thanks.
We get a pick and move in. Got it?
अरे ऑफ
Here.
अच्छा है
Here.
भाई जीत कैसे रहा मुझे तो वो समझ गया
भाई साइफर कॉल सुन बस
जारी कर रहा हूँ
Scanning ahead. Found them.
उमन आ गया
Spike down A.
just
It's all you, little homie.
छोटे
चल दिया
अरे यार मैं क्यों डिस्ट्रैक्ट होता हूँ
ऑफ ले कर
मिड मल्टी
रोटेट हो रहा
Last player
रोटेट हो रहा
standing. One enemy remaining.
लास्ट पर
मिड पे
Feeling area.
ये क्या था कहीं भी जा सकता है वो मिड पे
Take flight.
30 seconds left.
वापस ये जा सकता ये चला जा पहले
पक्का
पोस्ट प्लान
अरे,
रीटेक
ये बाप रा।
पोस्ट प्लान डोंट कीप
यू आता
ओके भी होगा
10 seconds left. Spike
भी होगा।
planted.
क्या लगता है हारूंगा या जीतूंगा?
थोड़े ना स्कूल
क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
हाँ बड़े
नाइस
Match point.
Let's close up shop. I have things to do.
Need a drop.
इधर ड्रॉप अभी तू मेरे को ड्रॉप
ले गन ले जा मेरी ले जा
बाप रे
गान ले जा मेरी गान ले जा ड्रॉप
My thanks.
ऑफ नहीं थे रे
ना पैसे नहीं
You want to play? Let's play.
भाई खेलने वाला आ गया
यहाँ पे तो नहीं लगता कोई
ठीक मत दे साइफर इसको इतना ओपन में देख रहा है ओपन में क्या बोला तूने साइफर तो ओपन में है पीछे चुप
ओमेन का फिक्स स्मोक आया था
वेंट्स
ब्यूटीफुल शॉट यार मिड से पुश हो रहा हूं
पिक मत लियो ठीक है मिड में
Scanning ahead.
भाई एक भी गया रेना भी गया ए प्लांटिंग
30 seconds left.
जल्दी प्लांटिंग भी अकेला है एंड 100
Spike planted.
अकेला है बैक साइड ओडिन
इसको पहले उधर एक मेन है
नहीं
सो भाई गुड जा पीछे ये दे
मैं ऑफ कर रहा
है तेरा प्लांट
Not ready yet.
ब्रो नहीं ये क्या था
मेरा प्लांट कहाँ है उसका ही प्लांट है
प्लांट किधर है भाई
अरे तो
मेरा प्लांट
ठीक है ना
छट्टी कर रहा था
भाई मैं देख रहा था मेरी गांड आ रही नहीं वहाँ पे
चेक कर रहा था कि उसका गार्ड वहाँ पे फिट हो रहा है यार ये क्या
भाई लोग मत गाइस प्लीज ओटी नहीं भाई मेरे से नहीं होगा बहुत गंदा एंड चल रहा है
Scanning ahead.
Alt West
Deploying drone. Enemy tag.
पीछे रेना
मिड से चली गई
तू बी पे जा रेना
रेस किधर है ब्रो वेयर इज रेस
अरे रेस तेल पीना गई मिड देखा था
मेरे पे
चेक किया था
चिल कर कोई आने की जरूरत
30 seconds left.
चिल करो कोई नहीं कोई जल्दी नहीं।
One enemy remaining.
Spike
down mid.
टाइम पे खेलो कोई जल्दी नहीं
10 seconds.
चिल कर साइफर, चिल कर, आने की जरूरत नहीं है जी।
Defenders win.
भाई अभी
हाँ भाई
अभी गांड पे
गार्ड बैठ गई भाई, गार्ड बैठ गई। हो गया तेरा VCT?
हाँ भाई हो गया VCT आज के लिए बहुत है।
क्या कर रहा, क्या करे कौन?
अभी खाना खाने जाते हैं।
अच्छा खाना खाने का।
भाई कब का कर रहा हूँ देख ना, 6 घंटे हो गए स्ट्रीम का, देख एक बार जाके।
क्या कर रहा?
चलो मिलता हूँ रात को फिर, गुड नाइट।
कितना वर्ष हो गया?
और खाना खाता
स्ट्रीम को कितना घंटे हुए?
बे बहुत टाइम हुआ।
5 घंटे? अरे 5 hours 40 minutes। 5.5 hours, लगभग 6 घंटे।
हाँ भाई मैं आता हूँ, चल खाना वाना खा के।
चल फिर बाय।
बाय बाय बाय।